56 Episode 55 Princess Tomboy, King Thorvald, Crown Prince Azar, and the Marquis of Colchier. They were the only three people I could identify by name and face at the awards table. As far as His Majesty the King is concerned, it's great that he kept the ceremony simple. Compared to the disgustingly extravagant, flamboyant and lengthy ceremonies of the Ad Astera Empire, I felt less than half as tired. The Crown Prince's first words were strong. As soon as he looked at me, he said, "Present the Indigo Wyvern." The 13-year-old boy prince wanted to make Clausolas his future horseman. The Indigo Wyvern is one of the most powerful wyverns in the world, and the wild-raised Clausolas are far more powerful than any other man-raised wyvern. As for how powerful they are, when Clausolas was brought into the Dragon Knight's stables, all the wyverns present went silent and pressed their long necks to the ground in a posture of reverence. It was no wonder that the Dauphin had fallen in love with him at first sight. Of course, he doesn't have a shred of intention to offer up Clausolas. But the other party seemed to believe that we would nod, and did not doubt that we would nod. I don't sense any deep-seated meanness in the prince's words and actions. The words of wanting Clausolas also conveys that it's because he really likes Clausolas, but the attitude of not thinking that we would refuse their orders is something that can't be helped but be dismissed as arrogance. In a sense, he is indeed a prince-like prince with boyish high spirits and royal arrogance. Incidentally, this prince failed to say no when he found Duke Dragnout and Astrid, as he hurriedly walked away from me in an awkward manner. I wondered what was wrong, but the Duke explained bitterly what had happened. I heard that just the other day the Dauphin broke off his engagement with Claudia Dragnout, the Duke's second daughter. The breakup of the engagement was communicated to the Duke of Dragnout by his father the King, but the Dauphin was silent to the Duke. He hasn't sent a single letter to Claudia, let alone come to see her. I see. Then it would be difficult to meet the Dukes face to face. The last was the Marquis of Colchier. He is the number 2 of the Canarian aristocracy after the Duke of Dragnout. He claims to be on friendly terms with the Ad Astera Empire, and is said to be at odds with Duke Dragnout, who has a policy of independence and self-respect. At every turn. I heard that you are from the Empire. I will have a seat at the table in the near future, so I would like to hear some stories about your homeland. The Marquis of Colchier's physique, who smiled in a friendly manner as he said this, reminded me of the number 1, thin as wire and high as a tree. He didn't have the warrior-like power of, say, the Duke of Dragnout. On the other hand, his eyes were sharp, and his dusky eyes held a razor-sharp gleam, reminiscent of a freshly sharpened blade. He must be a resourceful bureaucratic type of person. The Marquis of Colchier also told me about the breakup of the engagement. It seems to be to distantly convey that the authority of the Dragnout Duke's family is in decline. I don't have any interest in the political disputes in the Canary Royal Palace, but the knowledge I don't need is increasing rapidly. I also spoke with some other count and the leader of the Knightly Order, but it was troublesome to remember anything else about that. And I want to get home as soon as possible. Can I help you with that? Oh, but I agree that the royal palace is cramped. The one who nodded vigorously even though she was puzzled was Claudia, Duchess Dragnout. The place was the stables for wyverns attached to the Duke of Dragnout's residence. After the awards were finished, I asked the Duke to move Clausolas over here, because I didn't know what that Dauphin would do if I left him in the direction of the palace. So, why is there a sick Claudia in that stable? I've been feeling pretty good lately, so I'm taking a walk. I have to keep moving while I can, otherwise my body will only get weaker. The first thing I noticed about her was that she had long blonde hair and light purple eyes. Her skin is too white to be white on her slender limbs. Claudia looks like a sickly princess, but she seems to have a very active personality. Her language is more like a commander's son than a young lady. That Claudia was gazing at Clausolas with sparkling eyes. It's beautiful, isn't it? These indigo scales. I can understand why your father is so obsessed with them. May I touch them? You should ask him about that, not me. Oh, yes. Excuse me, Clausolas, but can I have a little physical contact with you? Poogie. There's got to be something in there. Oh, my name is Claudia. People close to me call me Claw. You're Clough, I'm Clough. This is no longer an exaggeration to say we're friends. PFFT? Crowsolas looked like he was in some kind of distress, but the same name tag card seemed to work for the wyvern, which puts a lot of emphasis on names. He hit the ground with his tail once, as if to say, it can't be helped. Thank you. Claudia reaches for the scales after thanking him. The distance that Seal had spent dozens of days closing in on is reduced to 0 in this short period of time. That's a horrible child. By the way, is it the Dragon Knight's blood or something else that allows you to talk to the wyvern naturally? Come to think of it, my sister Astrid also touched Clawsolas in Ishka's stables. The wyvern that the Dragon Knight rides on is basically the property of the state, but as evidenced by the fact that they have stables at home. The Dukes of Dragnout own 2 wyverns of their own. Perhaps it was only the sisters who had grown up in such a house that Clawsolas felt the same way. By the way, Sola-san, what is this? What did His Highness the Crown Prince say to you? About this dragon. You were the first one to ask me to present it. I knew it. Well, please don't think badly of her. I'm a bit foul-mouthed, I get carried away easily, and I have a weakness for coaxing, but other than that I'm a good person. I've always loved dragons and always said that I would become a dragon knight, so when I saw the indigo pterodactyl, wyvern, I think I couldn't help but want the arrows and shield. After saying that, Claudia seemed to realize that this explanation didn't follow up in any way, so Claudia hurriedly continued her words. I'm sure you won't use your power to forcibly call me up or anything like that, so please don't worry about that. Oh, really? Indeed, to see him avoid the Duke of Dragnout over the broken engagement. I'll take whatever I want. I don't feel the acquaintance of a person who is not. Such a thick-skinned person would have greeted the dukes without caring about breaking the engagement. Yes, that's right. If the Marquis of Colchia gives you any mischief, I'll have it fixed for you. Even though he looked like this, he was a better swordsman than His Highness. And I was better with dragons than you were with me. Apparently, the previous Claudia was quite the tomboy princess. Thinking about that, the Duchess continued a bit rustily. That's why His Highness doesn't actually like me very much. The reason why His Highness doesn't like me very much is because he likes ladylike girls. I've tried to grow my hair long and change my tone, but it's not something I can change inside. After saying that, Claudia looked up with a huff. She shook her head from side to side, shaking her head as if she was in a hurry. Her dull golden hair swayed from side to side like a tail in response to the movement. Oh, I'm sorry, that was none of Sola's business. No, I'm relieved to learn about His Highness Azar's character. To be honest, I was wondering what I would do if the royal family tried to force me to call Clawsolas. At that point, I'll ask Claudia-sama to tame the greedy crown prince. Oh yes, I'll take care of it. Claudia's expression lights up from her momentary confusion. Seeing such a Claudia, naturally my face breaks into a smile. The same was true for her sister, Astrid, but Claudia is a duchess, yet she has no place for greatness. It's not impossible to say that it's because of Giriox's debt of gratitude, but looking at the words and actions up to this point, this is probably Claudia's innate character. Superior in status, superior in ability. Nevertheless, he treats me as an equal, and he treats me favorably. I'm not a fan of that kind of opponent. I'm sure you'll find that most of them have been unfriendly to me. That's why you can't help but develop an unconditional affection for someone like Astrid or Claudia. If it were possible, I wanted to do something about the curse that was eating away at the girl in front of me. My eyes show Claudia's abnormality. Her soul has been reduced to the extreme. This is just what Miroslav looked like after I had eaten his soul. That's why at first I suspected that there were people with abilities similar to mine in Claudia's surroundings. However, from what I saw, there is no such person in the Duke's family. In the first place, it would be impossible to eat a soul from Claudia, who is protected by her family and vassals all day long. Claudia didn't have her soul eaten by someone else. If that is the case, Why has her soul been so diminished? It was because the vessel that could hold Claudia's soul was missing. It would be easier to understand if you imagine a teacup with a hole in the bottom. Even if the soul is lost for some reason, it can be recovered. This was confirmed by Miroslav. No matter how many times I ate it, as long as I gave it time, Miroslav recovered. So Claudia's soul should be recovering day by day as well. However, if the amount of spillover is greater than the amount of recovery, the contents of the vessel will diminish. The reasoning goes, perhaps this is the true nature of the curse that consumes Claudia. All of the physical and mental abnormalities are merely the aftermath of the depletion of the soul. This also explains why even if he recovers temporarily with a miracle or panacea, his symptoms will soon return. If you continue as you are now, your soul will not be far from being depleted. In order to make it completely healed, the hole in the bottom of the vessel must be closed up, or else. I didn't know how to do that. All I could do was eat it. I can't fix it. Then I should ask for the wisdom of others, but to begin with, all of this soul stuff is about my senses. I'm just applying existing words to my senses. How am I supposed to explain such things to others? I can't just eat a soul for the sake of it. Besides, there is one thing I heard from Luna Maria along the way. If the same source, anima, an illusory species, is even affecting my flesh and blood, I can't let others know about it. My future as a guinea pig is assured. On the other hand, I don't want to use that as an excuse to turn a blind eye to Claudia's abnormalities. Oh, my God, what should I do? Why don't you just mix my blood and spirit with the advanced healing potion and have Claudia drink it? It might work better than you think. Luna Maria and Seal said that their physical abilities have improved dramatically after being held by me. It doesn't seem to work on their soulfulness since their levels haven't increased, but it could be at least a replacement for the elixir. However, this is not a fundamental solution to the problem. How do we stop the leakage of souls, which is the most important thing? In this case, the only thing left to do was to pour my soul into Claudia. Of course, I've never tried such a thing before. I've never even thought about trying it. So I don't know if I can do it, and even if I did, it's still unclear what would happen to Claudia. Pouring a large amount of souls into it could break the vessel instead. Besides, in order to pour out a soul, you need to put your lips together, so you can't just try it out for a while. If I said that, Duke Dragnout would kill me. That's right. Let's try one thing here, Luna Maria. No, let's go back to Ishka and try it in Miroslav. If I succeed in Miroslav, I'll pontoon back to King's Landing and persuade Duke Dragnout. I'm not confident that I can do it, so I'll sneak in at night and attack the young lady in her sleep. If we decide to do that, we must establish a route of entry while we're at it. While thinking about this, I returned to the mansion with Claudia. The one who greeted me was a group of maids with worried faces. The reason why Claudia didn't take her valet with her was apparently to keep Clausolas from getting excited. Yeah, she's a good girl after all. This must go back to Ishka as soon as possible. From the way Claudia's looking right now, I was thinking that there was that much grace. I'm not going to be able to get a good idea of what I'm talking about. 57 Episode 56. I killed this venison myself. It's so fresh and delicious that I want you to taste it. Dinner. In front of the main dish of sautéed venison, Lord Dragnout said that in a good mood. Just as he said, a violent, fragrant smell wafted from the sizzling venison, and we were sure it was delicious without a mouthful. Seal, Sparrow and the young members of the Scythe of Death, who have been invited to join us at this table, are gazing at the food with shining eyes. A wide variety of other dishes were also lined up on the table. A stew made from lamb raised in the Duke's estate, steamed cherry shells brought in from the northern seas, trout from Lake Toya and seasonal vegetables in a jar, red beetroot, melon, with walnut sauce, and many more. The bread is white as a jewel, which is probably because it is made of high-quality wheat. The soup, which looked so ordinary, was infused with so much umami from the vegetables that I could hardly get enough of it, and I could drink it all over again. There had been extravagant dishes at the banquet held after the awards ceremony at the Royal Palace, but they were too extravagant for my taste buds. On the contrary, the food at the Duke's mansion was indeed extravagant. but it was evident that the food was designed to suit the taste of the common man. Probably, they would have served appetizers, hors d'oeuvre, soup, fish and meat dishes, and desserts separately, but they did not do so in order not to make the guests nervous. Eat what you like as you please. I was grateful for this thoughtfulness. Incidentally, you can feel Lord Dragnout's meticulous attention to detail from the vegetable-centric vegetarian menu lined up in front of Lunamaria. I guess he's not a master at being the top vassal of the Canary Kingdom, and so the dinner party started with great expectations and admiration. I, like the rest of the group, was delighted with the excellent food. Oh, this stew and bread go so well together. Also, the walnut sauce on this beet melon was too good to be true. As I saw the sparrow nodding next to me, she seemed to agree with me. A sparrow looks at the empty plate with regret. I was told that I was free to have another plate, but it would be difficult for me to call out to the maids in the manner of a sparrow. It's not hard to understand why, so I raised my hand to ask them to do it for me. And that's when it happened. The high-pitched sound of dishes grumbling could be heard in the dining room. I looked in the direction of the sound to see what was going on and saw Claudia lying on the floor, clutching her chest in pain. All around her were scattered pieces of scattered white porcelain and the shells on her plate. Astrid, who was sitting next to Claudia, rushed over to her sister in a hurry. It wasn't just Astrid, but also her father Duke and the maids who had been waiting to serve her. I'm sorry. My hands are slipping. With a cry of pain, Claudia's thin body jumped wildly, more than once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. Claudia was desperately holding her mouth, but the intense painful voice spilled out of the gap between her hands incessantly. Seeing this, Astrid tried to hold her sister's body with a pale face. Probably, she was going to pick her up and take her back to her room. However, just before her sister's hand touched her, Claudia bent her body into a crouch and let out a squeezing voice. It was probably a desperate resistance to the pain and suffering that assaulted her body. But the resistance was crushed in vain, and the voice of anguish turned into a deafening scream in no time. It hurts, 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 it hurts. Claudia, Claudia, get a grip. A muddy scream that threatens to crush my throat. I am astonished that this is really the voice of that tomboy I spoke to in the stables. How much pain does it take to make such a voice? Astrid gives a short instruction to one of the maids. The maid received it and ran out of the dining room as if she had been played. Father, this is the place. Astrid looked around at us and the other members of the Scythe of Death, who were present, and then spoke to her father, the Duke, with a somber face. The Duke also nodded with a grim face, sensing what his eldest daughter was going to say. My guests, I am sorry to have startled you. Crow's been having a sort of seizure, you know. He's been calm for a while now, and his appetite has improved, but he seems to have gotten a little too excited today. Lord Dragnoth told us to go back to our rooms. He told us to return to our rooms and that he would have our meals brought to you later. There is no denying it, of course. Seeing Claudia now, I can't help but lose my enthusiasm for the meal. Besides, it was clear that the Duke wanted to pay his dues. If I forced myself to stay behind, I'm neither a doctor nor a priest. I'm of no use to him. I don't even know if it's still useful, even if it's in my backhand. We hobble out of the dining room as the maids quickly clean up the pieces of plates and food scattered on the floor. Claudia's screeching voice came chasing after our backs. Master, I have something to report to you. As soon as we return to the room, a serious-looking Lunamaria opens her mouth. Seal and Sparrow are in their own room. They must have decided that they don't want the two of them to hear it. That's enough to know that the story is a silly one. What? Master Astrid asked me during the day. He asked if it was possible to get rid of the poison of the Thanasia grass with Gereochus. It's made from Thanasia, the name of a familiar herb, or rather a poisonous herb. The sleep-death remedy, Thanasia, is ostensibly an analgesic, but it is actually a poison that kills the body's ability to feel pain itself and dies a slow death. It is called a sleeping potion because it eliminates pain and suffering and causes the body to die in a sleepy manner. Lord Rignath and Astrid may have used the sleeping potion, Thanasia, to ease Claudia's pain and suffering. To put it bluntly, it's the equivalent of a man on the verge of starvation eating his own limbs to survive. Had I heard this story before dinner, I wouldn't have been able to stop myself from getting angry. But once I heard the girl's exclamation just now, I couldn't bring myself to condemn Astrid and the others. So, what's your take on it? I can't say for sure because I don't have a complete picture of the efficacy of Gyriochus. However, it is unlikely that the toxins in the Thanasia plants will ever be completely eliminated. I have informed Master Astrid of this. Although she said she couldn't say for sure, Luna Maria, who is a forest elf, and a sage, seem to be quite certain the poisonous portion to be detoxified is only a part of the whole. There is no doubt that the grace period was extended by Gyriochus, but the fact that there was a time limit was unchanged. Lord Rignath and Astrid may want to do something about the curse before then. I'm not going to say that's wrong. However, looking at the way Claudia was suffering in the previous moment, I can't help but wonder if the reprieve we were able to give her at Gyriochus was actually only a small amount. That's how shocking the scene just now was. How could that child, who had been playing with clawsolas without any color to fear, cry out like that? I wondered how much pain she was in. I bit my lip self-consciously. A curse. Huh? I should have learned about curses if I'm going to have to deal with something like this. Come to think of it, did you find anything strange in the eyes of a spirit user? I'm afraid I don't know for sure. But there's one thing I'm curious about. What's on your mind? What is it? Yes. Shortly before Lady Claudia fell, I felt a strange pressure in my ears. Pressure on the ears? You mean you heard some weird noises? I'm not sure I heard anything clearly, but... Well, has the master heard of something called a dog whistle? Oh, the stuff a tamer uses. A whistle that makes a sound that only dogs and wolves can hear. A skilled tamer could control a pack of wolves with this one whistle. I heard here and there that the Dragon Knights also use an item called a dragon flute similar to this one to give instructions to the dragons and call in dragons from afar. It seems to be a secret of the Dragon Knight Order. Although as expected I was not told the details. It's a good idea to have a good idea of what you're going to do with it. Most importantly, I don't know if it has anything to do with Claudia Sama's abnormality. If it is something to do with it, it would be strange if everyone who was there wasn't suffering. Yes, but it's too soon to assume that they have nothing to do with it. Of all of us, Seal has the best ears, and let's ask him if he heard anything, too. All right. I'll call Seal right away. Oh. No, wait a minute. I stop Luna Maria from leaving the room immediately. I beckon to the elf who looks at me with a curious face. I'm sure you'll be able to find out what's going on in the world. But I'm sure you'll be able to find out what's going on in the world. It's a good idea to be able to have a good time with them. I'm going to do an experiment. An experiment, sir? Yeah. I was actually going to go back to Ishka and try it out in Miroslav. But apparently I don't think I can take that long. An experiment is, of course, an experiment in which you pour your soul into your opponent. The reason why I chose Miroslav as the initial experimenter was as a result of thinking about what would happen if I failed, but there was another reason as well, because he was human. The real-life soul-granting, soul-donor, not soul-eating, soul-eater, is the human Claudia. Even if he was successful against Luna Maria, an elf, it might not be the same as that to a human. The same is true for Seal, the Beast Man, and Sparrow, the Demon Man. That's why I thought of experimenting with Miroslav first, but I can't afford the luxury under the current circumstances. I wanted to get at least an approximate sense, if not a knack, before I put it into practice with Claudia. I had expected Luna Maria to resist when she was suddenly told that she would be used as an experiment, but surprisingly, the blonde elf was unresisting. She immediately relaxed from her shoulders and stared at me. In the up-close Suyama, emerald, eyes, I saw the face of a man who was somewhat confused. What should I do? I'm going to be the same as always. Luna Maria softly closes her eyelids in response to his voice. I eliminated my inner confusion and placed my lips on Luna Maria's lips. 58 Chapter 57, Compensation. I'm going to puke. The next morning, I left the Duke's mansion alone, covering my face with my right hand and muttering in a wrinkled voice. My headache, dizziness, and nausea were so bad that I couldn't walk straight. I must be looking like a dead man right now. The gatekeeper looked very worried. I've got the worst kind of cold I've ever had. I should have stayed in the house to recuperate, but I was complaining of tearing pains in my joints, and I couldn't even sleep slowly. To be honest, it's also quite painful to walk, but I'd rather be feeling better than laying on my bed and moaning. So this is why I am leaving the mansion and walking through the streets of the capital. Geez. I didn't expect to recoil so badly. Of course, the recoil was a soul-granting experiment that I had tried on Luna Maria last night. The experiment itself went well, or rather, it was a huge success at a dangerous level. Luna Maria's level rose from 19 to 20, so I had the means to intentionally raise the level of others. Just by looking at the characters alone, anyone can understand that this is a problem. How much of an uproar would there be if I went public with this? A shiver runs down my spine when I think about it. What's more, my soul eating is basically as efficient as a high-level opponent. In other words, the perpetual motion of raising Luna Maria's level, eating her soul, raising my level, and raising Luna Maria's level would be completed. Oh, I'm invincible. For a moment, such a thought flashed through my mind, although it didn't occur to me that way until I checked my level. The headache, nausea, dizziness, joint pains, stomach pains, chest pains and all the other things that are still tormenting me. But last night was even worse than now. Something was wrong, even if it was a reaction to the soul-granting. Feeling that, I checked my level with a bad feeling. The number that was 8 had been reduced to 7. A level down had occurred. The last time my level went up was when I defeated the Griffin. Since then, I've defeated Sylar and Warwolf, eaten Luna Maria's soul almost every day, and even defeated the Serpent King, Basilisk, but my level didn't go up. And yet, his level dropped easily after sharing a little bit of his soul with Luna Maria. It's hard to say, but the souls I've saved up until today and Luna Maria's one level are not evenly distributed. No, it's still fine if the amount I've saved up just becomes par. But I'm not convinced that I'm going to get cut down to the level. To begin with, I've never heard of a level being lowered once it's been raised. You're kidding me. That's what I wanted to yell at. But I don't know who to yell at. No. Since I was the one who performed the soul-granting experiment, I have no choice but to direct all my anger and abuse at myself. The simple fact is that as a result of soul-granting, Luna Maria's level went up and mine went down. That's how it is. I had no choice but to be convinced. Well, it's better that I've made the math to save the tomboy princess. I chuckle. The higher the level, the tastier and purer the soul becomes. This means that increasing the level has a direct effect on the soul. Right now, Claudia's soul container is in a state where the bottom is missing. It is good if that hole is filled by leveling up. Even if it doesn't go that far, we can expect the hole to become smaller. If that happens, it's as good as finding a way to solve the problem. If you want, you can level up a couple of levels, and you'll be able to get to full recovery. The problem is that my level is likely to become 4 or 3 as compensation for that. Claudia's screams from last evening came back to my brain. It was a year ago that Claudia was affected by the curse. She's spent the past year tormented by that pain. She was only 12 or 3 years old, but she never lost her soft heart, resisting the pain that could come at any moment. To think that such a wonderful child would never have to cry out like that again. Yes, just 2 or 3 levels, cheap. I suppose I'll have one more event to be proud to report when I go to visit my mom's grave. You can raise the bar again when it goes down. So, originally I wanted to go to Claudia's right away, but after all, I'm in a condition where I can't even walk straight now. I don't know if I'll be able to share my soul well with this, or rather, I will probably fail. So now I had to recover my physical condition as soon as possible. Thus, The reason why I came out was also for the purpose of being a toolmaker's cure, potion, or a temple's recovery magic. And yet, in terms of results, neither was effective. It seems that this malfunction is an inevitable symptom of soul granting. In other words, it looks like we'll just have to endure it until it recovers spontaneously. I let out a sigh of relief that this isn't going to be so convenient. While listening to the sound of a biwa, lute, coming from somewhere, I turned back to the Duke's residence. Before Claudia fell? Yeah. I think Luna Maria heard some strange noises. Has Seal noticed anything? When I returned to the Duke's mansion, I directed my question to Seal. Originally, I had planned to ask him yesterday, but the after effects of the soul granting had made it impossible for me to do so. Seal raised his eyebrows and tried to remember what happened yesterday. You mean right before the dishes broke? Oh, by the way, I heard you crying. Crying? Yes, I think it was a woman's voice. Beastmen have good ears, so they can often hear the sounds of neighboring houses and streets. Especially the high-pitched voices of women and babies can reach quite far away on the wind. So I wasn't particularly concerned about it, Seal says apologetically. He seems to be regretting not reporting the necessary information to me, even though he doesn't know why. Of course, I told him not to worry about it, since I didn't want to berate Seal, but Seal's information bothered me. If it was just the sound of crying, then I wouldn't have to worry about it, as Seal said. However, at about the same time, the elf Luna Maria felt an abnormality in her ears, and even Claudia was in pain to the point of crying out. The overlap to this point forces me to pay attention to what Seal calls the woman's voice. I once exorcised a banshee from the Ishka communal cemetery. That banshee was attacking me with his very own cries. This time it could have happened again. I'm sure you'll find that if Claudia's pain was caused by the banshee's crying, then we who were in the same place should have been damaged as well. So we can't just say it's the banshee's fault, but it's worth looking into. You can't deny the involvement of witchcraft and ghosts if you look at Claudia's symptoms. With that in mind, I decided to head to the National Cemetery north of the royal capital. There are the tombs of generations of the Dukes of Dragnout there, and it seems that Astrid and Claudia's mother is also resting there. It seemed to be the perfect place to curse the Dukes. 59 Episode 58. The old grandfather of the cemetery. Why are you making music in a place like this? A baboon, you're a man who asks for strange things. The old man, who was mindlessly playing the biwa, Japanese lute, in the middle of the national cemetery, said this and showed his yellow teeth. Both of his eyes were white and cloudy and probably reflected nothing. I'm sure it doesn't matter to you what this blind old man does or where he goes. As he said this, the old man played his biwa with Bevan. He was dressed in clothes with noticeable insect-eaten holes, and his limbs were as thin as withered trees. Had he not been playing the biwa, he might have been mistaken for a vagrant or a beggar. The official in charge of the cemetery said that for more than a year now the old man had been playing various pieces of music in the vast national cemetery as a requiem for the souls of the dead. There's no good reason for this. If I had to choose, I'd say it's because I can't leave them alone. Can't we just leave them alone? I use musical compositions to pray to the gods of desolation and to purify the evil spirits who have wronged people. That is why I am playing the biwa. Are you saying that there is an evil spirit in this cemetery? That's not true. But with a cemetery like this, there are many people who wander around without being able to attain Buddhahood. I am pointing out to them the location of the Pure Land. If a bodiless soul stays in this world for a long time, it could become an evil spirit. After saying that, the old man laughed in a high-pitched voice. Baboon. But I can't prove it, though. It's the work of a madman, isn't it? How long has it been since I've talked to someone like this? The old man plucked the strings deftly with both hands as he continued to speak. The old man's hands are so smooth that a year or two of practice would never be enough to reach them. I don't know the truth about calming gods or exorcising evil spirits, but it's probably true that he makes a living playing musical tunes. I was near the grave of the Dukes of Drugnoth, so I called out to them, but now, I wondered if I had made the right decision. Old man, actually, there is one more thing I would like to ask you about, if you don't mind. Yeah, All right. I was wondering if there were any suspicious people or spirits in this cemetery last evening? He asked for information by mentioning the time of Claudia's fall. The old man nodded his head. Well, he said, I have no idea what happened. I don't have any idea what happened to him, but well, there was one person who was very suspicious. What kind of person was that? I'm in front of you now. That I am. Then the old man smiled at him. The old man smiled and said, at such an hour, alone in the graveyard, I am playing a song. There is no one more suspicious than this. Baboon. Hearing the other person's laughter, my face turns sullen without knowing it. Apparently, they're playing a joke on me. I was on the verge of giving up on the idea of hearing anything useful. Whoever you are, has someone you know been cursed? The old man's voice slipped into her mind like a slippery slope. I felt as if he had read my mind, and my guard was up. Why did you think that? You are asking me if there is anyone else in the graveyard after dark that could be suspicious. In addition, I can't think of anything else to do but to investigate the existence of a curse. Your voice is very calm when you think your family and friends are cursed. Therefore, I have come to the conclusion that the cursed person was an acquaintance of yours. It's magnificent. I am grateful for your compliment. I can't thank you enough, but I would like to lend you some of my old man's wisdom. It's been more than a year since I came to King's Landing. The old man has his own way of thinking, and the blind man has his own way of thinking. Well, I'd love to hear that. I complied, and as the old man asked me, I gave him the information on the cursed person. Claudia Dragnout's name. The fact that Duke Dragnout's daughter had fallen under a curse and the Duke's family was scrambling to solve the problem was already known even to the city of Ishka. He thought there was no need to hide it now. Then something serious appeared on the old man's face for the first time today when he heard that. The old man heard this, and for the first time today, something serious appeared on his face. You are an acquaintance of that girl. Since you know Lady Claudia, I just glanced at you. I said in passing, I wonder how long it's been since I've talked to someone like this. The last person who spoke to me before you was Claudia, he said, and she was the last person who spoke to me before you. She spoke to me in rags without fear, and as soon as she heard what I had to say, she said, thank you for purifying the place where my mother sleeps, without showing any sign of doubt. The old man made a gesture as if he was looking up at the heavens. The old man made a gesture as if he was looking up at the heavens. I have been to many places on this continent until I reached my age, but I have never seen a girl like her before. It's hard to remember. It was because of her that the officials stopped chasing me away. Even a bird will repay a favor, so to speak, a human being. The sound of the biwa, Japanese lute, which has been playing continuously since the last minute, quickens. It is not the spirit that is truly to be feared, but the man. If you wish to lift the curse, you must look not at the spirit, but at the person. So instead of trying to figure out what you're cursed with, you're trying to figure out who cursed you. Goodbye, goodbye. If people gather together to live, there will be a shadow cast on them. Envy and cursing come from that shadow. No matter how virtuous a person is, they will never escape the shadow. No matter if they are friends or acquaintances, parents or siblings, shadows will still be there. Are you saying that there are people close to you who curse Claudia-sama? Baboon. Impossible. Do you think? But that is exactly what people do. There is no shortage of stories of murderers of parents and children in the world. And when the family is as big as Dragnout's, a dark shadow is cast between the flesh and blood. Lord Dragnout had two daughters who are worth a fortune. The first daughter is Astrid and the second is Claudia. The eldest daughter stays behind to take over the house, and the second daughter is to be married to the Dauphin to be the future queen. However, the second daughter could have taken over the family as well. Being the future queen meant that she would have to obey her sister as a vassal sooner or later. That's where the great shadow was cast. I thought foolishly. You think my sister cursed my sister, closer than anyone else, therefore easier to curse than anyone else. Don't you think it would be easy to give him the evil spirit? I have been traveling around the continent for decades and I have never heard of a demon that can't be cured or prayed to. I am convinced that the source of the curse is the shadow that lurks in my sister," the old man affirmed with the sound of his biwa. Hearing that, I nodded my head. I felt like I had gotten an unexpected clue at the National Cemetery, which I had originally thought was a bad idea. 60 Chapter 59 Reason. After returning to the Duke of Dragnout's residence from the National Cemetery, I asked Astrid for a meeting with her on my way there. I was lucky to find Astrid, who was busy with her sister's worsening illness, the end of her engagement to the Dauphin, as well as her own Dragon Knight's business. And it was a rare piece of good fortune that Lord Dragnout was there, who was probably even busier than Astrid. From a different perspective, that may be why Claudia's condition was so serious. After being ushered into the Duke's office with Lunamaria, I skipped the unnecessary greetings and cut to the chase. When Lord Dragnout heard this, he asked me suspiciously, "Do you have any idea of a priest who can handle the sense lei?" "That's one thing, of course, but why would you do that?" "To give you confidence in what I am about to tell you, my lord." "Are you going to say something that would be impossible to believe without the judgment of Sensei Rei?" "As you wish, sir." I bow my head in respect to Lord Dragnouth's perceptiveness. The gaze of Lord Dragnouth looking at me still retains an air of suspicion. The same is true for Astrid standing next to the Duke, and also for Lunamaria, who is running behind me. I didn't even tell Lunamaria why I asked for the Duke. I did not tell him why I asked him to do this. I know that every minute you two are giving me is as valuable as a jewel. In addition, I would like to ask for your approval to invite a priest from the temple, even though it would be extremely arrogant of me to ask you to do so. No, 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 don't be so formal. You are guests of my country and benefactors of my family. Moreover, I, personally, am very grateful for the information about the indigo-winged beast," he said. "There's nothing wrong with listening to what I have to say." Lord Dragnout glanced at Astrid. That Astrid nodded her head as if she agreed with her father's words and looked at me with a sincere gaze. "I'm of the same opinion as your father. In addition, I will not doubt my benefactor's words even if there is no such thing as sense lei. If you have something to say, you can say it right here, okay?" "I see. Well, then, to be frank, I have a means of helping you, Lady Claudia, and I would like to ask your permission to use it." "I have come to ask your permission to use it." "I'll take your word for it and say what I want to say." Hearing that, father and daughter Dragnout made a pouting face together. But since this is a matter of fact, they may have come to their senses immediately, and the father and daughter furrowed their eyebrows as if they hadn't thought about it. Probably, they must have heard this sort of thing many times before. And as many times as they've hoped and trusted, they've been betrayed. A heavy voice escaped from Lord Dragnout's mouth. Apostrophe. Is it true? At the very least, I am proud to say that it is a better way to hide your pain than using the sleeping pills. Thanasia, the next question you will ask me is how to cure her, so I will answer that ahead of time. To raise her level. Of course, I won't take you out of the house, but I will take you right here in the mansion. You must find it hard to believe. In fact, until the other day, I never dreamed that I would be capable of such an imitation. But then he asks for Lunamaria in the back. Lunamaria, who is behind you, is a witness. She was raised to a higher level by me yesterday. The slave's affirmation of his master's words is not proof of anything. However, therefore, I have asked for a sense lei. As I finished, a book of silence fell over the room. The length of the silence that followed from this point on was proportional to the amount of shock, or the depth of suspicion, that the Dragnout father and daughter received. Somewhat later, an awkward question was released from Astrid's mouth. "I've never heard of anything, whether magic or tools, that has the effect of raising the level of others. How in the world do you raise the level?" "I'll give you my soul, if you will." Actually, I don't know the detailed logic myself. However, the simple fact is that I was able to raise the level of Lunamaria. If that is the case, then raising Claudia Sama's level should be possible. I believe that if her level is raised, her resistance to the curse will also increase. Apostrophe. That's the way to help my sister, is it? What if I told you that you couldn't leave your sister in charge on such a vague basis? I understand that you may reasonably think that you cannot entrust your precious family to someone you just met yesterday. I will return to Ishka. At that time, I had no intention of staying in King's Landing for long in the first place. He hung his head in response. Because he lowered his head, he didn't recognize Astrid's expression at this moment. And now the father, on behalf of his daughter, opens his mouth. Give me your face, Lord Sora. Ha! Remarkable, utterly remarkable. To be honest, I can't believe everything I hear. But I have seen a lot of people in my life. I've seen a lot of people in my time, and I know that much. There's no way an Indigo Wyvern would go along with such a person. Lord Rignath chuckles after he says the last line, as was the case when he asked me for advice about claw solars. It seems that this Duke, His Excellency, has a casual tone and attitude when it comes to the indigo-winged beast, Wyvern. Or perhaps he sensed that we had taken a step forward and he took a step forward as well. The next words of the Duke were an affirmation of my speculation. Therefore, let me first thank you for revealing the secret for my daughter. You will never be able to live a peaceful life again if the world knows you have the ability to raise the level of others. I'm sure you are aware of that danger, but you acted on behalf of Claudia, who is not a friend of mine. I thank you from the bottom of my heart for your kindness. I'm sorry, sir. I just don't understand why you are willing to go to such lengths. As Sir Thomas said earlier, we are the ones who met only yesterday. How can you do this for us? If it was just a simple adventurer, then it is understandable that this was done to curry favor with the Duke. But I don't think that the man who tamed the indigo-winged beast, defeated 2 kings, and was honored at the palace for saving Ishka is going to reveal his secrets to the dukes at this point in time. I didn't have to think about it, but I answered frankly. I don't need to think about it, but I answered frankly. The Duke is very grateful for your kindness in the matter of the sparrow. I don't mean to be presumptuous, but I'm very impressed by the character of His Excellency, Lady Astrid and Lady Claudia. Above all, it is human nature to want to help a girl younger than you when you see her crying and crying under the curse, if you know you have the means to break the curse. Like Sparrow, Claudia is 12 or 3. The same is true of Sparrow, but Claudia is 12 or 3 years old, the age at which I was driven off the island. A child of such an age is suffering and panting for an innocent reason. There is no need to give a reason for helping her, for wanting to help her. Still, I'll give you a good reason. I'll give you a reason. One day, in a place that can't be called a dream or a reality, I felt strong. I couldn't fight, I couldn't protect, all I could do was eat. And I can't eat a curse or 2. Can't you eat the unreasonableness of making a girl, Claudia, cry like that? Yes, I'm afraid so. So I'm going to help you. Use me as a slave or whatever if you need it. It's a good thing that you're able to use a slave for this kind of situation. Although it's too surprising that the person in question didn't mind, but was happy to be of use to me. Anyway, my intention to help Claudia was firm. I didn't mention it earlier because it would have been too complicated, but if Astrid and the others rejected my proposal, I would sneak into Claudia's room in the middle of the night and ask her for her approval or disapproval. You may think that there is no need to ask the dukes from the start, but to tell the truth, I had a reason to want to strengthen my ties with the Dragnout family, more specifically, with the Canary Kingdom. For that reason, I want to proceed with the matter as amicably as possible. That's why I'm standing in front of the dukes like this. Duke Dragnoth and Astrid are listening to my words, watching my attitude, and pondering what is going on. Eventually, the Duke's mouth slowly opened. 61 Episode 60, Soul Grant. As soon as I opened the door and touched the indoor air, I reflexively raised an eyebrow. The smell was so sweet it made me squirm. I knew it was the scent of the sleeping death potion, Thanasia. I had smelled it many times before on Onigashima. Claudia is lying on a bunk in a room where the scent of Thanasia seems to have seeped into the walls. She is breathing peacefully in her sleep, and she does not seem to be suffering. Looking at this alone, it would be hard to believe that this child is under a curse. However, Claudia's soul in my eyes was showing clear signs of depletion. Even compared to the time when we spoke at the stables the other day, the decrease in numbers was noticeable. At that time, I thought I still had enough time to travel back and forth between King's Landing and Ishka, but looking at his current condition, I couldn't afford it. If we fail, our souls will run out of money today or tomorrow. Since I'm pouring my soul into Claudia in such a state, I have to be even more careful than I was with Luna Maria. As I was thinking about that, Claudia's eyes suddenly snapped open. She must have noticed a sign that someone had entered the room. The Duchess' eyes widened unexpectedly when she saw me. Solar, miss? How did you end up here? I'm here to help Lady Claudia. May I come to your side? That's no number. The air in this room is. I don't listen to him. Regardless of the other person's answer, you stagger into the room. I stand next to my bunk and lightly touch Claudia's forehead. You don't seem to have a fever. If you won't listen to me, I won't have to ask for permission in the first place. If you really don't want Lady Claudia to get close to me, but you were going to say something like the air in this room is poisonous to healthy people, so you shouldn't go in there anyway. Then there is no need to worry about it. I'm talking about not coming to see Claudia in the first place if I'm worried about such things. I thought about explaining that to you, but considering Claudia's condition, we don't have time to waste talking about it. So, I'll put all of that on the back burner. I quickly cut to the chase. When Claudia hears this, she smiles with amusement and resignation. Perhaps she thought I was speaking out of comfort. Do you have to lock lips with me to help me? Yes, sir. What? It's like artificial respiration to save a drowning man. The maiden's lips remain pure. Sir, did your father understand that? He almost cut me off. When I responded with a straight face, he showed me a true smile. This time without a belly button. I'm not going to be able to say that it's not a good idea to have a good time. Why would you go to such lengths for me? It's a boy's way of wishing he could help a girl if she's in pain. Besides, Crowsolars has asked me to do it for him. Clawsolars the boy? Yes. He wants you to help a fellow human being with the same name as him. Those were the words that Claudia had been speaking to Clawsolars in the stables. Claudia must have noticed right away. And after rolling her eyes, she broke into a heartfelt, happy face. Haha, that's... yeah, I can't say no to that. Okay. Well, then. What move? Having taken Claudia's words as permission, I didn't hesitate to cover the girl's lips with mine. If you take your time, you'll make her strangely nervous. It would be better to do it all at once in one fell swoop. And so, the moment I poured my soul out of our lips that touched each other, with a beckon, Claudia's slender body jumped up and down. Right now, Claudia is experiencing the pleasure of the first time I cut down a maggot with my soul dressing. Soul Eater. No, if you take into account the concentration and density, it's like concentrating that once several times or tens of times. According to Luna Maria, who let him go along with the experiment, the pleasure also becomes painful once it passes, according to her. As if in a panic, the girl's hands press on my chest. She's probably startled by the unexpected shock and is trying to get away from me anyway. Her wide-open purple eyes were staring at me with confusion, but I deliberately ignore their request. I'm sorry. If you interrupt here, that alone will lower my level. If I try again, it could happen that my level has dropped another level. So I hold Claudia's waist with my right hand and hold her chin in place with my left hand and forcefully continue. I held the girl's body, bouncing around in my arms, and continued to force our lips together. How long had it been? The Claudia in my arms has either given up, or she no longer has the strength to resist, or she has gone limp and is doing what I want her to do. In the meantime, I had a reaction. The one I felt with Luna Maria as well. Apparently, Claudia also felt it, and her eyelids, which had been lying face down without power, were wide open. Well, originally I'd have ended it here, but I was somehow uneasy about it. I was worried that I would be able to completely exorcise the curse with just one level up. So I kept pouring out more souls and waited for the second reaction. After confirming that, I finally let go of my lips. Wind. It's like this. It's not that bad. As I whispered to myself, feeling accomplished, I heard an angry voice from the girl in front of me. Well, I mean, I said it was fine. I told you, though. I think it would be nice to have a little more of this kind of more kindness. Claudia, who has a bright red face, covers her lips with her right hand and says indignantly, seeing that she's huffing and puffing and glaring at me, it seems that the current act has displeased the young lady so much. Well, it's only natural, I think, and I check it out. You are right to be angry. I apologize profusely, but before I do that, I'd like you to confirm it. What do you mean by check? Oh, right. See if you've raised the bar. It's already blown a lot of things out of my mind all at once because of someone else. While staring at me with her eyes, Claudia displayed her level. Immediately afterwards, a sobbing voice spilled out of the Duchess' mouth. Wow. My level has really gone up. And 2 of them. Yes. So, how is your health? At least he seems to be well enough to yell, though. Wait a minute. To be honest, I was too surprised by a lot of things. And for now, my hands and feet are moving properly, and the weird numbness I had before is gone. How about something else? Also, my head is feeling pretty good, you know? And oh, no, this is, when Claudia, who hesitated at something, waved her hands from side to side as if to cheat, a noise in my ears jumped in. What a sound that can only be described as a goo. I was sorry for Claudia, who turned bright red and slumped over, but I finally heard it and was able to pat my heart on the back. The fact that I had an appetite means that my body needs energy to recover. It's the best proof that I'm out of the worst of it. The soul is also filled to overflowing from the vessel. We'll have to wait and see how the curse will affect us, but at the very least, it can't happen today or tomorrow. I am truly relieved by this fact. At the same time as I was relieved, I collapsed. The soul-granting repercussions that I had been holding back until then came all at once. Even though I had already experienced this in Luna Maria, I did the same thing in almost no time, and for 2 levels at once, so it was a natural result. Claudia is calling my name as if in a panic, but I already don't have the strength left to respond to her. Like tumbling down a vertical cliff, my consciousness was swallowed by the darkness in the blink of an eye. 62 Episode 61 Attack on the Royal Capital. A lingering sense of excitement still lingers in Duke Dragnout's mansion as the gleaming moon hangs over the spire of the castle. It was that night when Claudia recovered, an astounding level of recovery that can be called a recovery. The recovery of the second daughter, who had been in bed for a long time, was enough to delight her father, her sister Astrid, and all those who served the Duke's family. But the Duke's physician and the elven spirit user, Luna Maria, assured him that she was suffering from severe fatigue and would be fine once she had rested. Hearing this, both Lord Dragnout and Astrid, as well as Claudia, who had recovered, were relieved to hear this. Afterwards, a small banquet was held at the Duke's residence. The banquet was just a slightly lavish affair compared to the usual dinner, and there was no music for the sleeping Sora, but the fact that it was still more than enough to liven things up is proof of the love of Claudia's family. Even Lord Dragnout and his daughter Astrid, who are usually known for their honesty, decorum, and modesty, usually do not take a sip, or if they do, they take a sip or 2 of grape wine, and their cheeks turn red. For the 2 of them, who had been wearing out their bodies and minds for the past year due to the curse that had suddenly struck Claudia, this day was a miracle that they had literally dreamed of. The situation is not so different for the servants and the knights directly under the Duke's house. The banquet held at the residence of the leading nobleman of the Canary Kingdom did not reach beyond the walls and gates to the neighboring houses and streets, but the overflowing joy must have been the best thing about this night in the royal capital. If the day had gone on, it would be remembered as one of the best days in the history of the House of Lords. But it was precisely on this night that the disaster that engulfed the king's city was revealed. "I'm sorry, sir." The moment she heard his voice, Astrid's consciousness, who had been sitting in a chair in a tipsy state, was instantly awakened. It was already late in the evening, and Claudia had retired to her room. Astrid was also thinking about going to sleep soon, but such thoughts were blown away when she saw the soldier's face in front of her. Astrid's face naturally tightened as her voice and expression, filled with a sense of urgency, looked as if she had been taken by surprise from directly behind on the battlefield. "What's going on?" At last, with a calm voice, Astrid rose from her chair. "If you look at the face of the one who rushed in, it was unlucky enough to be one of the soldiers serving as tonight's gate guard. The reason why I know this is because during the banquet, Astrid personally offered him some meat and drink." The soldier's face, which had been flushed with gratitude and emotion at the reception of the Duchess's own offering, now turned an earthy color, just like that of the dead. The soldier reported in a gasping voice, "SHH, it's a raid. The undead monsters that have overflowed from the National Cemetery are attacking houses in droves. We suspect it will be coming here soon. An undead monster?" Astrid raised an eyebrow at the soldier's words. The bad news was predicted, but its content was unexpected. Not only in King's capital Horus, but also in the cemeteries of large cities, without exception, the cemeteries are warded by temples. This is a measure to prevent disturbances caused by necromancy. In particular, the warding of the National Cemetery was established by the Temple of the God of Law, which mobilized more than 100 priests and priestesses to put its prestige on the line. In order to break it, more than 100 necromancers were needed to break it. A different voice flew from beside Astrid, who was pondering on the matter. "Who has seen the undead?" It was Pascal, Lord Dragnout, who said that. Like a nobleman accustomed to things, he instantly sobered up and asked the soldier for details. "I've heard from an old man who said he escaped from the cemetery, and I've seen it with my own eyes. Already the main street is overflowing with quite a number of defectors." The number of the departed, it wasn't 100 or 2. It was at least 1,000 or more. If there were to be an overflow of them outside of the main street, the total number might be 10 times greater. "Thank you. Hurry back to your posts and tell your men to guard the gate. We'll send reinforcements to you at once." "All right." A soldier who saluted ran off at a run. By this time, everyone in the Duke's mansion was drunk and waiting for the Duke's orders. Lord Dragnout left the mansion with them and his daughter in tow. He thought it was best to check out the outside anyway, and the moment he stepped out of his mansion, Lord Dragnout realized how unusual the situation was. The moment he stepped out of his residence, he realized that something was wrong. A strong chill and a stench that went bad. "I'm sure you'll be happy to know that I'm not the only one." Astrid frowned and called out to her father, "Father, this is... Father, this is..." "It's a spell that has a chilling effect on me, and this smell of death. The enemy is a necromancer." The face of Lord Dragnout is grim as he says this. They are the kind of people who play with the dead. There is no doubt that he has a devious plan, but even so, this is not an unusual opponent to produce such a strong indication. I'm sure this conviction brought a grimace to the Duke's face, but then a voice called out to them from the direction of the mansion, "Father, sister." "Father, sister." "Clough!" Astrid exclaims in surprise. As she said, there was her sister who should have been taken into the room. How that sister came here, considering Claudia's character, it was easy to predict. Astrid reflexively opened her mouth. "Claw, you." "No more shut-ins at home. Father may have to go to the palace at once, and your sister may have to go out to defend the city. If that happens, it will be my job to protect the house, right?" Apparently, the maids in the mansion had told her approximately what was going on, and Claudia had already grasped the situation. And that point was correct. Lord Dragnout has a role as a senior vassal and Astrid has a role as a dragon knight. The father and the eldest daughter looked at each other unconsciously, finding the same answer on each other's faces, and let out a sigh at the same time without a term. Thus, when the Duke and Duchess of Dragnout arrived at the main gate with all the Dukes of Dragnout, the commotion in the main street was already enough to reach everyone's ears. The screams of people and the roars of the departed echoed in the wind. It seemed that there was already a fire, and the red light that scorched the night sky could be seen in many places. Fortunately, the scale of the fire was not yet large, but now that the outbreak of the deceased made it difficult to put out the fires, If the sparks of fire spread on the night wind, it could develop into a huge fire that would burn down the royal city. If the sparks spread in the night wind, it could devastate the city and the national cemetery. If the source of the deceased is really that place, then there is a good chance that the chief ringleader is there. We must send troops there as well, Lord Dragnoth said, and Astrid gave her approval. Yes, but our troops are not enough. Further, we'll go to the royal palace with his cavalry and ask His Majesty for permission to send his King's Guard. In the meantime, I will head to the cemetery with my own dragon to find out where the enemy is. I'd be very careful. With a technique of this magnitude, there's not one or two of them. Not one or two of them. Yes, sir. I want you to watch over Crow while I'm gone. Yes. That was when Claudia nodded widely at her sister's words. Suddenly, an untimely laugh rang out, startling all present. Baboon. This voice, this presence, this is... Well, you're really getting better. Turning back to a somewhat familiar voice, a lone old man holding a biwa was sitting there, leaning against the wall of the Duke's mansion. Seeing the old man smiling pleasantly in this situation, Lord Dragnout and Astrid raised their eyebrows suspiciously. The only person who knew the old man's face was Claudia, who called out to him suspiciously, "Grandfather? Why are you here? Clough. Who is this man?" "Well, he's the guy who plays music for the people who died at the National Cemetery." "Song? Oh, perhaps the old man who escaped from the cemetery that was reported earlier." "That's right, it's about my boy. To be precise, he didn't run away, but attacked us. It was a mistake to let him into the mansion on the assumption that he had escaped." Astrid Dragnout. Saying that, the old man stirred his biwa with his bevan. At that moment, Astrid frowned as a strange sound rang in her ears. The reason for the frown included a bit of discomfort at being called names by a nameless old man. The people who expressed more anger at this rudeness than Astrid were the soldiers of the Duke's family who were around. They surrounded the old man with a change of blood. But the old man's attitude didn't change, perhaps because he was blind, or perhaps he didn't perceive the soldiers as a threat at all. Astrid opened her mouth again, unconsciously putting her hand on the sword at her waist. "They're here at least. They're attacking us? Does that mean they attacked you, old man?" Goodbye. It is my business to use music to calm the raging gods and to purify the evil spirits that deceive mankind. It is my business to drive the gods of peace into a rage, and to curse the dead who are quietly asleep. The ghosts in King's Landing are all my work. At this point, Lord Dragnout spoke to the old man for the first time. He said, "You've done nothing wrong. No matter how good you are at using them, you cannot break the wards in the cemetery by yourself. Wandering musicians like you, old man, sometimes speak illogically because of your greed. I am aware of this. But please be careful of the time and place. Ranting at the moment will invite the whip of punishment." Baboon. Warding. It's true that there was a great curse in it, but it was only created by a continental magician. No matter how many dozens or hundreds of 20 or 30 level monsters there are, they can't block my magic. My level is 73. A madman. The baboon. The Lord of Thunder, Pascal Jim Dragnout, who sounded like a sound, is just a duck in a well. He neither noticed nor acknowledged the fact that there was someone stronger than him in front of him. For a man of this level of strength, the Canary Kingdom is as lukewarm as hot water. It was not Lord Dragnout who was enraged to hear this, but the soldiers in his service. They did not try to cut the old man's withered limbs, but still they had to give him a beating, and a few soldiers brandished their swords with their sheaths. The old man's lips were twisted up and he let out a high-pitched biwa. At that moment, gah! The soldiers screamed and fell to the ground, covering their ears. The old man clawed his biwa 2 or 3 more times, and the soldiers' bodies jumped despite the fact that they were holding their ears. This causes Lord Dragnout and Astrid to move at the same time, seeing the old man as an enemy. Astrid's level was 37. And for Lord Dragnout, it was a high level, almost reaching 50. The two men's serious slashes, however, The old man blocked them without any difficulty. It's a fortress of no Folkergangs high. It's the Earth-positive magic equivalent to the 8th circle. The slash of the Dragnaught father and daughter was easily repelled by the black wall that appeared to protect the old man. A startled look of astonishment escaped the mouths of the Dragnaught fathers and daughters. Magic from the 8th circle? And that's not even skipping the chanting. Baboon, what did I tell you? In front of Ahura is a man who is stronger than Ahura. Even if you bring your prized dragon with you, you will not be able to hurt me, he said, and the old man began to play his biwa violently. The old man played as if he was trying to tear out the strings. In what could be described as a gentler voice, the old man said to everyone present, "This is a requiem for Ahura. This is a requiem for Ahura. This is a requiem for Ahura, a gift from me, a souvenir of death. Enjoy it to your heart's content." Cry out, Guzan, Shizuka, Death Mound. 63 Chapter 62, Protecting the Country and Saving the World. The biwa changes shape under Astrid's gaze. It was thin and long, as if it were a human, female body. It resembled the Rokurakubai, the female specter of the sheikh, the head of the sheikh, as told in the tales. When the old man gently plucked the strings, the part of his mouth that held the string would emit a charming sound. If he clawed hard, a high-pitched scream would be emitted. The old man's horrific humanoid biwa made neither Lord Dragnaught nor Astrid move as he played the biwa. The basic magic techniques of earth, water, fire and wind are all supreme in the 9th circle. The magic power required for each number that increases from the first circle of magic is enormous and extremely difficult to master. It is the tradition of wizards that those who have mastered the magic of the 9th circle will be awarded the title of sage, and their names will be engraved in the history of witchcraft, but it is rare to find someone who can make it that far. If only one person in a few generations could make it, it would be a fortuitous event. The old man's Gagangtsai was an earth magic of the 8th circle, a great magic that was as close to the 9th circle as possible. What's more, the old man had succeeded in this great magic by breaking the chanting. Astrid had never seen a magician who could exercise the 8th realm by breaking chanting. Even the court wizards of the Canary Kingdom can barely chant the 6th circle. With the condition that the chanting is abrogated, even the 5th circle would be suspect. The other man's words of level 73 were soaked into my body with a real feeling. A bead of sweat appeared on Astrid's forehead, and beside Astrid, her father Duke groaned. "Are you a wielder of the illusionary 1-2 technique?" "A baboon, indeed. He does seem to know what he's doing." "The guardians of Ogashima have been sealing the Demon Gate for 300 years. I know of them. But why do these guards turn their backs on our country?" The illusionary Eto Ryu is a martial art developed 300 years ago by a sword saint who suppressed a demon god. Its power is immense, and since its founding, the Ad Astra Empire, which holds them, has never shrunk its territory, even though it has expanded it. The Duke himself had witnessed them in battle when he was a young boy, and the sheer power of the illusionary 1-2 style was in his bones. If the wielders of the Otoyo Ishiki style stood at the forefront of the invasion, the unification of the continent by the Empire would not be a dream. But that was not going to happen, at least as far as Lord Dragnaught knew. The Mitsuarugi family, which unites them with the wielder of the One-Sword School of Illusion, has a policy of do not invade and do not invade when it comes to relations between nations. Even the Emperor of Ad Astra could not use his swordsman to invade the Empire. The House of Gokins is the house where this is allowed. The only people that the illusionary Eto Ryu can wield its power against are demons and demonic beasts. More to the point, if the enemy is a demon, they can lend their power to other countries. In fact, the Canary Kingdom once borrowed their power to eradicate the demon race. It was at this time that Lord Rignath witnessed the illusionary one-sidedness. The current Canary Kingdom has no intention of invading the Empire. Although Lord Rignath sees the Empire's idea of invasion as dangerous, he had no intention of carrying out a reverse invasion. And yet, why did the illusionary one-style turn on the Canary Kingdom? If there is only one thing I can think of, is this because you're protecting the daughter of an ogre? The eradication of the demon race's settlement, which had once lived in peace, was one of the heartbreaks for Lord Dragnaught, as a boy at the time. The Duke had no way to stop the country or help the demon race, and could only watch it all happen. The reason behind actively helping the demon race's daughter named Sparrow this time was for other reasons besides Giryok's debt of gratitude. The Duke wondered if that had crossed the Empire's mind, but the old man's answer to this was a simple one. Baboon, that's certainly not true. The devotees of the demon god must be exterminated. But this time it is just a matter of time. If the only person I want is Claudia Dragunot. You mean you attacked King's Landing to kill Claudia? If only you had died quietly because of my curse, you wouldn't have ended up here. But I don't know how An-Ura did it, but he broke the curse. We've spent a year breaking off the engagement and now we've got to get well again. And we're back to normal. The old man bared his yellowed teeth and continued. The wedding ceremony between the Crown Prince and Sakaya-sama will be held in conjunction with Sakaya-sama's coming of age in 2 months' time. There is no time to curse again. Therefore, I've decided to take a somewhat forceful step. If I wanted to hide a tree, I'd hide it in the forest. If I wanted to hide a corpse, I'd hide it in the disaster. If you cover the city with corpses, no one will pay attention to the death of a duchess. He cursed his daughter for a year to keep her from being suspected of imperial involvement, and when that is thwarted, he now distracts attention from her death by involving the people of King's Landing in it. Is that what those who fly the banner of protection and salvation will do? Baboon. The country that I will protect is Ad Astra. And when the reign of Ad Astra shines on the continent, the people of the world will be saved. This is the protection of the nation and the salvation of the world. On the way it may trample down insects and flowers, but when the elephant walks, the ants die. But if the elephant walks, the ants will die. While the old man laughed with a high-pitched voice saying that, Claudia, who had been silent until then, opened her mouth for the first time here. Grandfather. Was what you said to me in the cemetery a lie? Hearing Claudia's voice, the old man's expression changed. His demeanor was clearly different from his previous one, which contained a sneer. No, it's true that I have been sending my unshrinking spirit to you. It is true that I was impressed by the way you behaved, Claudia Dragunot. The old man continued in a rather quiet voice. The old man continued, my business is to use music to calm the raging gods and purify the evil spirits of mankind. That's not all that I do. If I am a vassal of the sword of the Emperor, I will do anything to commit treason by order, even if it means killing an inexperienced daughter with a curse. You are. Well, you're right. As if to interrupt Claudia, who was about to say something, the old man opened his mouth again. His mouth was twisted in unbearable amusement. I received an order from the palace to break off the Dauphin's engagement so that he would not be suspected of being involved in the Empire. The method was left up to me. What? So it was my idea to make you suffer from the long curse. So that's why you attacked King's Landing tonight. Baboon. His screams and screams, which I've been enjoying for a year, were truly the nectar of heaven. You'll have fun. I'm so happy for you. Life is something that shines through in difficult times. Suffer, anguish, despair, and wail. Since the day I strangled my wife to death, I have had no greater pleasure in hearing her scream than in hearing her scream, oh Claudia Dragunot, and I will make you scream too. As soon as he said this, the old man strummed his biwa, which had been transformed into a heart piece, and immediately the biwa trembled and let out a soundless sound. As soon as he did so, the biwa trembled violently and spat out an inaudible sound. The inaudible cursed sound immediately grabs the father and daughter of the Dragunot and sends a sharp pain that feels like a cone being driven into their brains. As the father and daughter collapsed on the ground in agony, the old man turned around and asked in a calm tone of voice, but first, let me ask you a question. The old man turned and asked in a calm tone of voice, but first, I must ask you a question. How on earth did you break my curse? That was my masterpiece, which I performed with a heart outfit. Even with a strange-looking water bottle, I was proud of it. Don't you know, old man? A princess's curse can be broken by a prince's kiss. Baboon. All sorcerers can't eat if a kiss is all that's required to break the spell. Well, if you can't tell me, I'll just have to take my time to find out what it is. It's the nature of a strong man to lick his tongue before his prey. The old man, who continued to talk a lot, was about to laugh even more loudly, when he heard the old man say, "I can't listen to you anymore." It was as if he couldn't bear to listen to it any longer. And then it happened. A flash of blackness. The silent impact that exploded around the Duke of Dragonaut's residence had a pressure that shook even the black walls of the still unfolding gangs high. What is it? Swallowing the words he was about to spit out, the old man narrowed his eyes. An intimidating feeling that makes his skin tingle. An oppressive feeling that makes his throat dry up. I feel a threat from inside the mansion. A threat that I hadn't felt a shadow or shape of until now. The old man, who was about to torture the Dragnout father and daughter to death from now on, switched his consciousness in an instant. He realized that he was the one he had to switch to. Not long after, a young man appeared from the Duke's mansion. The old man was blind and could not see the young man, but instead he heard the sound of his footsteps. It belonged to a young man who had visited the cemetery just the other day. Like Claudia Dragnout, I was impressed by the way he treated us, who were as much as begging, without insulting us. And there was another one that sounded familiar. Sola-san. That voice, that name that Claudia unintentionally released. It was an unforgettable name in many ways for those who served the Gokins family. 64 Chapter 63, Heart Dress vs. Heart Dress. Sora, Sora ... Sora? Oh. Yeah? Hearing the name Claudia shouted out, the old man narrowed his eyes, not looking interested. To the old man, who had served the Swords family for many years, the name Sora was very familiar to him. The great swordsman's petty son, Mitsuharuki Sora. Have you come to Canary? But a question resides in the old man's voice. The person called Sola emitted a jolt of power like a torrent. A thunderous roar of power rushed through his body, causing the air to tremble. It's hard to believe that this man is the same person as Bonbone, who couldn't even surpass the test. This overflowing power was definitely that of someone who had mastered the mind attire. It is a martial art that is not to be missed. It's not just a matter of time before you get to the point where you'll be able to see it. If that's the case, then Sora is still Sora. But it's not that Sora has formally learned the Itarayo. It was hard to believe that such a person had mastered the mind attire all on his own. The old man laughed in a low, amused voice. Funny, he thought. There was no connection between the old man and Sora, and he had no feelings for the exiled heir of the sect. But if Sora had risen from the bottom of the earth to gain power and learn to dress in mind, let's respect that fact. After all, this is the same path that the old man himself had followed in the past. You must be Sora Dono, I presume. I am a Siren Bannerman and my name is Jijinbo. The other day I did not know you were Sora Dono and I apologize for not telling you my name. It was a manner of speaking with the utmost respect for the old man, Jijinbo. However, considering his position as an assailant, and the situation where the Duke family's squire had fallen around him, it was only natural for him to be perceived as a man-eating attitude. It was no wonder they ignored him. So Jijinbo added the following words so that the other party would be forced to respond. He added, "It was my sister, Astrid Dragnout, who cursed Claudia Dragnout. Was my advice helpful to you?" When the sisters overheard this, they turned their heads to look at Jijinbo as if they had been played, followed by a glance at Sora. In response, Sora shrugged lightly. It was helpful. The owner of a soul as cloudy as Gobos accused Astrid Sama of being the culprit by name, because that is, in other words, proof of Astrid Sama's innocence. Baboon. That's an astute eye. It seems that the man who was exiled from the island without being able to stand up to the dragon tuskers has matured a lot. Sora responds with equal amounts of malice to the abuse that is laden with mockery. It's not as if the monk is an outcast, but he's just like me. Your position is not much different than mine. Baboons. What do my words have in common with your exiled monk, who is in charge of the Canary War? What does the exiled monk, who was entrusted with the capture of Canary, have in common with you? If you think my words are not delusional, then I would very much like to have you teach me, as I am ignorant and vague. What? It's a simple matter. If Gobo is truly needed by the sword as an asset, There's no way he could be sent off the island. As he said this, Sora curved his lips and looked at Jijinbo. It is the military law of the swordsman family that all the heart-armored wizards of the 8 banners of the Kinglan family, led by your master, should be assigned to the defense of the Demon Island. Otherwise, the demons pouring out of the Demon Gate would eat away at the island's defenses in a heartbeat. The exceptions to this would be freshly enlisted youths, the wounded who have lost the ability to fight, or those who are unable to fight on the island due to their inability to harness the power of their heart suits. Such people leave the island with a mission. Even if they can't fight on the island, they are more than enough to fight against the monsters outside, much less the humans. In other words, they are an effective use of their non-strength. It's a good idea to make sure that the defense of the island is rock solid with the best of the best, while letting them take care of the nagging demands of the Empire. Sora knows that this is the way of the current master of the sword. I'm standing here now. That's all you need to know about the Gobo's power and the Gobo's position. If I am an outcast, then Gobo is a lefty. See, there's not much of a difference, is there? Baboon, you're talking nonsense. My level is 73. I hate to say this, but I don't like to be put in the same category as you, young man. Judging from your heart attire, the Gobo's power specializes in sound and spells. Newer, if it can reach this mansion from the cemetery, why was Gobo considered unnecessary for the battle on the island, even though there is no other long-range attack as useful as this one? That's because the power of the Gobo cannot be understood by the owner of a certain amount of jade. The power is a magical force that is generated within the body. A technique that is incomprehensible to me cannot be understood by the demons of the island, which are imbued with the magical power of the Demon Gate. In other words, the only thing Gobo can do is to punish those weaker than himself. There is no reason to be afraid of such an opponent, no matter how high he is, Sora declares unequivocally. Then, he flashes the black sword in his hand. In the next moment, a sound like over 100 pieces of pottery breaking at once rang out in the garden of the Duke's residence. It was the sound of the black walls of the Gagang's High, which had been manifested by the magical power of Jirenbo, shattering into countless pieces. It was the result of a dashing, flying slash from the sky. The pieces of the wall that were shattered into 1,000 pieces, as soon as they fell to the ground, they melted and disappeared like snow. When Jirenbo found out that his strongest shield had been shattered by a single sword, he peeled his cloudy eyes away. But there was no time to be surprised. I'm sure you'll be pleased to know that I'm not the only one. Jirenbo, who was leaning against the wall of the Duke's mansion, had no way out, and she received her opponent's slash with the biwa in her hand, the heart-dressed and dead Yukaguzan. The moment the two heart suits collided, a silk-splitting scream was emitted from the dead Yukagami. It is an automatic, counterattack, that is possessed by the Deathmound Guzan. This is a sound attack that is several times higher than the sound attack that conquered the Drignath father and daughter. An ordinary opponent would have pierced his eardrums with a single blow, causing blood to gush out of his ears and make him squirm in agony. However, Sora withstood the counterattack of the deadly mound of gore without a care in the world. No, he didn't mean it. As Sora had guessed earlier, the sound attack of the deadly Yukagami would not be understood by those with a certain amount of power. At this rate, he would be pushed back, the old man realized as he played a spitting match between the heart dressers. At the same time, a loud, high-pitched laugh erupted from his mouth. Hi 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 hi. Delightful. Indeed, delightful. How could I, who was trying to taunt Claudia Dragnout to my heart's content, be in the opposite predicament? Life is not what it seems, but it's what you make of it. Very well, let's get serious from here. As soon as he said this, Sijinbo barked like a strange bird. Instantly, Sijinbo's body was blown backwards as if it had been thrown by something. Jirenbo shot a jingoistic cannon at the sky from close range. There was no reason why Jirenbo couldn't handle the rudimentary power techniques that the sky could handle. The damage inflicted on Sora was minor, but Jirenbo didn't care. The important thing was to gain distance from the opponent. Faster than Sora could regain his stance, Jirenbo had started his next chant. Iron Cavalry, Steel Soldier number 1,000,000, Wounded Soldier Old Horse Hold Up in Hands High. The chanting was quick, accurate and above all, precise. The woven magic power composed the magic without an inch of error. If there was a sorcerer here, they would have marveled at the fact that Jirenbo's chanting was at the level of a sage, lord. The point of attainment for a sorcerer. The flagpole, has run out of water without iron and without sustenance, yet the flagstick, remains unbroken. Gathered together are the mutineers, sworn to be the revolution. Pile up the tiles to form a wall, and dig out the granite to form a shelter. It's a fortress of the lost. The moment the chanting was completed, a black wall, no, a castle wall, appeared around Sihyobo. Rather than a partial manifestation due to the destruction of the chanting, the wall that appeared around Sijinbo was different from the black wall that had just shattered, in every way from thickness to height to density. It was a single fort, albeit a small one. This is my strongest shield. I put so much magic into it that I never dreamed it would shatter with a single sword as it did the other day. The young man's attack could not reach me, but my attack could reach him. Jirenbo laughed, his throat trembling. Baboon. Young man, you said earlier that you have no reason to be afraid of me? You don't mean to tell me that you can beat me just by seeing through that much? If that's the case, then knowing one and not knowing the other is exactly what it means to be young today. It is true that my mind is limited, but I have the ability to make up for it, that I do. When did I tell you that I only have one ability? As soon as he said it, Jirenbo began the following chant. Let the trees decay, let the grass wither, let the soil rot. The old man's chant that echoed. And at the same time, another voice, unfamiliar to me, began to chant another magic. His blood will boil, his hair will burn, his eyes will boil. It was a voice that was emitted by a heart outfit. The dead Mount Cousin in Jirenbo's hand spun the chant in a voice that sounded like a scream. Dancing is Ashla, filling is miasma. Kakatsu's castle and chair of a skull. A banner of rebellion is flown, and a sacrifice of a deadly blade is fallen. Double chanting. That was the other ability that Jirenbo's heart outfit possessed. Let it be festering and sore and rotten, festering unholy soil. Blood-eyed flame hand, death's embrace to my enemy the flame princess. With the completion of Jirenbo's chanting, the soil magic of the seventh sphere was activated, and the garden of the Duke's residence began to rapidly decay. Starting from the place where the Gagang's High was unfolding, the soil in the garden became muddy with a gurgling sound. Even the stone pavement that connected the gate to the entrance could not escape the influence of the corrosive spell and was transformed into a sticky substance like clay. In the blink of an eye, the once beautiful green grass turned into dark purple withered grass, and a nose-turning stench covered the area. The next thing that echoed was the dismayed voices of those who served the Duke's family. The corroded garden turned into a bottomless swamp, trying to drag those present into the dirt. Like insects on a cake, the more they resisted, the deeper they were entrenched and the more they were bound. Even if they tried to escape, the whole garden was already contaminated by the old man's magic and they had nowhere to run. The same thing was happening to Sora as well. Moreover, more than 10 flaming tentacles created by the deadly Mount Cousin were roaring and closing in on the sky. If one's body was strengthened with jade, one could avoid them. But if he did so, it was clear that the flames would head towards the others who were unable to move, especially the Dragnaught father and daughter. Within the vision of the sky, Jirenbo's mouth opened in the shape of a crescent moon. 65 Episode 64 Settlement. I see. I was trapped in a corrosive spell and pressed by a fire spell, I murmured softly. I'm going to defend myself with the defensive magic of the 8th circle, which is comparable to that of a fortress, and from there I will defeat the enemy with 2 types of magic, one by myself and one by my heart. This is the realm of the Sijinbo. It is likely that Sijinbo himself is an excellent wizard, and is skilled enough to use advanced magic without the mind armor. And since he was adding the 2 powers of mind dressing and jade, he would be no match for a simple soldier or adventurer. If they were so inclined, Sijinbo alone would be able to take on an entire army. I'm not sure if it's a good idea, but I'm sure it's a good idea. I can use this magic too, but even with the additional power of the jade, The number of tentacles is limited to 6. I'm sure you'll be able to find out more about this in the future. If it hit me, my body would burn like firewood and I would be turned into charcoal in the blink of an eye. It's a good thing that you're able to get the most out of this. Well, so what's the point? While thinking about this, I slashed the first flame that loomed in front of me with my heart outfit. The scorching hot arm that had attacked with a roaring sound was extinguished in an instant with all its heat. They didn't disperse. It was annihilated. It's as if they were swallowed up by an invisible monster. Not even a speck of hot air was blown into my face. The only thing I could feel was a slight breeze that smelled of burning. I swung my sword further. 2, 3, 4 swords. I ate the tentacles of fire that came at me in rapid succession, from one end to the other. When the number reached the count of 12, the Flame Princess magic disappeared. After confirming this, I thrust my sword into the ground as an afterthought. Then the magic power that had been rotting the ground was absorbed into the sword blade as if it were absorbed. Once the ground was rotten, it could not be restored. But those who were waist-deep in the muddy soil could not be swallowed by the ground anymore. Perhaps sensing the unnatural disappearance of magical power, Jirenbo raised his voice with a large amount of surprise and a small amount of dismay melded together. Okay, I see. So you've absorbed the power of a young man's mind suit. It also appears to be specialized in absorbing magic. You were using that ability to destroy the Wailing City first, weren't you? To me, a magician, this is a natural enemy. As soon as he said that, Jirenbo thundered his heartsuit with a fierce hand. He said, but there is a limit to how much magic you can absorb at one time, isn't there? If you attack from all sides with wide area magic, you won't be able to avoid them all. And there must be a limit to the total amount of magic power that can be absorbed. That's the reason for this kind of ability. If you absorb a magic power that exceeds the limit, the accumulated magic power and the young man's body will disperse to the four corners. I'll use the essence of my magic to guide you to the hell of eating. The dead Mount Guzan begins a screaming chant. With a chilling inflection, it echoes through the Duke's residence in the dark night. Eli, guarded by the hungry, confined by grudges, resounding by the vengeful spirits, resounding by the vengeful spirits of the mountains. His voice was more painful than ever, more scream-like than scream itself. The mind dressing is the user's homogeneous being, anima. Even though its meaning is different from that of a human, it is alive and exists. Perhaps it even has a will. Jirenbo gave his own half of his body an unpleasant pain and opened his mouth in an amused manner. I will teach you the secrets of magic. The word magic is used in the world of magic and witchcraft. For example, the gagang that I am good at is called the correct magic of the soil. There are far fewer magicians who know the meaning of this right than I do. Jirenbo tells us that magic is an unworldly thing. Magic is driven by unworldly laws, and it is a technology that should not be handled by humans. It was the ancient summoners who brought the magic into the hands of people. They made a pact with a demon that possessed a high level of fighting power, and modified the demon's technology so that it could be handled by humans. This is what is known as magic and witchcraft. The correct magic means correctly altered magic. If this is the case, then of course there is the original magic that has not been altered. This is what I and other high-ranking magicians call this magic. Demon magic that cannot be handled by human hands. Its use requires a great deal of magical power and energy. If it's a demon, it's nothing to worry about, but if it's a human being, it's unbearable. Hence, the use of the Eclipse Demon method would force the body and mind to undergo an irreversible change. Simply put, the more you use it, the less human you become. In high places, vampires, and immortals, rich. Among these demons, there are those who have fallen into the human body to master the art of witchcraft. It goes without saying that this is a dangerous knowledge. But if you want to rise to the top of the world as a wizard, you need to learn to eat. It's a good thing that you have to know about bad curses in order to give power to good ones. There is no value in a fortune that contains only good luck. They do not teach it in the College of Wise Men. It is a condition for becoming a first-rate magician that one must be aware of and master the existence of eclipse magic on one's own, so says Jirenbo. Thus, when he finished speaking, The chanting of the dead mound operator was nearing its end. Baboon. The great curse of the Eighth Circle, the primordial stronghold of Gagangtsai, is now unleashed. Even the disadvantages associated with the exercise are no match for me if I put on a hard outfit. Cursed by the devil, the only thing that will fall is the mind suit. Yet, bathed in that powerful and matchless curse, the mind dressing grows stronger and deeper. This is the essence of my wife's life. Come on, come on, come on, young no, my Kankyu. This forbidden curse, if you can eat it, try to eat it. Pile up the 5 organs to form a wall, and squeeze out the blood to make a shelter. It's a fortress in a remote prison. When the chanting ended, the blood-colored gates appeared and opened with a resounding sound. Out of it poured a great army of hungry grudges and evil spirits, the Gaki, and the evil spirits, Chimmy. A great spell summoned a castle in hell, and the entire army of the dead who are stationed there. If the Gagangtsai is mainly focused on the defensive side of the fort, this seems to be a magic that is mainly focused on the offensive side of the fort. No matter how powerful my mind dressing is, I can't intercept the walkers attacking from all directions at the same time, nor can I devour the entire infinite number of armies. That's probably what Jiranbo thinks. I'm not sure if this is right or wrong, but I understand what they are aiming for. However, we have no reason to go along with their approach. I wasn't just looking at Jiranbo, who was wielding his long tongue, or at Death Valley Jizn, who was continuing to chant. He has already finished pouring a limit amount of jade into his right hand's heart outfit. Just like when he had annihilated a group of manticores in the forest of Titus one day, the poured out jingles swirled in a spiral and covered the black sword blade, the tip of the sash, which only sends slashes flying. It's not just a matter of time before you're ready to go. I'm not going to be able to get it right. It's not a good idea to be able to have a good time. I'm not sure if I'll ever see it again. I'm not sure I've ever seen such a thing. It was as if the child at the table was banging on the dishes and screaming to be fed quickly. I would get that wish. With a shout of spirit, I slightly licked the sword raised high, and swung it down into a Kasagake. In the garden of the Duke's mansion, where all sounds had died out, the first person to speak was Saijinbo, who was probing your body with his right hand. Saijinbo probed your body with his right hand. First his left shoulder, then his right hip. In doing so, he could see that the sword wound was deeply engraved from his left shoulder to his right hip. What's more, even the heart piece he held in his left hand had been cut more than halfway through. As Jiranbo waited for Jiranbo to confirm this, a sound like thousands of shattered glass plates roared into the ears of all the people present. It was the sound of 2 kinds of magic shattered by my single sword that had been cut apart. At the same time as the magic disappeared, the army of brats that were about to be released into this world were also repatriated to their original place. He baboon. A high-pitched laugh, or rather, an exclamation, emanated from Jiranbo's mouth. Stupid, stupid, stupid. You cut through the magic of the 8th circle, the magic of the 2 regular eclipse, with a single sword. No. This is not something that has been sliced open. Nonsense, it's impossible. The ability to absorb is indeed fearsome, but as powerful as it is, its fetters are also great. Otherwise, the fetters would be unbalanced. I slowly walked up to the old man, who was in a frenzy by himself. The rotten ground was terribly difficult to walk on, but the old man didn't show any signs of escape, so there was no problem. Well, even if I say running away, the wound on the old man's body was definitely a fatal wound. The amount of souls that flowed in told that. Therefore, it could be said that there was no point in escaping, but I don't think that Saijinbo had such a graceful character. The reason why Saijinbo does not want to run away is probably because he is too upset to think that running away is an option. In fact, Jiranbo continues to rant and rave. The mind dressing is what gives form to the user's mind. What kind of monster do you have inside you that drinks the forbidden curse? Oh, Young has changed to you. I thought about taunting him, but there would be nothing to be gained by piling on the words with this old man. Besides, No matter how much of an enemy I was, I didn't want the people here, especially the Dragnout sisters, to see me lashing out at the old man who was on the verge of death. So I didn't say anything unnecessary. I just opened my mouth to hear the other party's final words. He's going to die soon, so you can't blame him for knowing that. Do you have any last words to say to him? You're gonna die. You want to kill me? Wait, young man. You, the heir to the sword, will you have a hand on my bannerman, the bannerman of the Blue Forest? Unfortunately, we are exiled from the city. You don't need to shy away from the lord of the monastery. Don't be so quick. Well, then, I will be a witness for the younger generation. This body is the 4th flag of the Blue Forest, the 9th rank. Seeing the power of the young man now, I'm sure Gokun-sama will be relieved of his disinheritance. It's useless. I don't want you to disown me now. Well, Jaikun is also my mother's family name, so I intend to recover my family name eventually, but I don't intend to ask for Gobo's help for that. Saying, I quickly moved my mind suit. The cutting edge of the black sword pierced through the face of death as Yuka Jisen. I'm not sure if this is a good idea or not, but I'm not sure if it's a good idea for me to be able to get the same level of hardness as me when he crossed blades earlier, but it was as fragile as a normal biwa. Perhaps due to the damage I received from the earlier sword. The automatic, counterattack didn't activate either, and the dead Tsukigami turned into dust and scattered into 4 pieces of dust so easily that it was disappointing. At that time, for just a moment, I felt as if someone had whispered something in my ear. However, that voice was too low to understand the meaning. All I knew was that the voice was terribly gentle and kind. And then Jirenbo, who had lost his mind gear, opened both eyes and his mouth opened wide. I was just about to hear a scream when I used my black sword to cleave Sejinbo's neck. It's clear that Jirenbo doesn't have the heart to express his final words, so there's no need to repeat them. The head was cut off and I immediately turned on my heel. Behind me, the wrinkled neck that had been split from my body fell to the ground and blood sprayed from my neck like a fountain. 66 Chapter 65, Hostage. The strangeness that struck King's capital Horus continued for some time even after Jijenbo was defeated. Even though the ringleader had fallen, the swarms of undead that had been unleashed across the city did not stop. The undead that appeared in Horus were all low-level individuals, and once the initial confusion was over, it didn't take long to clean up the area. Probably, Jirenbo had no serious intention of destroying the royal capital. If he went that far, it would affect the wedding ceremony between Crown Prince Canary and Princess Ad Astra that was scheduled in 2 months' time. That's probably why they didn't deploy powerful undead throughout the city, with the guards guarding the city block, the knights who sailed from the royal castle, and even the priests of the powerful temple. The swarm of undead was wiped out from the royal capital the next day. The matter is now settled. I'm not going to be able to say that I returned to Ishka without a care in the world, but rather, I was asked by Lord Dragnout about my situation. The conversation between me and Jirenbo was overheard by all the people who were there. I couldn't and didn't want to cover it up now, so I told the Duke what I knew. It must have been no small shock to the Duke to learn that his daughter's curse was caused by an Imperial sorcerer, and that the purpose of the curse was to force him to break off his daughter's engagement to the Dauphin. This was undoubtedly part of an Imperial invasion, and the domestic aristocracy that was promoting the marriage of the Dauphin to the Imperial princess was likely to have been in on the conspiracy. Revealing the truth would undoubtedly wreak havoc on the Canary Kingdom. But that doesn't mean he can't take the option of hiding the truth. That would only benefit the Empire. Of course, there is no way that the Imperial side will honestly admit to it if this incident is made public, and the wedding ceremony between the Crown Prince and the Princess will continue. If the kingdom's side broke off the marriage, they could use that as an excuse to start a war. The Ad Astra Empire has enough national power to make such a show of force possible. A deep crease was etched between the eyebrows of Lord Dragnout, the leading Canarian nobleman, and it wasn't going to disappear easily. Even for me, it's not someone else's problem. It is not unlikely that in the future, the Empire and my family will demand that I turn in the person who avenged Jirenbo, or, It is possible that the Canary King or the Marquis of Colchia, a pro-imperialist nobleman, fearing criticism from the Empire, may offer me as a human sacrifice for the sake of the people who killed Saijinbo. I've been thinking about this while the Duke and I have been discussing the matter. As a result, it was decided that my actions in this case would be kept under wraps, not to mention against the Empire, and also against Canary Island. The Duke of Dragnout was the one who took out Jijinbo, and all the information about Onigashima and Ad Astra shall be assumed to have been told by Jijinbo. At first glance, it appears that the Duke has taken credit for my achievements, but in reality, it was my suggestion. I didn't like the idea of Gokensora standing out in the open at this stage, so I decided to hide behind Lord Thunder. Why would I take such a step? It was to buy time. No matter what his nature is, Jijinbo is a person who has mastered the mind attire. If I, who was expelled from the island 5 years ago, were to be found to have killed a person who had reached the profound depths of the Otoyo Itoryu style, then Onijimbo would surely turn to me as a better user than Jijinbo. They're going to try to crush me with the face of the illusionary one-day school. I have no reason to be afraid of antagonizing Onigashima at this point in time, but to be honest, an all-out collision would be preferable a little later. It's time for the matter between Ilaria and Miroslav to be settled as well. I'd like to get it over with the Hayabusa sword and increase the number of targets other than Lunamaria Fasolitas, at least that far before I have to face off against the Avengers from my parents' home. I had made such a plan in a sketchy way. In addition, if I hide my name, then of course Onagashima's aim would be directed at Lord Dragnout, who avenged Jijinbo. No matter how famous the Lord of Thunder is, he is at a disadvantage if he is targeted by a higher-ranking bannerman of the illusionary one-day school. In that regard, I'm sorry to impose the danger on you. But the Duke himself laughed about this and said that there was no need to worry about it. In the first place, from the Duke's point of view, it was Onagashima's side that made the attempt. There was no other option but to antagonize the opponent who had cursed his daughter and made her suffer for over a year. Moreover, even if my name was revealed as the one who avenged Jijinbo, that would not eliminate the Empire's hostility towards the Duke. To the Ad Astra Empire, which is planning to invade Canary, Lord Dragnout is still an obstacle. Whether my name is withheld or not, the Duke is a threat to the Empire. Hence, my concern is useless. That was the Duke's statement, and so it was confirmed that I would return to Ishka. Of course, if push comes to shove, I will always ride to King's Landing in Klaus Solis and ride to the capital. When the Duke announced this at the dinner table, the first person to react was his second daughter, Claudia. Father, if that's the case, I want to go to Ishka. What? The father, Lord Dragnout, blinked at his daughter, who opened her mouth and spoke up in an unexpected way. What are you saying all of a sudden, Clough? Puzzled, Lord Dragnout asks. In response, Claudia smiles pleasantly and utters a few boisterous words. A hostage, father. The words didn't make sense to me, but Lord Dragnout seemed to sense his daughter's intentions. He looked at Claudia with a face that looked like he had drunk some vinegar. I hurriedly clipped my mouth. I just heard some unheard words. Based on the back and forth, I'm guessing that it will be Claudia who will be the hostage, and I will be the one holding her hostage. Why would that be the case? Mr. Sora, a nobleman may have to abandon his personal compassion under certain circumstances. Claudia says with a serious face, as for me, I have no choice but to stand tall and listen. After Sora-san returns to Ishka, there is a possibility that your father will break the agreement with Sora-san. However, if you hand over Sora-san's custody, the military action will stop if such a condition is given. His Majesty the King and the Marquis of Colchia will definitely agree to it, and your father will follow suit. Of course your father would object, but your father is a vassal of His Majesty and the head of the Duke's house. If His Majesty forces things in the form of an order, it will be difficult to disobey. But if he persisted in his opposition, the story would devolve into a rebellion of the Dukes. If that were to happen, tens of thousands of people, including the Duke's vassals, the people of his domain and their families, would be exposed to the fires of war. The duty of the head of a noble family is the survival of the house. You can't allow personal feelings to endanger your home. If such a situation arises, Lord Ragnoth will have no choice but to offer me as a sacrifice. Claudia made that clear with an uncharacteristic expression. I see. So that's the hostage, huh? Yes, sir. If you ever find yourself in that situation, please dispose of me as you see fit. Well, you did your best to reason with Ishka to keep up with him, didn't you? Yes. I did my best and thought about it with my sister. Yeah, a nice smile. And Astrid, you too, huh? It's no wonder she has a very un-Claudian argument. Your father also smiled. You'll be able to find out what's going on. It's a good thing that I'm the second daughter of the Dragnort Duke's family is at Sora-san's side. There won't be many people who can mess with the house I'm in. Well, that's certainly true, isn't it? There are a lot of things to go into when it's confirmed that we'll be living in the house together. But the simple fact is that if it turns out that there's a second daughter of the Duke's family at home, my influence in Ishka will increase more than ever before. The Adventurers Guild won't be able to take me lightly anymore. The guild will no longer be able to take me lightly, and this will help ease their hostility towards the Sparrows who live in the same house. I glanced at my sister, Astrid. Why had Astrid gone along with Claudia's plan? Perhaps Astrid wanted to keep her sister away from the capital to prevent her from being involved in another political conflict. Now that her betrothal to the Dauphin has been annulled, it is unlikely that Claudia will be the target of a curse or murder again, but there is no chance that her previous betrothal will be rehashed now that she has regained her health and the revelation of an imperial plot. It was probably Astrid's sisterly desire to prevent such noise from reaching Claudia's ears. Besides, if the Duke's residence was attacked again by political enemies or the Empire, if Claudia was in Ishka, even if they were wiped out, the blood of the Duke's family could be avoided. Astrid, who had witnessed the power of the heart armor user, seemed to have taken that into consideration as well. 67 Episode 66, Unexpected Determination, Unexpected Visit. Master, I need to talk to you. It was the night before we returned to Ishka that the beast girl, Seal, cut in with a terribly thoughtful expression on her face. What's the point of talking? I was about to blurt out something like that, but then I looked at the other person's face and stopped myself. Looking at their expressions, it's clear that they are serious. If that's the case, we should also respond seriously. Besides, I had an idea of the content of the story that Seal was talking about. By story you mean what you saw on the night of the attack, right? In response to my question, Seal nods his head in response to my question. I'm sure you're right, he said. The night of the attack is, of course, the night that Jijinbo attacked. I'm sure you'll be able to find out what's going on. I'm not sure if I've ever been in a position to go out and fight. I'm not sure if it's a good idea, but I'm sure it's a good idea. And Seal, who was also taking care of me, witnessed the scene. Because of the situation, I ate Luna Maria's soul quite forcefully and in large quantities. As a result, Luna Maria collapsed and I left her in Seal's care and headed for Jijinbo's side. It's natural for Seal to be suspicious of me in this situation. At any rate, Luna Maria had obviously collapsed because of her kiss with me. It's a good idea to have a good time with your friends. I had just been woken up by a hint of a heart attacker. I'm sure the current Seal wouldn't be convinced if I said to him, I always kiss Luna Maria when I wake up from sleep. If I used my position as master and slave to order the Seal to forget it, the Seal would retract his doubts. But from now on, I'm going to increase the number of people other than Luna Maria who are soul eaters. The likelihood that Seal, who lives in the same house, will see a similar scene is only increasing. It's also troublesome to come up with an excuse or order them to forget about it every time they do. This time, my origins. The information about my origins, my uncanny ability, and my mind attire were leaked to the Dragnort family. Then there's no point in hiding them from Seal. In the first place, Seal and Luna Maria both know my secret that even the Duke doesn't know. The person I hold becomes powerful. There's no point in hiding it even more. In a way, This time was a good opportunity to reveal the secret. The problem is that Seal is afraid of the vampiric ability to eat souls and tries to run away from me. Yes, if that happens, then we can free him from slavery and let him return home as originally planned. After keeping quiet, of course. And if they don't abide by that, then Seal will simply be deemed an enemy as well. While thinking about that, I explained to Seal that it was a good idea. Seal nodded with a serious expression on his face and listened to the explanation. I'm sure you'll be able to find a great deal of information on this. I'm sure that's what happened. Thank you for telling me. That's it? What do you mean that's it? No, if I do say so myself, it's dangerous to be someone who eats other people's souls, isn't it? I thought you'd be more like this, scared or frightened. Squeal? Wow, I've never heard a questioning scream or anything like that before. I look at Seal, who sits down with his head in a deliberate way, and I raise my eyebrows in a figure eight, troubled by the reaction. No, well, the fact that Seal can joke around after hearing everything is not a bad result for me. Then Seal chuckles and stands up. I tried my best to scare you. No, I didn't mean to tell you to be scared or anything. But you know what? It's very impressive to see a girl who was tickled and frozen from ear to tail, and the first time I met her, to be able to tell a joke. I didn't know what kind of person bought me at that time. After that, he would stroke my ears and tail so much that I didn't have time to sleep for days. Seal complains that this is why it took so long for the tension to dissipate. He looks at me with a vindictive look on his face, and I quickly look away. Seeing me, Seal smiles happily again, and as soon as that laugh disappeared, unexpected words were released from the mouth of the beast girl. Wow, I'm going to eat it too, right? When I nodded my head to see what he was talking about, he nodded his head at the same angle. Isn't that why you're working me out? Because you intend to raise the bar and eat? I clapped my hands with a pop at that. I'm not going to be able to get my hands on any of these things. I'm not going to be able to get the best out of it. To be frank, it's a misunderstanding. It's only recently that I've learned that my genie has an effect on others. The reason I had Seal in my arms was simply out of lust. However, from the perspective of Seal, who knows everything, my series of actions were probably just for that purpose. Since I understood that point, I decided to deny it again, but I'm always good. The beast girl clenched both fists and gingerly crowded in on me. I winced. What do you mean, you're okay? You can do the same thing with Luna. I'm ready for it. Point blank range. Serious eyes. Upward glance. Ocelots, bobcat, ears are standing on end, perhaps because of nerves or determination. I backed up a little bit, waving my hands from side to side in a hurry. No, it's okay. Don't worry about it. I'm not going to force myself to eat Seal's soul. Not by force, number. I am offering it because I want to be of service to my master. Newer. Seal's sincere words choked me up in reply. Truth be told, I had a desire, in the soulful sense, to eat Seal. I'm also convinced that it's definitely delicious. Not once or twice have I been tempted in that direction, such as when we were spending the night together, or when I was looking closely at a seal that was sleeping soundly after things were over. But I've decided that the only people who eat my soul, whether I kill them or hold them, are those who have hostile or harmful intentions towards me. You can't eat a seal that doesn't conflict with that. It's true that there is a voice in my heart that whispers, it's what he says, so I don't mind. The source of that voice is the fight with Jijinbo. When I cut down that old man, I naturally ate his soul as well. As a result, my level was raised to 9. Originally I was level 8 when I came to the capital. From there, I gave Luna Maria a soul and dropped to 7, then I gave Claudia a soul and my level dropped to 5 at once. A huge rise from there. Jijinbo alone had raised 4 levels in one fell swoop, and it was the first time since the Lord of the Flies Nest that he had risen so rapidly. At the same time, I had broken the barrier of level 9, which I had never been able to surpass, and the illusion of the talent limit that had been bothering me when I was level 1 had disappeared. Let's say I'm happy and satisfied. However, There was a problem that I realized once again after this event. That's the difficulty in raising my level of performance. As I've mentioned many times before, I reached level 8 when I defeated the Griffin. Since then, I've defeated Banshees, Sylar, Werewolves, and Basilisks, and I've eaten Lunameria's soul continuously, but my level hasn't gone up. This time, he broke that barrier by eating Jigenbo, who was level 73, but naturally, the wall of level 10 was expected to be even thicker than that of 9. If they continued to do things the way they had been doing them, they would never be strong enough. There is no guarantee that the opponents that will be dispatched from Onijimbo's place in the future will be able to handle me. I don't have the luxury of taking it easy. It's not an easy opponent for Jigenbo to deal with. Saijinbo, who was a magician in both his mind and body, was a pretty good match for me. If Saijinbo had a different trait, I would have had a much harder time with him. In that sense, it was an urgent matter to improve his level. From the above, Seal's offer was a crossroads for me. The reason I put a condition on my soul-eating partner is so that he won't become a monster that will fall into the hands of power and forcefully attack others. To be more specific, it's to avoid repeating the mistake I made in the brothel a few days ago. If the person being eaten is aware of the situation and says I can eat you, then there is no need to comply with the initial conditions. I pondered for a while, then confirmed it to Seal. There's no guarantee that the effects of having your soul eaten won't come out later on, you know? A soul eaten by me will recover with time, that's what I've determined, but there's no chance that Miroslav or Lunameria will suddenly die a sudden death, go insane, or even become a cripple one day. The repeated soul-eating could cause a change in their personality and character. There was the case of Miroslav, who disliked me like a snake, but became uncannily obedient. This is a matter common to Lunameria as well, though to a different degree. I told Seal about that too, but no change occurred in the way the Beast Girl looked at me. I'm very glad to see that Seal's decision has come to this point. I'm sure you'll be able to find a way to make the most out of your time in the event that you're in a position to do so. As a slave, Seal holds the right to live and die by me. Naturally, that should have a strong influence on this action. That means that the words that it's okay to eat a soul whenever Seal's free will. There was probably a lot of pressure to do this because it was the same slave, Lunameria, who was doing it. It would indeed be a bad idea to take advantage of those feelings. It's certainly not forced, but it's just as tacky. Nevertheless, it's true that the soul of a seal is attractive. So I decided to go through the procedure. Alright, if that's the case, then let's free the seal from slavery. What? But that's not. I put the words over the seal, who says something to me in confusion. If I still don't change my mind, I'll feel free to take it then. For now, we'll shelve this story until we return to Ishka, and when I said that, Seal looked a bit miffed, which was unusual. Maybe he felt as if his resolve had been tarnished. Well, he had put off what he had offered with his resolve, and it was no wonder he was in a bad mood. I'm sorry about that, but it hurts my poor conscience to eat the seal now, so please don't let it hurt my poor conscience. However, I didn't expect Seal to say something like this. Sooner or later, the sparrow won't say something similar. While thinking about that, I had to struggle to follow up with the seal in a good mood. I realized that even a normally calm child, or perhaps because she is normally calm, once she bends her navel, it's hard to do so. Fortunately, Seal's grumpiness didn't last long, and by the time we left the capital the next day, he was completely back to his usual self, so I was secretly breathing a sigh of relief. By the way, Claudia didn't accompany me on this return trip. I'm sure she wanted to go with me, but as you might expect, it's still early days since the attack, and moreover, she's not long after being freed from a year-long curse. So Lord Dragnoth didn't take kindly to the idea of an immediate move. Claudia is supposed to wait until she is somewhat settled before she comes to Ishka. And so we left the royal capital, which was littered with the scars of the earlier attack, and headed for Ishka. To tell the truth, I expected some contact or interference from the Crown Prince, who is obsessed with Klaus Solus, and the Marquis of Korkia, who is attached to the Empire. But it seems that they have no time for that after the incident with Jigenbo. and the return journey was peaceful. When I saw the familiar walls of the city after only a few days, I breathed a sigh of relief, which was a sign of my caution. I'm glad to have come back without incident, I thought so, but the relief was a bit premature. The reason for this is because there was a familiar young man sitting in front of my house with an extremely pissed off face. As soon as I saw that young man's face, I reflexively raised my eyebrows and muttered his name. Lars 68 episode 67 Lars request. Please. Your help me with Sora. In front of Ishka's house. When Lars saw my face, he shouted and bowed his head deeply without hiding from others. The person who was sitting on the wall bowed his head, and from the side, it was a kneeling position. I couldn't help but be confused by the suddenness of the situation. Frankly speaking, there was no way I was going to listen to Lars' request. But this is the first time I've seen Lars in such a state of weakness, and in that respect, I was curious as to what had happened. Speaking of interest, I'm also curious as to why Lars is alone. The reason Ilaria wasn't there was probably because she hadn't returned from Melt Village yet. But why was another person, Miroslav, not present? I invited Lars to my home to find out. The house was quite dusty from being away for a while, but Lars paid no attention to the dust, repeating his earlier words in a frustrated tone. I asked Lars about the situation, and the following is what emerged. Lars, Miroslav, and the 3 adventurers who had joined the party on a temporary basis. In total, our party of 5 headed to Mount Skim after I had left for the village of Murti. Lars and the others were busily climbing the mountain while I was meeting up with Priest Scylla over there. The goal was to exterminate the griffin. The client was some countess. Well, I didn't need to hear about this situation from Lars to know about it. That's because he had received a report from Miroslav before. The question is what happened to Lars and the others who headed to Mount Skim with the 5 of them. In conclusion, it seems that Lars, who arrived at Mount Skim, turned back just before the area where the griffin dwells. The cause was Lars' injury. It seems that he was on guard for the night with Miroslav when someone ambushed him and knocked him into a coma. When Lars woke up, he wasn't injured, but his strength was severely depleted and he was in no condition to fight. Mount Skim is a den of demons that ranks alongside the Forest of Titis. It's probably because the undead monsters that roam the mountain have drained the life, energy, of the undead monsters. Well, even if it's not limited to the undead, the same thing can be done with other monsters and even human magic. Anyway, after realizing the situation, Lars was stunned. It was partly because he had lost the power to fight the griffin, but even more so because he realized that he had already been taken down the mountain and put on a carriage back to Ishka. While Lars was unconscious, the others had descended the mountain with Lars in their arms and returned to Ishka, with only Miroslav remaining on Skim Mountain to look out for him. I reflexively frowned. I guess I felt accused at that, and Lars opened his mouth to bite me. I told you to go back at once. But Lars, who was flabbergasted, immediately made a look of disapproval. The 3 new members who joined the group did not follow Lars, the leader, because the 3 members were apparently more like helpers hired by Miroslav to eliminate the griffin than new members of the Falcon Blade. They put the orders of Miroslav, their de facto employer, ahead of Lars, who was the formal leader of the group, rather than Lars. In other words, the order to protect Lars and return to Ishka. From them, Lars was given a letter. Here's the letter. With that, Lars produced a piece of paper from his pocket. On it, in Miroslav's handwriting, were words of apology for being so selfish, that he didn't want to endanger you after you fell, and that he wanted you to wait for him in Ishka, as I would surely take care of the griffin. Reading this, Lars couldn't hold out for arrows or shields and tried to turn back on his own, but this action was blocked by the others. The 3 of them, under Miroslav's orders, tried to force Lars back to Ishka as he tried to return to Mount Skim. 1 against 3, and Lars, who was in a diminished state of physical weakness, was unable to resist, and was taken back to Ishka against his will. Upon arriving back at Ishka, the new members quickly disappeared, leaving Lars in a state of disarray. Their contract with Miroslav was only until they returned to Ishka, and it was probably none of their business what Lars did when he returned. Naturally, Lars immediately tried to return to Mount Shim. However, his physical condition still hadn't recovered, and this would make it difficult for him to deal with the lower-ranked demons that appeared around Ishka. It was impossible to climb Mount Skim again in such a state. Lars tried to recruit others to accompany him, but with the request for the Falcon Blade in decline, and the destination being the summit of Mount Skim, there was no adventurer who was willing to help. I asked the guild for help, but the guild was very reluctant to help. Miroslav could have gone back if he wanted to, but he chose to stay on top of the mountain. It doesn't matter if you were left behind after being attacked by a demon, if you stayed of your own volition. It is common sense for adventurers to assume responsibility for life and death afterwards. Nevertheless, the familiar faces of the receptionists, such as Lidl and Parfait, are said to be working, but preparations are said to be slow in progress. It took Lars 4 days to get back to Ishka from Mount Shim. If you include the time it took for them to descend the mountain and all the things that happened after they returned to Ishka, then almost 10 days had already passed since Lars and Miroslav parted ways. That's how long Miroslav was left alone in the mountains, and Lars was growing impatient, like he was losing his mind. It was then that I heard that I had returned from King's Landing. There's no way to hide the sight of Crow Solas, so my return is on the tip of people's lips, even if they don't like it. When Lars heard that, he came to my house, to shame, as he said, and that was the chain of events. Lars's request was, as expected, take the Wyvern and drive me to Mount Shim. The goal was to rescue Miroslav. I thought that he might even ask me to help him defeat the Griffin, but he didn't mention that. When I turned to look at him, Lars shook his head with a disdainful look on his face. Lars bit his lip as if he regretted saying that. His decision to insist on clearing his name had brought about the current situation. Looking at Lars, his eyes narrowed just a little. Lars must be thinking that Miroslav stayed on Mount Skim by himself because he wanted to be useful to him. Lars, this isn't a crazy idea. If one knew what Miroslav had said and done during his years of being close to Lars, one would have thought so. But is that really true? It's not like Miroslav's heart is no longer set on Lars, but on me. I'm not going to argue with you. I have no idea what is in Miroslav's heart. So far, Miroslav has been acting in my favor, but it's quite possible that they are just a stepping stone to mock me. But even with that in mind, Miroslav's actions this time around seemed unnatural. How would he eliminate the Griffin by himself? Even if he was able to defeat it, how would he bring back the corpse? Since it was for the purpose of taxidermy, if the face was scratched or the corpse was rotten, it would greatly affect the correctness of the request. Even if they had done their best to eliminate the Griffin, they might end up making a lot of money from it. There is also the question of what they are doing with their food and water. A more fundamental problem is that even if Miroslav fulfills his request alone, it will not help to clear Lars' name. His reputation as the Falcon may be restored, but Lars' reputation would be further diminished if he returned to Ishka, leaving Miroslav alone. It's hard to believe that Miroslav, in his single-minded focus on the good of Lars, didn't notice these problems. In fact, it's more likely that he did everything to further damage Lars' reputation. In that sense, it could be said that Miroslav's aim has already been achieved. So there's nothing wrong with rejecting Lars' request here and saying, yes, it's over. As I said before, I have no obligation to do what Lars asks of me. Rather, it's something I would rather point and laugh at. I've been thinking about this for a while now, but then the words crossed my mind. I'm sure you'll be able to find a great deal more to say. That was Lars' voice the first time I met him. As soon as I remembered that, my throat naturally stopped laughing. I owe Lars a debt of gratitude for recruiting me into the Falcon Blade. It's a debt of gratitude that I've dismissed as no longer having to worry about it since it broke down when I returned from the Lord of the Flies lair a few days ago, but to be honest, I was concerned about it, like a debt without a reminder. So I felt like I should take this opportunity to pay it back. Of course, I wasn't going to stupidly and honestly take Lars to Mount Shim. In the first place, Lars wouldn't be able to withstand the flight of a wyvern in his current state. For what it's worth, just riding in the Klaus Solas is quite exhausting. So, I was the only one heading for Skim Mountain. Lars may be unwilling to do so, But Lars' goal right now is not to eliminate the Griffin, but to rescue Miroslav. As long as we get Miroslav back safely, there's nothing to complain about. In fact, I wouldn't even listen to them even if they were complaining. In addition, I'll get to know Miroslav's true intentions over there and clarify our future relationship. Thinking about this, I slowly opened my mouth. 69 Episode 68 Miroslav Southall 3, Flap Your Wings, O Unseen Bird of Prey Suicide Hawk. With the end of the chanting, the invisible blade released from Miroslav's hand flew through the air. The second sphere wind magic accurately struck the demon flying through the air, the harpy, and cut the demon's right feather deeply. The deformed demon with the face and body of an old woman, bird feathers and lower body could not maintain its flight state and fell in a Kiramami-like manner while letting out a high-pitched scream. It could crash into the mountainside or be pierced by a coniferous treetop, but either way, it was not safe. Having killed the harpy, Miroslav immediately turned his sights on his next target. There were 7 harpies that attacked him. 3 of them were defeated. More than half of the enemy pack was still alive and well. The nature of the harpies was fierce and their appetite was voracious. It's not unusual for them to prey on monsters larger than themselves in groups. It's not difficult for 4 of them to devour a single human being. This is an enemy that can't be ignored until the last one is defeated. Miroslav set his sights on the next target for the Suiu, but, as if his sharp-edged battle intent had been conveyed, the movements of the harpies in the air were visibly disturbed. This flying demon was certainly ferocious, but on the other hand, it also had the cowardice to flee once it was seen to be at a disadvantage. After being cut down to half their number in an instant by the wind blade, the harpies must have figured out that it was too late, and turned their backs on it, ready to fly away from the humans. However, that move was only good bait for Miroslav, and he mercilessly unleashed his magic on the demons' backs. In the blink of an eye, the number of demons dwindled from 1 to 2. In the end, out of the 7 harpies, only 1 of them managed to escape safely. Miroslav calculated that he had killed 6 harpies in a short period of time. It could be said that this was a good result for a solo hunt on Mount. As if to prove this fact, Miroslav's body trembled greatly. The red-headed wizard immediately confirmed his level, and after a moment's pause, his face was a mixture of joy and relief, and he clenched his fists. After that, Miroslav quickly left the scene. This is because he was attracted by the sound of battle and the smell of blood, and he was wary that new demons would come to him. We welcome the demons to our home, but it's not a good idea to have a series of battles. A simple tent has been set up in the direction of the site, and the tent is surrounded by a ward to keep the demons away. This is Miroslav's base of operations on Mount Shim. This is where he sits and hunts demons. Needless to say, this is a dangerous act. For a wizard in the rear guard to be holed up alone in Skim Mountain is almost suicidal. But that's why the experience gained is enormous, and Miroslav's level has already risen 2 levels since he left Tishka, to 17. It's a good thing that you're not the only one. Magic stones, as the name suggests, are ores that contain magical power and can greatly reduce the burden on wizards. It was a valuable item, and if the magic stones that Miroslav had used and discarded were converted into gold coins, it would definitely be a fortune. If his father witnessed this scene, he would be half crazed and cursed. Miroslav thought that and smiled nastily. The magic stones used in the battles up to today, and the warding devices that are now being put up. These were all purchased with the aid of the Sorza Chamber of Commerce. I'm sure you'll be able to find out more about this in the future. It's a very good thing that you are able to get the most out of your time. Dismantle the falcon blade. Miroslav's purpose in this one case boils down to this one word. Forcing Lars and Ilaria to go their separate ways was part of the plan. The dismantling here includes the relationship between Miroslav himself and Lars. After splitting up the relationship between the 2 childhood friends, I will get Lars. Such a plan did not exist. The love she once had for him, to be sure, has now faded badly. It was like being dragged into a bottomless swamp for a month. Whether it was hatred or lust, I had never experienced such an outpouring of emotions in my life. Compared to the denseness with which he was torture to the soul, The goodwill Lars showed him and the love he had for him felt as light as cotton candy. What occupies Miroslav's mind now is fear, disgust, regret, remorse, atonement, flattery, favor, and submission to Sola. It was truly a crucible of passion, a crucible in which, like a flooded river, Miroslav's emotions were swept away. That's exactly what happened, to the extent that he was able to resolve to dismantle the falcon sword that he had spent 5 years building up. It's not that I don't like Lars or want to hurt him, just that I don't like him or want to hurt him. Of course, I have no desire to kill him. But the fact of the matter is that Miroslav has made this plan in order to help Lars. As Miroslav sees it, Sora does not harbor strong animosity towards Lars. The fact that he gave clear instructions to Lunamaria and Ilaria, but not to Lars, is proof that he did not have them. But with Lunamaria taken from him, Lars will not stop being hostile to Sola. If even Ilaria falls into Sola's hands, even more so, he will be fiercely hostile to Sola. And if that continued, it was obvious that hostility toward Lars would grow in Sola's mind. Before that happened, Lars's hostility to Sola had to be extinguished. But this was not an easy task, for it was Miroslav himself who had guided Lars' thinking by inciting his hostility towards Sora. If that Miroslav turned around and defended Sola, he would be suspicious in any case. That's why he decided to use the request brought by Lars himself to exterminate the Griffin. Lars is adamant about clearing his name, so he avoids any suspicion by following Lars' request and keeps the stage clear behind the scenes. Miroslav's aim was simple. After losing Lunamaria, Lars' reputation as an adventurer has been in decline and he has become impatient. This impatience had been accelerated after the clash with Ilaria. Lars himself knows better than anyone else that it's impossible to eliminate the Griffin this time. And when the result was that Miroslav was about to be lost, how much grief and regret did Lars feel? And when that grief and regret is saved, all animosity will have lost its color. In that sense, Skim Mountain was a perfect situation, because no matter how much Lars disliked Sora, if he wanted to save Miroslav as soon as possible, he would have to turn to the Dragon Knight who could fly. He also made some small changes so that Lars couldn't rely on anyone but Sora. Since Miroslav himself decided to stay behind, he couldn't call for help from the Adventurers Guild, and even if he did, the guild wouldn't move. The 3 members of the guild will be quick to explain the situation to the guild so that they will not be thought to have abandoned Miroslav. If there was a problem, it was that the timing of Sola's return from the village of Murti was unknown, and it was not clear if Sola would be willing to help in rescuing Miroslav. For a while, Miroslav thought about sending a messenger to the village of Murti in Alexandra's name, but in the end, he didn't do it and came to Mount Skim like this. This was because Miroslav himself had something on his mind. Suppose the plan worked, the Falcon Blade was dismantled, and a reconciliation between Lars and Sora was achieved. What then? Miroslav had planned to send Lars out of Ishka and then return to Sora. But Sora would not expect Miroslav to come back. Otherwise, he wouldn't put a condition such as "I won't tolerate the Falcon Sword" after taking away Lunamaria and Ilaria. Perhaps Sora thinks that Miroslav's actions are to monopolize Lars. From another point of view, Sola is already disinterested in Miroslav. She released Miroslav in order to use the Sword of the Falcon as a tool to break down the Sword of the Falcon from the inside, and there is no trust or confidence in it. If Miroslav follows instructions, he'll make money, and if he doesn't, he'll be killed as an enemy. This is the way he thinks. The reason why Miroslav is risking his life to improve his skills in the mountains is to show Sora how useful he can be. From her month-long experience in captivity, it is clear that she has learned something very similar to energy drain. And if we look back at her words and actions at that time, we can assume that it was due to the level. To put it bluntly, what she is looking for is a high level of food. If that's the case, as long as Sola reached a level where she could move her fingers, she should be able to attract his interest. If Miroslav has miscalculated, it would be that as soon as Sola returned from the village of Melt, this time she headed for the royal capital. At that time, Lars had not yet returned to Ishka, and as a matter of course, he was unable to call on Sora for help. As a result, Miroslav's solo hunt had already lasted more than 5 days and was soon to reach 10 days. When you're an adventurer, camping out in the field is an everyday occurrence. It's not so hard to make a noise with the extent of Miroslav and this. But it's not a comfortable way to live without a good change of clothes or a bath. Food and water are finite, and the wards that are in place are not effective against all magical beasts. How many times had I jumped up in the middle of the night when I heard a beast trampling on a fallen leaf? He was aware that he was feeling overwhelmed, and he knew that if he continued like this, he would run out of energy and strength to descend the mountain. But Miroslav continued to stay in the mountains. The current situation was one of prediction. Otherwise, there was no way he would have stocked up on a quantity of magic stones that would not be used up even if it took 10 days. Miroslav continued to slay the demons. He continued to kill demons, driven by the suspicion that he might have gone mad a long time ago, and he continued to kill demons. Should it be worth it? 3 days after counting, when he heard the flapping of the wyvern's wings, Miroslav's level had gone up 2 more levels to 1970 in the intermission at Unagashima. In Unagashima, where powerful demonic beasts and monsters roam the streets, there is only one place where the people can live in peace. The fortress city built by the founder of the Ito School of Illusionary Art and the first sword sage is called Iragi Mako. A bird's eye view of the Iragi metropolis from the zenith forms a beautiful 7-pointed star. It was a so-called star-shaped fortress, and it was one of the 2 absolute duties assigned to the 8 blue-lined banner to protect these 7 defensive battlements from the outside world. The 7 units from the 2nd to the 8th flag were responsible for defending the 7 garrisons. The first banner, led by the head of the family himself, was deployed in the center of the Iragi city. They were the rear of the 7 banners and were also charged with another absolute task, to protect the center of the Iragi city. That is, the role of holding back the demons that overflowed from the demon gate that existed in the center of the Iragi capital. A threat from outside and a threat from within. In the more than 300 years since its construction, the Iragi city had been constantly exposed to these 2 threats. It is a desperate situation that in any other city or country would have crushed the inhabitants and others in the blink of an eye. But Iragi city was still alive and well today, and within its walls, adults worked with sweat on their foreheads and children laughed and whispered. They believed there was no threat to frighten the Iragi metropolis, or if there was, it would never happen to them. That trust was neither blind faith nor an illusion. It is a solid reality, a trust that has been brought about by 300 years of peace, a trust that has roots and roots. Because of that miracle, the trust of the swordsman who governed the island was thicker than the walls of Iragi, and higher than the watchtower. Gazsima thought, and looked proudly at the back of his lord who was walking in front of him, the 17th sword sage, Mikan Shikibu. His body was slim and he was not remarkably tall. He had a medium build and medium height. He was taller and thicker than Gozu. However, the power stored within his body is incomparable. The name of a swordsman is not to be confused with the name of a swordsman, and in addition to their position, they stand at the pinnacle of the 8 flags of the Blue Forest in terms of strength. The strongest in Unagashima, which means the strongest in the empire, and by extension, the strongest in the world. Giz respected his lord with all his heart, and he felt an unparalleled honor that his sister Cecil had given birth to his lord's child. Shikibu's children were many, and his nephew, Ibuki, who would be 4 years old this year, would not be taking over the Goken's family. But that fact did not affect Giz's emotions in the slightest. The blood of a swordsman entered the Sima family, and that alone was enough for Giz to be proud of his late parents and the generations of Sima family heads. He couldn't wait for the day when he would be able to teach the grown-up Ibuki the sword. When you think about it, the image of a boy suddenly comes to mind and a sinking feeling runs through Giz's face. He is a legitimate son of the sword once entrusted to him by his lord. A bitter memory of trying to raise him to be a full-fledged bannerman, but failing to do so. It's been 5 years since we parted company. What are they doing now? Even as he was thinking about that, Shikibu was moving forward, and Giz hurriedly followed his master. Eventually, Shikibu stepped into the basement. He went down a long flight of stairs, then down and down some more to reach a room in the depths of the earth. where the light of day did not reach. In a confined space where not a single breeze was blowing, there were seemingly countless candles lined up. Almost all of the candles were lit. The lack of wind means that the flow of air has ceased to exist. There was no way the place could be lit indefinitely, but every candle was burning brightly and showing no signs of going out. As soon as he stepped into the room, Giz unconsciously furrowed his brow. In the center of the room sat an old woman surrounded by countless candles. Giz knew that the candles in this room were all the old woman's mental attire, his ability to grasp the state of all the Kingland banners while he was here. Naturally, there was a portion of the candle for Giz, and perhaps a portion for Shikibu as well. It was terribly unsettling to have one's life embodied in the form of a candle and left in the hands of an old woman. That's why Giz didn't like this place. Not that life would go away if the old woman blew out the fire. I understand that. And here, Shikibu spoke up for the first time. Which of the bannermen was the one who fell? A low voice echoed through the room. The old woman opened her mouth in response to the Lord's question. Their fourth flag is in the 9th position, Your Highness. Jijinbo. As you wish. As he was wearing a heart robe, I am certain that he was killed in battle. When Giz heard it behind him, he raised his eyebrows in a different way than he had earlier. Giz didn't know who Jijinbo was or where he was or what he was doing. But if there were any war deaths on the island, Giz would surely hear about it. This means that Jijinbo was killed outside the island. A single-digit wielder who had mastered the mind attire was killed by people outside the island. It wasn't a surprise attack or a surprise attack, but rather with the use of his mind armor. It was an anomaly that caused even a warrior as big as Giz to move his eyebrows. After a brief silence, Shikibu's mouth moved. It's Giz. Jijinbo was busy in the Canary Kingdom. Jijinbo was in love with the Canary Kingdom and had a secret order to consummate the marriage of the crown prince of that country and the Princess Sakura. This was an imperial edict, and if they failed to do so, the emperor's advisors would be in an uproar. The identity of the person who attacked the bannerman of the Kinglin family is also a matter of concern. As you wish. Then I will go to the Kingdom of Canary and show you what is going on. You're in charge. Take 2 of the bannermen under your command. It was not because he doubted Giz's skills, but rather in order to go show the young bannerman the outside world. From the point of view of education, it was necessary to show the young man, who only knew life on the island, the outside world. However, even an ordinary soldier on the island could become a hero in the outside world. Some of the young men who came to know this fact were more interested in the glory of the outside world than in the brutal battles on the island, and so they made a run for it. Hence the need to have someone to look out for them, and Shikibu ordered Giz to do it while he was gone. It was clear that Shikibu did not consider this case to be of any importance. All he cared about was his sword and the protection of the Demon Gate. However, no matter what is in the master's mind, as a vassal, you must respond to the orders given to you with every fiber of your being. Giz nodded emphatically. Yes, sir, I will take you at your word and show the young ones what's out there. As he said that, the names of 2 young people came to his mind. Strangely, they were the same age as the earlier legitimate son that came to mind the other day. Like Ayaka and Laguna, they were 2 of the 7 who were hailed as the Golden Generation. 71 Episode 69, Dissolving Falcon's Sword. This is a blunder that cannot be overlooked, Sir Elgato. Of course, I'm sure you know that I don't need to tell you that. After all, you are an active first-class adventurer. The moment he heard the mixture of sarcasm and irony in his voice, Little's eyebrows, who was standing behind Elgato, lifted up in an eyebrow. He was about to open his mouth, but remembering the other party's identity, he quickly discouraged himself. If Elgato was the master of the Adventurers Guild Ishka branch, then this opponent was the master of the Adventurers Guild Horus, royal capital of Canary branch. Sergei. He is a talented young nobleman who has been appointed to the position of guild master when he is still in his 20s. It was presumptuous for Little to interfere in the discussions between guild masters. Therefore, Little had no choice but to keep his mouth shut. I'm not sure if I know what's on the mind of Little or not, but Sergei continued to use sarcastic words. It's not just a matter of time before you'll be able to get your hands on a new one. Do you know? This adventurer named Sora has formed a friendship with the Dragnort Duke's family in the royal capital. It's rumored that His Highness' second daughter, Claudia, will be moving into his house soon. Naturally, this must be with an eye toward a future marriage. Claudia Dragnort was cursed to break her off her marriage to the Dauphin, and her status in the aristocracy declined dramatically. However, that doesn't change the fact that she is still the daughter of the Duchess of Dragnort. There are countless nobles who dream of marrying Claudia, especially among small and medium-sized nobles. Sergei, who is himself exactly one of the small and medium-sized nobles, understands this. The Duke's intention of giving such a daughter to a single man was clear. Did he take a great deal of interest in Sola's character, or was it to get the Dragon Knight in the wild into the Duke's family at all costs? Either way, there was no doubt that Duke had a high opinion of Sola. You have cut off such a person, Sir Elgato, a young man who should have been a very great help to the Adventurers Guild. I am very aware of my responsibilities, Sir Sergei. It's natural to feel responsible. The most important thing is how to atone for the blunder, isn't it? Sola, who was cut off by you, must not have good feelings for the Adventurers Guild. In the worst-case scenario, we're going to turn the biggest noble family in the country, the Dukes of Dragnort, against us. Ouch, it's too painful a blunder. And that's where we come in, this time, the commotion over the Falcon Sword. This must have been the main point, because both of Sergei's eyes glittered. Elgato narrowed his eyes slightly, and Liddell pulled his lips into a tight knot. The Sword of the Falcon, an up-and-coming young party that is no stranger to the Ishka Adventurers Guild. It's a good idea to have a good time with them. The Sword of the Falcon failed in its attempt to defeat the Griffin, as requested by Count Albi, and the leader has fled back to Ishka. The leader returned to Ishka, and the daughter of the Sorza Trading Company, who had remained alone in the mountains, was almost rescued by Sora. On the day she returned from the capital, the leader of the Falcon Blade begged her to come to his rescue, and she went to his rescue on the same day. It's an admirable deed. Now, in the meantime, what were Lord Elgato and the Ishka branch doing? No, you don't have to say anything. Looking at the results, it's clear that Sir didn't send a single rescue party. Hold on, sir. We've organized a rescue party. It's a good thing that you're able to get the most out of this article. He just shook his head lightly from side to side. Organized? You did not, Miss Liddell. You tried to organize, that's all. It didn't end up happening in time either, so that doesn't explain anything. Yes, it would be unfair to equate an ordinary adventurer with Sola, who drives a dragon, but that being said, the Ishka branch must have figured out the situation days earlier than Sola did. They could have moved ahead of Sola, isn't it? It's Lord Elgato. President Souza was furious when he heard what had happened. Of course he was. He almost left his beloved daughter to die. The Souza Chamber of Commerce has given us a great deal of money in the past, but that relationship is over. Yes, I stopped by Count Herves before I came here, and he wasn't too happy about it, was he? Well, this is just as well. It was Sora, who had nothing to do with the guild, who rescued the adventurers who had fallen on hard times to fulfill the Count's request and who killed Griffin. I was even impressed by the irony that the Adventurers Guild is such an irresponsible and ruthless organization. Saying that, a victorious light flashed in Sergei's eyes as he looked at Elgato. If you ask me, I heard that some of the members of the Falcon Sword have decided to join Sora's clan. The Blood Smoke, Chikamuri, Sword, was it? This can no longer be described as painful. It's a fatal blunder. As you may already know, this matter is also being called into question at our headquarters in the Holy Kingdom. Lord Elgert is one of only 3 first-class adventurers in this country. Although he is the target of many adventurers' admiration, you should be prepared to face the inevitable penalties for this incident. I would like to defend him for as long as I can, but I cannot give falsehoods to headquarters. I hope you will not hold out too much hope. Don't look so glum, Mr. Liddell. You're going to ruin that pretty face of yours, aren't you? I'm not wearing a mask, Master. Liddell couldn't help but raise his voice at Elgato's teasing words. Sergei had already left the room, and the only ones left in the room were Elgato and Liddell. But Sir Sergei's mannerisms were too rude. In the first place, This is not something that I would come to say, even if I had to leave King's Landing, which is in turmoil because of the undead attack earlier. Sir Sergei has misjudged the gravity of the matter. Haha, Liddell, you're no match for Sir Sergei. Well, I don't deny that I was fed up with his sarcasm, but Elgato chuckles. In contrast to Elgato, who has a reputation as an adventurer, Sergei has no track record as an adventurer. Sergei's abilities are demonstrated not in adventure but in negotiation. I'm sure you'll be pleased to know that I'm not the only one who's had to deal with this. But I'm not the only one who's had to deal with this, and I'm not the only one who's had to deal with this. But he is not well versed in the intricacies of adventurers, and is not well received in the field. It's a good thing that you're able to get the most out of your time in the world. That said, most of the facts about Sora's case are true. You can't help but see it as a problem. The expulsion was justified and in accordance with the rules. The master can't be blamed for this. Liddell thinks that the fact that he has a head start afterwards does not erase the fact that he has violated the code. But those who try to drag Elgato down, like Sergei, don't even try to look at that aspect, or they see it and then ignore it. That's what made me angry. Elgato is not responsible for the Sword of the Falcon either. There was no flaw in mediating the request to defeat the Griffin, and Sora's daughter, Miroslav, remained at Mount Skim on his own accord. This is testified to by the members who accompanied her, and above all by Miroslav himself, who returned on the Wyvern. Nevertheless, there was no end to the accusations against Elgato. I wanted to do something about it, but I couldn't do anything about it, and that's how we got to this day. Liddell resigns from Elgato's room with a wrinkle between his eyebrows. Perhaps that's why no colleagues approached Liddell when he returned to the department. Normally, Parfait, he would have said, "Senior, face. I'm afraid of your face." However, Parfait is still lying on his desk, unaware of Liddell's return. Parfait, who is in charge of the Sword of the Falcon, is one of the people who have been badly affected by the recent turmoil, and that must have made him mentally and physically exhausted. After returning to his seat, Liddell looked back at the current state of the Falcon swords while doing his current work. According to him, Miroslav will follow Lunamaria's lead and leave the guild to join the Sword of Blood Smoke. Although Lars is not leaving the guild, he says that he will return to his original intentions and expresses his intention to leave the adventuring business for a while. He's going to spend some time in his home village of Murti. It seems that Parfait was quite persistent, but looking at Parfait's current condition, it was obvious that his persuasion didn't work as well as he had hoped. The only remaining member of the Falcon Sword was Ilaria, but considering the daily words and actions of Iria, it's unlikely that she'll continue to be an adventurer, knowing that she and Lars have parted company. The second is the fact that the Falcon Blade has effectively disbanded. 72 Episode 70, Intricate Thoughts. Thank you, Sola. Thank you so much. 3 days ago, Lars repeatedly thanked me for returning from Mount Skim with Miroslav, his face crumpled with gratitude and relief. His face was even more pale than the other day, a sign that he hadn't slept well since I'd come to his rescue. For Lars, this one ended up being a repetition of his previous unconsciousness, the fact that he had been the first to pass out in the fight with the Lord of the Flies. Not only that, he had once again put his friends in danger because of his own ineptitude. He must have been truly sorry about that. When Lars confirmed that Miroslav was safe, he was so happy that he forgot about his rant to me. To Lars, Miroslav was very gracious to him. The sight of her eyes watering and her cheeks blushing as she clasps Lars' hand is, for all intents and purposes, that of a maiden in love. How many of us can see this scene and guess that Miroslav is the one who caught Lars unawares in the mountains at night and prized his consciousness from him? As someone who knows the other side of the story, I find Miroslav's performance quite frightening. But perhaps this is also Miroslav's true intentions. That's how I felt when I remembered the incident in the mountains. Talking with Miroslav on Mount Skim, I knew all about what the red-haired wizard was thinking. There was no reason to dismiss Miroslav's wishes when I wanted someone other than Lunamaria to supply my soul. Even more so when I heard that he had been slaying demons in the dangerous mountains for me. The only condition that Miroslav offered me was a plea that he didn't want me to do anything more to Lars. As it turned out, I agreed to it because I had no intention of doing anything more to Lars in the first place. However, if Lars had made a move on us, that was a different story. Miroslav also seemed to understand that. In the internal discussions within the Sword of the Falcon, it was decided that Lars would leave Ishka. The reason for his decision to leave was Lars's own, but Miroslav probably induced him to do so as well. As for Miroslav himself, he found out that he and Lars had parted company and decided to join the Sword of Blood and Smoke. He explained to Lars that he wanted to repay him for saving his life, and Lars agreed with him. Rather than agreeing with him, Lars was aware that he was in no position to disagree with the decision. After all, Lars was convinced that he was the one who had put Miroslav in danger. But I had my own concerns. For whatever reason, Miroslav, who had been so hostile to me for so long, was now working with me. The possibility that Lars was suspicious of this was undeniable. Even if Lars himself didn't notice it, it's also possible that the people around him, Ilya, the guildmaster, the receptionist, would get wind of it and tell him something unnecessary. In that sense, it was not a good idea for Lars to decide to return to his home village of Murti. It's because Ilaria is in Melt village. It was only a few days ago that the two of them were made to go their separate ways. Miroslav wanted to lead Lars to another location, but once he was told that I, the leader, will tell Ilaria what happened, he could only nod. Miroslav later apologized to me, but as a matter of fact, I was pleased to hear this. If I saw Lars again, he would probably reconcile with me, saying that Ilaria was something. As a result, my goal of winning Ilaria was greatly diminished, but I gained something in return. What that was, namely, a village priest to replace the priestess Sailor, Ilaria's mother. The priestess Sira, whom I met in the village of Melt, has left a strong impression on me in many ways. It's not uncommon for a daughter to take over her mother's position. If this happens, it will be one less obstacle to inviting Priest Sailor to come to Ishka, and I'm happy to oblige. I'd be more than happy to talk about it. I'm not asking you to leave Melt and move to Ishka right now. It's not impossible for me to save Melt from poisoning, but that's not a very polite way to repay the favor. For my part, I have no intention of tying up Priest Sailor Priestess with gratitude. We'd like to proceed with our mutual agreement. Perhaps you'd like to invite me to your home. For starters, we've talked about cooking in the past in connection with Chrysalis, so if we can get behind that, it should be a natural invitation. With the 3 children, of course. Well, when the kids are with us, we can't just fly to Chrysalis, so the number of days to go back and forth will increase. And it's hard to plan, but that's just it. I intend to take my time and fill in the blanks. After the matter of the Falcon Blade was settled, the first thing that I took care of was the issue of Seal's slaves. One day I took Sealand, along with Luna Maria, to visit the Slava Fyodor. Then I will remove the slave ring. May I have your permission, Lord Solar? In one of the rooms of the Union building, a string-eyed Slava comes to confirm. In response, I nodded my head clearly. Yes, please. Very well. So Fyodor muttered something to himself and touched Seal and Luna Maria's collar. Then the collar, which had been seamless, came off easily. Seal, who had been nervous even to the side, blinks his eyes in surprise, and Luna Maria has her hand on her throat in confusion. Fyodor smiled at them both and said with a smile, "The removal of the slave ring has been completed. As a result, your names have been removed from the list of our union." "Congratulations, Lady Luna Maria and Seal." In response to Fyodor's exaggerated congratulations, the two of them made an indescribable expression and only gave a small nod. That is, well, it wouldn't be honestly pleasing to hear a Slava say, "I'm glad to be freed from slavery." What kind of sarcasm is that? By the way, Fyodor's statement that you will be removed from the union's roster has to do with the collar they had been wearing, the slave ring. I've already mentioned that the slave ring is endowed with a number of magic. You'll be able to find out what's going on in the world, and you'll be able to find out what's going on in the world. My interest in this transaction is the slave ring. It's a good thing that I'm not the only one, but I'm not the only one. What it means is that when I die, the remaining Luna Maria will not be freed, but will become the property of the Union. It's because of that advantage that the Union lend me a valuable slave ring. I've already mentioned the reason for removing that convenient slave ring. But I've already mentioned the seal. The only way to be sure that Seal's determination to eat his own soul was not influenced by his slave status is to actually free him from slavery. As for Luna Maria, this is honestly an afterthought for Seal. However, Luna Maria's fall into slavery is still a thorn in Lars's side, and it is still a thorn in his heart. I had calculated that if I pulled that thorn out of him at this time, Lars would become even less hostile to me. Besides, when I invite Sailor Priest to my house in the future, if he sees a slave collar around Seal's or Luna Maria's neck, his favoritism towards me might be greatly diminished. I could be told that I won't be allowed into the clan of someone who would enslave others, etc. I don't want to do that. I don't think that Luna Maria will rebel against me now, so I decided to take this opportunity to collectively eliminate the concerns. Once the two of them are freed from slavery, the next step is to prepare to welcome Claudio in. Oh busy, as I was jokingly saying that, Miroslav brought an interesting story. The story was that the master of the King's Capital Adventurers Guild wanted to meet me. 73 Episode 71 Change. Politely declined the offer. The Adventurer Guild Master of the Royal Capital Horace wants to see you, Miroslav told me that without much hesitation. Hearing that, Miroslav blinks his eyes. Is that all right? I don't mind. My plan, which is currently being implemented, focuses on peacefully picking a fight with the guild. Once you get involved in a dark fight within the guild, it's no longer peaceful. That's why I chose to remain quiet here. Well, I'll just watch the plight of Elgato, Ishka's guildmaster, and Lidl, the receptionist, from afar and giggle and say suck it up. I don't think we will ever fall out of the category of peace under these conditions, I think. Of course, I didn't just choose to remain silent for the sake of being literal. If I made a wrong move now, the guild might find out about my real plan. He wanted to avoid that. That plan was, in other words, a way to peacefully pick a fight with the guild. The content was to publicize the one incident in which the Falcon Sword used me as a bait in the fight against the Lord of the Flies and make me formally apologize. Since Lars, the leader of the team, is away from Ishka, it is Miroslav, the perpetrator, who apologizes on his behalf. The reason why Miroslav is joining the Sword of Blood and Smoke is to take responsibility for this one incident. If he explains so externally, the unnaturalness of Miroslav's actions will be eliminated. The perpetrator apologizes and the victim forgives. It's really a peaceful solution. Well, if the facts are made public, the words and actions of the Ishka Adventurers Guild and its staff in this case will inevitably be revealed. The faces of those who twisted reason to protect the reputation of the adventurers would be destroyed. But that's not my concern. All I have to do is make peace with the Falcon Blade. I'm not going to have to worry about the consequences of that, whether the guild is humiliated or embarrassed, or even impeached by another city's guild masters. It's none of my business. Whether it's Elgato or Lidl, I hope that at the very least, they will take their duty to work for Ishka to heart and act accordingly. As for Miroslav, who brought this story, he probably thought that by using Sergei or some other guild master of the royal capital, he could put a stop to the Ishka branch. But if I stepped into that point, my presence would be too far in front of them. Only peacefully. It's just a result. And yet, in order for my intentions to be conveyed to the people involved, I thought this was about the right amount of salt. There are other reasons why I came to this conclusion. I'm talking about Onijima, of all places. There should still be some time to wait until the death of Jijinbo is reported to the swordsman family and a replacement is dispatched. But even so, we can't just sit around and wait. I should have avoided wasting any more time by getting involved with the guild. So, we'll have to wait and see about the guild for a while. I'm sorry, Master. Miroslav reluctantly responds to my words. By the way, this master is not what Luna Maria calls master but master of the clan sword of Chaikamuri. Even being politely addressed by that Miroslav made him uncomfortable. but the day when he would be openly called master in public. Even when he was locked up in the Lord of the Flies nest, he wasn't this obedient. Frankly, I'm very uncomfortable. My ass is itchy. I didn't think it was Miroslav's way of peacefully picking a fight with his allies, or even that I had an evil idea. Whether or not he knew what I was thinking, Miroslav continued on in a calm voice. I have one more thing to tell you. What is it? My father wishes to meet with his master. I would appreciate it if you would consider it. The chairman of the Southall Trading Company? Are you thanking me for saving your life? However, in reality, he is curious about the master's connections. The master has made the acquaintance of Count Elby through this matter. I heard that you had formed a friendship with Duke Dragnout in King's Landing. I'm sure he heard about it. You've got a good ear for it. Do you want me to do it for you? As the master would have it. The man-hating, father-hating wizard responded in a calm tone. He said, my father must have looked to the master as an alternative to the falcon sword for assistance. If you comply, it will be easier to extract assistance from my father in the future. However, in exchange for this, he will also be used more often to meet with noblemen, so if the master is unwilling to do so, I think it would be better to refuse. You don't mind if I do? Yes, I will obey my master's decision. Then Miroslav stared up at me with his eyes. His eyes, once tinted with disgust, were now moistened with the opposite emotion. I felt a thrilling-esque sinus in them, and I swallowed my gulp of air. The Miroslav of before had a head of gently wavy red hair that stretched to his chest. That hair had been cut off once when I'd kidnapped him, or more accurately, when I'd freed him. But now it had grown back to just over his shoulders again. An unfamiliar sight, of a familiar opponent. I felt a suffocating sensation I didn't know why, and I forcefully pulled Miroslav into a hug as if to shake off the sensation. There was no resistance. Miroslav joined the Sword of Blood and Smoke and came to live at my house. It was too much trouble for him to leave the house every time he got his soul eaten, so I made a plan to do so. It seems that he planned to do the same, so the move went smoothly. With this, there were some changes in the clan. What I was most worried about was the relationship between Miroslav and Luna Maria. No, it's presumptuous to call it worrying. After all, I was the one who broke the ice between the two of them. Even though it was under my orders, Miroslav was instrumental in bringing Luna Maria down to slavery, and Luna Maria is also aware of this. I expected that no matter what, it would be awkward. However, contrary to my expectations, there was no quarrel between the two of them. Maybe they had something in common, as they were both in the same situation. Well, as expected, it couldn't be the same as when they were in Falcon Sword, but I didn't feel any spikes in their conversation. Next, the relationship with Seal. I can say that things are generally good here. Miroslav treated Seal as a junior member of the clan with courtesy, and Seal treated Miroslav as a senior adventurer with respect, so there were no problems at all between the two of them. What surprised me the most was the relationship between Miroslav and the Sparrow. These two. I was surprised, not in a bad way, but in a good way. The Sparrow had come to study under Miroslav, the wizard. As I mentioned some time ago, the horns of the demon race are a rare magic item and contain an abundance of magical power. This fact shows that the horns are the demon man's magical power generating organ. The demon race generally possessed a great deal of magical power, and even more so, a two-horned female demoness was said to have a higher magic value than a single-horned male demoness. This is what Miroslav told me. In other words, Sparrows are born with the quality of being an excellent wizard. I hadn't paid much attention to the Sparrow in that direction because I didn't want it to fight. They had to get used to living in a human city first. I was surprised to hear that the Sparrow began to learn magic from Miroslav. I was even more surprised to hear that the Sparrow had wanted to do this. I've been running under Miroslav's guidance, which says that even wizards need physical strength, and he smiled at me when I went to inquire about the situation. I want to be of service to Sora-san, just like Seal-san and Luna-san, so The sparrow says it's a painful thing to be indebted to him. Her dark blue hair is tied up in a bun behind her head so that it doesn't interfere with her exercise, and she looks so dignified that I can't detect any of the inertia typical of those who reluctantly go about their business. That means that the girl in front of me is doing this wholeheartedly for me. I involuntarily gagged my mouth and turned my head away from the sparrow. Coo. What a good girl. In the past, when I decided to save the sparrow, you weren't wrong. As I was secretly shedding tears of emotion, a troubled sparrow's voice hit my earbuds. Solar, mister? Oh, whoa. What is it? Is that all you have to ask, my dear? Then I'd like to resume running, Sparrow added apologetically. I shook my head at high speed. Cock. Oh, that's it. I'm sorry to interrupt you. No, sir, I don't want to be a bother. If there's anything I can do for you, you can always give me a call. With that said, the sparrow bowed his head with a smile before resuming his run. If the sparrow was going to run through the streets of Ishka, I would sneak in an escort, but since the sparrow is just circling the grounds of the house, there seems to be no need for an escort. I was thinking about joining in on the running, but, yeah, that would definitely put me on edge. It would be right to leave quickly here. I went back inside the house, thought about it for a while, and then hobbled off to the bathroom. I'll make sure that the sparrow, who has finished her training, can use the hot water right away. That was the idea. 72nd episode, Forest Incident. A little more than half a month after Miroslav joined the Sword of Blood and Smoke, a messenger from King Horus, the capital city of King's Landing, came to ask for the Duke of Dragnout. The message said that it was time to send Claudia to you. At first, I nodded my head when I heard this. Not even a month has passed since the battle with Jijinbo. I felt that it was too early for him to make a decision to let go of his beloved daughter. The answer to my question is Miroslav, the daughter of the Sorza Chamber of Commerce based in the capital. Miroslav carefully told me about the rumors that the Chamber of Commerce had gathered in the capital. According to the rumors, the turmoil caused by the incident has subsided only in the city, and a storm is still raging in the palace. The wedding of Crown Prince Azar and Princess Sakaya of the Ad-Astara Empire has also been stalled. The spearhead of opposition is the anti-imperialist nobles. It is said that some of them are planning to revive Azar and Claudia's once aborted engagement. Duke Dragnoth is probably trying to get Claudian out of such political stagnation, Miroslav said. When most people hear that an unmarried princess, Claudia, is to live in a bachelor's house, they associate it with a future marriage. It's a de facto betrothal. It's not normal for a duchess to marry a mere adventurer, but many would be convinced if they found out that the adventurer was the dragon knight that is rumored to be in charge. From the side, I'm in line to be the son-in-law of the Dragnaut Duke family, aren't I? Well, that's just from the side. It doesn't mean that they are really engaged. Besides, if my presence will be a shield to protect Claudia, then this should be called an honor. There isn't a boy who doesn't admire a knight who protects the princess. If the radical anti-imperialists might even send one of their assassins to you. But if that happens, all you have to do is eat the assassin. Yeah, no problem. That's why I was preparing to welcome Claudia into the fold, but there was one thing that bothered me. For the past few days, demons have been appearing more and more frequently in and around Ishka. The Adventurers Guild has been struggling to keep up with the situation, and my clan has received several requests for help. Each time I brought along Lunamaria, Miroslav and Seal, as well as a sparrow to gain experience, to kill the demons, the number of attacks increased, not decreased. This pace of appearance was clearly abnormal. Many of the monsters and magical beasts that appear are species that live in the forest of Titus, and it seems that something strange is happening in the forest. The demons are also appearing on the road connecting the king's capital and Ishka, and at this rate, the carriage that Claudia was riding in could be attacked by the demons. With this in mind, I decided to get on claw solars and head for the forest of Titus. I was hoping to avoid the possibility of a big fish that could drive the demons out of their homes, just like the previous basilisk. In addition, I decided to replenish Jiraiyakusu's fruit in case of emergency. According to the sparrow, Jiraiyakusu should only bear fruit from spring to summer. It would be better to harvest them while they can be harvested. As I was thinking about this, the sparrow spoke in a subdued voice. I have a favor to ask you, Solar-san. I would like to ask you to do something for me. Yeah, that's good. I haven't said anything yet. Okay, I wouldn't refuse a sparrow a favor, no matter what it was. When I responded with a serious look on my face, the sparrow blinked a couple of eyes and then smiled as if annoyed. I meant what I said, but the sparrow seemed to take it as a joke. I'm a little depressed, but I try to deal with it with a smile, as an older man would. Despite my conflicting feelings, Sparrow opened her mouth. If you're going to pick up the Jiraiyaku's fruit, I'd like you to take me with you. The Titus Forest is dangerous, and I don't need to tell the sparrow that, do I? Is there something on your mind? I want to see the village once, sir. I'm curious to see what the house looks like. Hearing that, I faintly raised an eyebrow. The village of Kamuna, where the sparrow lived, was adjacent to the rotten sea generated by the basilisk. I used fire to burn down the rotten sea, so the houses in the village should almost certainly have been burned down as well. The sparrows were there at the time, so they must have been aware of that, but I understood the desire to see for myself what had happened to the place where I was born and raised. The reason he hadn't spoken out about that thought until today was probably because he had some reservations about not wanting to get me in trouble. I'm sure the sparrow couldn't sit still when she heard that the forest had changed. If you make a mistake, you may never be able to return home again. I'm sure you're not the only one. And just so you know, Crow Solas is not a very comfortable ride. Are you okay? When I told him the fact that he must be in a bad mood if he asked, the sparrow pulled her lips into a tight knot, made a fist and nodded. I'll do my best. Cute. Geez. Guffaw. Then that's good. Just like you're holding on to me tight. Yes. The sparrow responded to me by raising her voice in a panic as I was about to say something strange and raised my voice, but the sparrow responded in a loud voice with a small nod of her head. So I straddled Klaus Solas with the sparrow and we came to the top of the cliff where the Lord of the Flies nest was located. On the way, I was almost distracted several times by the size of the two bulges I could feel on my back, until I saw the forest of Titus. Now that I was standing on the cliffs, not an ounce of wooing was present in my mind. This again, looking down from the top of the cliffs, there were no significant changes in the forest scene. For example, there was no obvious change in the sea of rot that stretched as far as the eye could see. And yet, there was something very strange about it. The reason for this is the sound. A low, earth-shaking roar rises from the entire forest. In response to that sound, there were roars that seemed to belong to demons from everywhere. The sometimes mournful cries mixed in with them are probably the voice of an object that has been defeated in a battle between demons. Regardless of their homes and territories, the demons called demons and the demon beasts called demon beasts seem to be running around in the forest. As soon as they encountered the other demons, they immediately attacked them. Otherwise they wouldn't be in this state. A state of frenzy. Such a word comes to mind. Even when the basilisk appeared, it hadn't reached this level of state. A sparrow standing next to me huddles up to me. The sparrow that had been living in the depths of the forest for a long time seemed to be in an unusual situation. It's a shame, I thought to myself inwardly. To be honest, I didn't think Titus was this crazy. If it were just me, I could handle it. But the sparrows are dangerous. I took the easy way out, since this is a request from a girl who rarely asks me for a favor, but I should have left the sparrow for Ishka. I'll take it back to Ishka now. That's when I thought it was a good idea. A soft touch enveloped my left hand. I looked over and saw that the sparrow was holding my left hand with both hands. With a pleading light in its pale red eyes, the sparrow silently appealed to me to take it away. After a few seconds of silence, I let out a small breath. There was no way I was going to win against these eyes. 75 Episode 73, Invitation from the Guild. In a rather embracing position, I split into the forest with the sparrow. Initially I had planned to harvest the fruit of the Jiraiyakus before heading to the village of the Demon Man, but considering the current situation and the feelings of the sparrow, I went straight to the village. Then we arrived at the village, or should I say, the village was, as expected, a shadow of its former self. What was there were the remnants of houses that once stood there. One house had been burned to ashes and was burned to the ground, and another house appeared to have been trampled down by a large monster. Not a single house was left in its original form. The sparrow walked towards the outskirts of the village, looking sadly at such houses. She followed him, wondering where she was going, until she came to a small area lined with small stone towers. It wasn't until Sparrow kneeled down in front of one of the towers and began to pray with her eyes closed that she realized it was the grave of the demon tribe. It was probably the grave of his parents. He had heard that his father had disappeared when he was very young, and his mother had died many years ago. It must have been difficult for a child to survive alone in the depths of Titus, no matter how many wards he was surrounded by. I'm sure his mother knew that very well. I'm sure she knew that she had to leave her young daughter behind, and she naturally hung her head. And then something unexpectedly touched my senses, and I interrupted my silent prayer to quickly look around. Multiple signs and roars rushing in. Either they noticed the smell of a human, me, or they reacted to the demon man's, Sparrow, magical power like a basilisk. Either way, I can see that the demon is approaching me with a clear intention. If possible, I wanted to let Sparrow continue to report to her parents until she was satisfied, but that was no longer possible. I called out to the sparrow, feeling sorry, and before I knew it, the sparrow, who had stood up and looked at me, apologized in a voice that sounded apologetic as well. I'm sorry. I knew I had caused you trouble. Don't worry about it. We can win in plenty of time if we put our minds to it. To make the sparrow feel at ease, he tried to act confident at best. In fact, he was confident that with the use of his mind dressing, he could defeat the demons of the deep realm even while defending the sparrow. However, he was hesitant to defile the graves of the demon race with the flesh and blood of demons. Now that I've accomplished my goal of confirming the abnormality of Titus Forest with my own eyes, this would be a way to escape. It's a good idea to be able to set up one of these wards to protect the graves of Sparrow's parents, but unfortunately I'm not that handy. I'll bring that next time I come back. While thinking about this, I held the sparrow in my arms again and spread the jade all over my body. Afterwards, I returned with the sparrow to my residence in Ishka, where I was greeted by Luna Maria and the others. I was greeted by the Luna Maria and their friends. I was surprised to see unexpected faces lined up among the Luna Maria. The master wishes to share some information about the forest of Titus, he says. I apologize for the inconvenience of your time. But would you be willing to come to the guild? It was Liddell, the receptionist of the Adventurers Guild, who offered me a polite bow. I wondered how she knew I had gone to Titus Forest, but when I thought about it, it was only natural that Claw Solar's huge body would be in the public eye. Liddell must have learned that Claw Solar's had flown off in the direction of Titus and visited my house. Who would cooperate with the Adventurers Guild? You guys. I'd be lying if I said such a thought hadn't crossed my mind. I'm sure you'll be able to find a way to get out of there if you need me. However, Liddell's attitude was polite, no matter what his inner feelings were, and it's understandable that Helgato, as the guild master, can't leave the guild empty for this unusual situation. I'm not sure how much of a difference it would make if I were to weigh the solution to the problem and the revenge of the past. But the scales were always in the latter direction. Everyone wishes for peace and quiet in the land where their family rests. I agree. Should I come to you now? Well, yes. If you do so, it would be very helpful to us. When I answered immediately, Liddell rolled her eyes in surprise, then her expression changed as if in a panic. Oh. The receptionist, who always has a clear look on her face, is in a hurry. She must have expected me to be reluctant to do so. I'm going to be able to get the best out of it, I chuckle inwardly, as I quickly start walking towards the guild. The sound of Liddell's footsteps following me at a fast pace, followed from behind. The Adventurers Guild building that I hadn't stepped into in a long time was crowded with people. As Liddell, dressed in the guild's staff uniform, walked ahead, the adventurers who noticed him cleared the way. Some of them were surprised to see me walking behind Liddell, but none of them called out to me. I'm not sure who I'd like to see again. Liddell, who led me to a room that looked like a guest room, said, "I'll report to the master right away," and left. Now, how long will I have to wait? I wondered sarcastically, when there was an immediate knock on the door. It hadn't been more than 30 seconds since Liddell had left. As I nodded my head that it was probably too soon, the person who came in was a different receptionist than Liddell. I thought to myself that I remembered seeing that face somewhere, and I thought about it a bit. Then I quickly remembered. It was this employee who first interviewed me when I came back alive from the Lord of the Flies nest. His name was Parfait, or was it? In contrast to Liddell's calm demeanor, Parfait was a woman who gave me a lively impression. She looks 4 or 5 years younger than Liddell. Well, whether she was calm or lively, her attitude, which included contempt for me, was the same in both cases. In that respect, it's easy not to have to use different attitudes. A cup of steam was placed on the tray Parfait was holding. It seems that they are welcome enough to serve tea. I can't help but feel cynical when I come here. With a bitter smile, I look at the contents of the cup that was served. The tea has a clear amber color, and it is made with very good tea leaves. The baked goods on the side are also very elegant. The place where I was kicked out of only a few months ago without being spared, I never thought I would be greeted like this. I wish I could have taught myself back then. With that thought in mind, I didn't touch the tea or the pastries. It's not that I was vain enough to eat what was served to me. I wasn't vain enough to eat it right away. It's simply that I didn't want to put my foot down on what the guild that had expelled me served. It was more of a willfulness than a vanity. You could add the adjective boring to the top. Even though I was aware of it, I didn't want to change it. And seeing me, Parfait calls out to me cheerfully, "You're not going to be able to get away with it. I haven't heaped a smoke on you, Bufu." A strange voice escaped my mouth. When I stared at the new receptionist with half an eye, Parfait looked back at me with a chuckle. "That candy, it's the latest creation from Cookery Do, which is very popular with the girls." I abused my receptionist's authority to stock it. Parfait holds his index finger to his cheek and says teasingly, "The tea cakes for guests have to be disposed of when they expire. Naturally, the person who disposes of them is the guild staff." I see. A schemer. It could be rephrased as being mean-spirited. A pastry or two would be a small price to pay for the guild's salary. The sweets I buy with my own money and the sweets I buy at work expenses are two different things. The same can be said for the meals that a man buys for me. Miss Parfait smiles at me and says such things. That gaze is directed at my face as if to say something. Unlike Liddell, who is modest in her makeup and hairstyle, Parfait decorates herself as a receptionist with just enough lines to avoid being vulgar. According to Miroslav, he also seems to have a strong desire to rise to the top. I'm not sure if I've met Parfait's expectations because I'm a Dragon Knight and also have a connection with the Duke of Dragunot. You must be planning to flirt with a favor and then make a fool of us when you ask her out. HMPH, I'm not playing into that hands. Seriously, I wish the demons would only come out of the city. Thinking about this, he was about to open his mouth to soothe the other man's words when the door was slammed again. The one who came in was Liddell this time. Liddell is surprised to see Parfait there and tells me that he's going to show me to the guildmaster's room. Apparently, Elgato gave me some time off as soon as he received the report. He must have decided that if he made me wait even slightly, I might end up leaving. For some reason, a feeling of relief rose in my chest as I stood up in response to Liddell's words. 76 Episode 74, The Beginning of the Upheaval. So this is the first time we've seen each other since your duel with Lars. You don't look so different, Sora. The head of the Adventurers Guild Ishka chapter and a first-class adventurer, Elgato Kaes, smiled calmly as he said that. There was no sense of separation between his words and expression. The faint scent of perfume wafting from the air and the carefully brushed silver hair. He is a stylish man as usual. I responded to Elgato coolly. I'm not going to be able to get the same thing for you. Isn't that the right thing to do? He pulls out the greeting and suddenly cuts to the chase. It's an indication that he doesn't intend to fit in. Hearing that, Elgato's smile was replaced by a wry smile. Liddell, who is standing behind him, gives me a sharp look, but I decide to ignore him with an unwitting look. He says what he needs to say and hears what he needs to hear. That's all you have to do now. Oh, it's the same. As it turns out, I'm concerned about the outbreak of a demon outburst, the stampede, based on the circumstances of the last few days. When Elgato skipped an explanation and started with a conclusion, we responded in the same way. In that case, I'll start with the conclusion that the depths of Titus were like a cauldron on the verge of blowing over. With that state of affairs, the demons of the deep realm will be appearing on the forest's perimeter sooner or later. Once that happened, the demons on the perimeter would flood out of the forest like they were being pushed out. Elgato nodded, as if to say I knew it. Does that mean it's only a matter of time before the overflowing outer perimeter demons come towards Ishka? Yes. And it will only be a matter of time before the demons of the deep realm follow suit. Ishka would experience a demon attack on an unprecedented scale. That was my conclusion after seeing the Titus forest with my own eyes. The demon runaway, stampede. It was the same conclusion as Elgato's. Then Elgato looked up at the ceiling with a somewhat somber face and murmured to himself, so ... The nightmare of 20 years ago is back. 20 years ago? When I responded, the Guildmaster of Ishka responded with a sigh. This country has gone through stampede in the past, you know. Roughly 20 years ago, when I was younger than you are now. The difference this time is that the anomaly didn't occur in the Titus forest, but in Mount Shim. Many towns and villages were overrun by the stampede, Elgato said. Elgato, who was an adventurer at the time, said he and his party lost 2 of his friends when they fought the stampede. The city of Ishka was also unable to avoid damage. I've heard that the current strong wall was built to protect the city from this incident. I raise an eyebrow and ask, what is the cause of this? Do you know what caused it? It is speculated that the volcanic activity has radically altered the demon's ecosystem. It may be better than the truth that it was caused by someone's malice, but in any case, it's an untenable story. However, now is not the time to dwell on the past. The conclusion to be drawn from Elgato's story is that a mutation comparable to volcanic activity is now occurring in the Titus forest. The question is what that mutation is. The reason I honestly accepted the guild's invitation was because I wanted this information and connections. In these 2 respects, the Sword of Blood Smoke is not even close to the Adventurers Guild. This was a fact that had to be admitted. Well, if the guild had found out what the anomaly was, they wouldn't have to bother listening to me, so they wouldn't be able to get to the core of the matter in that sense. However, I knew there was a possibility that they had information that could lead to a solution to the anomaly. I knew that I had hit the bullseye on this assumption, as Elgato's words proved. He said, I don't know if it has anything to do with this, but there is one piece of information that concerns me. It seems that the plague has come to life again in the villages on the upper reaches of the Gale. Master, that's information that has yet to be confirmed. Hearing Elgato's words, Liddell emitted a voice that contained surprise and impatience. In response, Elgato replied in a calm voice, I'm sure you'll be able to find it. That's what sharing information is all about. Yes, I'm sorry, sir, but the exit. Clearly unconvinced, Liddell bowed his head and kept his mouth shut. I was alone out of the mosquito net, but I could see the implications of this act. As I've mentioned before, the source of water for the Kale River is the forest of Titus. So the village on the upper reaches of the Kale River is, in other words, a village closer to the forest of Titus than to the city of Ishka. It is said that the plague is coming back to life in that village. The plague here is caused by the miasma of a basilisk and the miasma of the rotten sea caused by a demon. The plague, which was almost wiped out by the antidote made from the fruit of Gyriocus, has come back to life. You mean the antidote is no longer working? Seems so. I don't know if the poison has become so strong that the potion doesn't work, or if it has lost its effectiveness. In fact, this information was only brought to the guild this morning, and our staff is now on their way to the village to find out what's going on. I see. Needless to say, don't tell anyone else about this. The birth of the antidote has calmed down the human mind, and it's disturbing again." I nodded at the words. I wasn't going to tell them off without being told. I had no intention of hunting down the guild in that way. However, I couldn't help but think about the meaning of this information. There was no sign of a new rotten sea when he and Sparrow headed into the deepest area. That meant that it was unlikely that a new basilisk had appeared. Nonetheless, is the plague coming to life? And that's on a level that Jiria Oaks can't affect? Moreover, the poison was a poison that was diluted by the water of the river. Inevitably, we can infer that the main book is a tremendously deadly poison. If this latest mutation of the Ishka was caused by that poisonous poison, I had just gotten that far when I thought about it. Suddenly the door to the room was slammed violently and a nervous female voice came in from outside the room. "Excuse me, Master, this is an urgent report." "Come in." Before Elgato's voice was finished or not, the door was opened and the reporter, Parfait, burst into the room. The expression on his face was very serious, a change from when we met earlier. "A signal fire has gone up from the forest of Titis. The colors are white, black and red." As soon as he heard that, a sharp, blade-like gleam dwelt in Elgato's eyes. Liddell also has a strained expression as if he was exposed to extreme tension. Perhaps Elgato had adventurers or staff members in his own right keep an eye on the situation of Titis. "That watchman contacted me in the form of a wolf smoke." It was clear from the expressions on the three men's faces that this was the worst level of bad news. 77 Episode 75. The City of Ishka. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Dash, comma opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Comma, opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Dash, comma 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 opening parenthesis closing parenthesis dot dot opening parenthesis closing parenthesis comma question mark dot dot opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis dash opening parenthesis closing parenthesis exclamation mark opening parenthesis closing parenthesis exclamation mark opening parenthesis closing parenthesis 78 Episode 76. How to Fight a Dragon Knight. As I plunged into the dust of war with claw solas, I drew my sword and cut down the enemy roughly. Not like that. It's simple. Even if you wield a sword on the back of a wyvern, it can't reach the enemy. According to what I heard from Astrid, the eldest daughter of Lord Dragnout, in the royal capital, the Canarian Dragon Knights have long spears and crossbows, as standard equipment. Originally, I should have followed suit, but in my case, there is a long-range attack using the power technique, or fire magic from Miroslav's own tradition. It's not necessary to use an unfamiliar weapon. It's a good thing that you're not the only one who can get the job done. In fact, all I had to do was try to stay out of Clawsola's way. As I've mentioned before, wyverns don't just use their wings to fly, they also use the magical power inside their bodies. Vertical takeoffs and landings and flight in arrears, hovering, are just this. In this case, Clawsolas used his magical power to increase his own strength and plunged into the ground at near full speed. The impact could have been equivalent to a huge rock thrown by a projectile catapult. A roar exploded, and countless clods and pieces of stone flew through the air. Before long, they rained down on their surroundings. The ground where Clawsolas landed on was gouged out as if it had been hit by a meteorite, and the demons standing on it were crushed to pieces without retaining their original form. The body fluids of the scattered demons turned the falling earth and sand into a scarlet color. The demons that had been attacking the adventurers in a frenzied manner stopped moving as if stunned. The adventurers were no exception, and an untimely silence was created in the scene of the tormenting battle. I didn't miss the opportunity and called out in a loud voice, "Adventurers! Adventurers! The Sword of Blood and Smoke has taken this place. Hurry up and get out." It makes my nose twitch a little while saying resolutely, "I'll take care of things here and go ahead." The words were a little different, but I was able to say a line that I wanted to say at least once in my life. It's not something I think about now. but I'm happy about it. And while I was secretly thinking about this, there was already movement in the crowd of demons. The appearance of Chrysalis has many demons surprised, confused and alarmed and stopped moving, but that was not the limit of the people rushing in from behind. They push out the things that have stopped moving, scraping and trampling the things that have stopped moving, and one after another the new ones come rushing in with the force to crush them. In fact, not a few demons have ended up being trapped under their own kind. I urged Chrysalis to rise up in the air. I couldn't move if the demons swarmed me on the ground. Chrysalis, let's move on. This time we won't land, we'll scrape through the swarm of demons at the ground level. Phew. Chrysalis spreads his wings wide open at my command. However, since we stopped once, we'll have to turn around in a large circle and recharge in order to bring it to maximum speed again. Given the speed of the new demon, it will reach the adventurers before our turn is finished. TSK, I click my tongue. It was a mistake to kill the momentum against this horde. I can't help but be aware of my inexperience as a dragon rider. If it was Lord Rignath or Astrid, they would have fought more efficiently. Well, I guess it's no use regretting it. The first thing to do now is to halt the enemy, the flower that breathes fire. It is a fire-sucking flower. They ripen and swell, they are fruitful and fall. You try out the new fire magic that Miroslav has given you. It's a third circle of magic. In terms of destructive power, it's not quite as destructive as the fifth circle's Flame Princess, but it's more useful as a dragon rider. It was, in a manner of speaking, magic to drop bombs. Let it go, Hosenka. Bell-shaped red fruits appear in the air. Each one is as big as my head. There are 30 of them. They were attached to the clusters, and soon they were off the clusters with a snapping sound as if they couldn't bear their own weight, and dropped to the ground. The moment the fruit touched the ground, it exploded with a sound. The flames that were contained within rose up as a flame, and pieces of flame scattered around it like scattered bullets. The heat that was spreading in the blink of an eye maintained a level of heat that could burn human skin. They continued to fall onto the demons' noses, and the demons' screams became extremely high. Again, the destructive power of this Feng Shinka is not as destructive as the Flame Princess. Unless it was a direct hit, it would not be able to defeat the demons. The fact that the summons has been raised means that it is healthy enough to raise its voice. However, due to the nature of magic, it is more than enough useful as a stall. It's not that long of a chant, and you can chant continuously without bothering to discard the chant to reduce its power. You can also increase the power of the power by casting a powerful spell. It's a good idea to have a good time with them. I have to thank Miroslav for finding and imparting useful magic to the Dragon Knight. It's more like I should have done this from the beginning. Pooey. No, I never blamed you. The earlier attack was effective with the earlier attack. Pooey? Yeah, really. So cheer up. By the time I finished encouraging Chrysalis with that, the crucial turning was ending. Looking at the ground, the majority of the adventurers had already moved to retreat. Unlike the regular soldiers who obeyed their superiors' orders, the adventurers moved on their own individual decisions. For better or worse, they are light. At this rate, 2 or 3 more rounds of stirring up the enemy would be enough for them to retreat. I'm also concerned about the state of the village, where the plague has returned, and I'd better get this place over with. I thought that as I bent over in the saddle to prepare for the re-entry. After covering the adventurers, I headed to the village on the upper reaches of the Kale River as planned. There are more than twice as many ships floating on the surface of the Kale River as usual. All of them were probably carrying refugees from the stampede. With demons blasting through the streets, it was only natural for evacuation to become a waterway. On the ship that saw Chrysalis, there were screams from those who thought it was a monster attack, but when I waved my hand from the dragon's back, it changed to cheers. Perhaps they thought that the Dragon Knight of the royal capital had come to their rescue. It was a misunderstanding, but there was no need to correct it. This is how we arrived at this village. As I expected, we were attacked here as well. However, the scale of the attack wasn't too large, and only the guards and the villagers were able to repel it. After that, it seems that most of the villagers had finished evacuating on the boats sent by the Ishka government office. But a small number of people still remained in the village, and the officials were having a hard time dealing with them. In other words, what to do with the sick people who were so poisoned that they couldn't even move. I told them that I had brought an item that was, presumably, more effective than the antidote on the market, but the officials' expressions didn't change. I stepped into the hut where the sick people were being quarantined, leaving the officials' words at the bottom of my ears. It was no longer a phase where the medicine was concerned. I could feel the stench of decay stinging my nose. The cloth the officials had given me covered my nose and mouth in layers. It was strangely quiet in the darkened hut, and I didn't hear a single moan, let alone a single voice from anyone or anything. I arched my eyebrows at myself. For some reason, my feet didn't move. The air in this hut rejects the existence of the living. I felt that way. However, there is no way I can turn around here. I decided to make up my mind and encourage my sluggish legs. Then I approached one of the beds and quietly looked into the face of the one who was sleeping. I looked in and regretted it. 79 Episode 77, God Slaughter Poison. There is a game called Fukulaf. In this game, a blindfolded person puts pieces of paper with eyes, mouth and nose drawn on a piece of paper on which the outline of a mask is drawn, and the blindfolded person puts them back in their place. Since the blindfolded person is wearing a blindfold, he or she usually makes a strange face, and the place is filled with laughter. I'm not going to be able to say that I'm not going to be able to do anything about it. It's a poisonous decomposition of life. The scene was so acidic that the assassin's instant death poison could be considered benevolent. The line the Ishka official had said before we came here, it was no longer about the drugs, was right on target. I didn't hear a single groan when I entered the hut. Probably because I no longer had the strength left to groan, or maybe even the organ that produced the voice was poisoned. Just to be sure, I squeezed some Gyraiocus fruit into the sick man's mouth, but as expected, it was ineffective. It seemed to me that it would take a miracle on the level of resuscitation of the dead to cure this sick man. After that, I quickly left the hut. I also left the village on that leg. I jumped on Chrysalis and headed back to the city of Ishka. The officials must have thought I had escaped and returned. In fact, they were right. The scene of the previous day had come and gone in my chest many times, and each time a cold sweat broke out all over my body. The basilisk's venom was quite strong, but the one I'd just seen was even worse than that of the basilisk. It could be said to be incomparable. An ordinary poison would have eaten the body first, resulting in death, but that venom would first result in death, and after that it was eating away at the body like a raging river. That's how it seemed to me. That meant that it was incapable of healing. Even if the soul-granting process that had healed Claudia had been performed, it would have been impossible to cure that sick man. There was no need to think about the consequences if such a poison spread. If we don't hurry up and destroy the source of the poison, it could destroy the Canarian kingdom, let alone Ishka. I'm not sure if it's contagious or not, he murmured seriously from his saddle. On Chrysalis. The lucky thing is that it doesn't seem to be contagious, but that's just a guess. It is possible that the disease could have developed after a certain amount of time. In a sense, this new venom is a greater threat than Stampede. More to the point, the outbreak of this venom and the Stampede may be linked together. To tell the truth, I would have liked to head straight to Titus Forest, but there was no way I could continue my aimless search for days without leaving Ishka, who was being attacked by a demon right now. Besides, if I was going to explore, I wanted to take not only me, but also Luna Maria and Miroslav with me. Luna Maria, the sage, and Miroslav, the sorcerer, would be able to notice things I didn't. I sped up Clausola's speed even faster and headed for Ishka in one direction. I've never heard of such a thing, Luna Maria said with an expression that was a mixture of nervousness and confusion. The other Miroslav was asleep as if he were dead, so he didn't speak to me. According to Luna Maria, the experiment I was ordered to do, mixing my blood with the antidote to test the effects, was done until the early hours of the morning. I opened my mouth to Luna Maria, thinking that I'd forced her to do something, and I opened my mouth to Luna Maria. It's completely my speculation that it's incurable. No, if your master, felt that way, he had good reason to feel that way. It couldn't have been far off from the truth. Luna Maria, clad in the purple-blue robe that is the proof of a sage, assures me with a serious face. The sight of an elf who trusts my intuition more than I do myself is subtly irritating. Well, Luna Maria is aware of my kindred entity, Anima, the Soul Eater. If I think of it as a dragon's intuition rather than a human's, it's reasonable to have more faith in baseless speculation. As I was thinking about this, Luna Maria's expression suddenly became cloudy. When I looked into her green eyes to find out what was going on, Luna Maria began to speak in a confused manner. Speaking of speculation, this is exactly what I'm speculating about, Master. What? When I heard my master's speculation that it was actually incurable, I was reminded of a mythical passage. Luna Maria says, shaking her golden hair. Myth? Yes. Too strong, never to be healed, the poison that killed God. The wise man says, by nature, gods are immortal beings and cannot be killed by poison. But the gods who were poisoned by this poison could not endure eternal suffering, and so they chose to die, renouncing their own immortality. It is said that the immortal heroes of the 12 labors could not endure poison and burned their bodies in flames. The material for this terrible poison. This is the Hydra, a highly poisonous multi-headed dragon, a dragon, an illusionary species. The name was a close memory. It was the name uttered by the deputy head of the clan Scythe of the Reaper when the basilisk appeared and part of the forest of Titus was turned into the Rotten Sea. The Holy Kingdom is located in the south of the Canary Kingdom. He also said that the Great Sea of Rot that stretched further south of the Holy Kingdom was caused by the death of Hydra, that Hydra may have appeared in the forest of Titus. Luna Maria's words suggest this. However, Luna Maria also added, it is possible that the Hydra did indeed appear in the forest. If the Hydra really did emerge, then the whole of Titus should be a rotten sea. Perhaps Hydra is on the verge of emerging. Unlike sub-dragons like the pterodactyl, wyvern, true dragons are not the life that comes from their parents. Like lightning, like a tornado, like an earthquake, or like a volcanic eruption. A phenomenon that is triggered when the conditions of the world are right. The illusory disaster born of flesh and blood. That is the dragon. Conversely, it cannot appear unless even one of the conditions is in place. This is also a dragon. The fact that the Hydra was about to emerge meant that the final wedge that had prevented the emergence of the Hydra to this day was about to be pulled out. Or perhaps the wedge itself had been pulled out long ago, and the Hydra had been materializing in this world little by little, bit by bit, over time. If the outbreak of stampede and poison was the result of the Hydra materializing beyond a certain level, this is going to be a hell of a mess. Yes, assuming, of course, that all the current speculation is correct. In this case, I'd be rather grateful if I was wrong. Now let's assume it's right and move on. For now, let's hurry up and tell the Ishka government office, the Adventurers Guild, and also the Slavers Union. First of all, they will definitely not believe us. In fact, they will laugh it off with their noses. But later on, why didn't you tell me then? I don't want to hear that. After that, we should evacuate Seal and Sparrow. Well, let's send them back to King's Landing for once. I want to let Lord Drignath know about it, and Miroslav's parents' house can't be left alone. After that, depending on the situation, we can let the seals escape to the Empire or the Holy Kingdom. When I thought to that point, the scene that had flashed through my mind was that of Melt's village. I'm sure you'll be able to find a way to make the most of it. Even if we put aside the Hydra, there is no doubt that a vicious and deadly poison is flowing along the river. We need to get the word out for the sake of the priest and the little bastards. If possible, I want all 4 of them to evacuate to King's Landing along with Seal and the others. Besides, Lars and Ilaria should be in the village right now. Even though a lot of things have happened, it's indeed a pity that they have been affected by the deadly poison. I can't say I'm also worried about Ilaria's reaction when she found out that Miroslav had joined the Sword of Blood Smoke. The problem is Stampede, but from what I saw on my way back from the village, the defensive line of the city road was still alive and well. So it won't be like the gates of Ishka will be breached today or tomorrow. In fact, the more time passes, the more the stampede becomes full-blown. So if you want to fly to Melt Village, it's now or never. That's what I thought. At this time, The only two threats I was looking at were stampede and poison. The reason why Onigashima was lacking was because I knew that it would take at least 2 months for Jijinbo's death to reach the island and for the Gokans to learn of it and send a replacement to scrutinize the information. Given the nature of the current head of the family, he hadn't expected to be so serious about a request from the Empire that did not involve the defense of the island. Annihilating. I didn't expect that new personnel would have been dispatched the same day Jijinbo died. Moreover, there is no way we could have anticipated that these men, who had reached the capital, would jump into the middle of the stampede with an unnecessary display of chivalry. 80 Episode 78, Return to Melt Village. Master. I heard that voice at the very moment I was about to fly off to the village of Murti. I looked over from the saddle of Klaus Solars and saw Miroslav rushing over to me in a panic. His hair was shaggy and his clothes were shabby, not like Miroslav, who cared about his appearance. It seems that as soon as he jumped up from his bunk, he went straight to me. It's not like he came to say good morning to me. I got out of the saddle with that thought in my head. I'm sorry, sir, I'm in a hurry to. Miroslav is breathing on his shoulder with a zealous gasp. If you look closely, you can see a large tool bag in his hand. I'm not sure if the item I asked for, the antidote to the mixture of my blood, is already ready. When I asked that question, Miroslav nodded his head. I'm sure it will improve the effectiveness and not harm the human body. It's far from perfect, but at least it's more useful than the Union's antidote. How much time do you have left to check? It hasn't even been a day since I ordered Miroslav to improve the antidote. From what he just said, it sounds like he's only completed a minimal safety check, but it's still early. In order to verify the efficacy of the antidote, a poison patient is essential. Normally, these things are experimented on small animals like rats and other small animals little by little, and humans are the last ones to taste it. I myself have tested it with the poison. I'm sure of it. The red-haired sorcerer who blurts out the most outrageous things without hesitation. It seems that the reason I was sleeping like a dead man was not because of fatigue after an all-that-nighter, but because of the human experiment I had performed on myself. I can't help but raise my eyebrows. No one asked you to go that far. The situation is the situation. We can't just take our time getting rid of the rats, can we? Miroslav giggles and smiles mischievously. After hearing those words, the dark circles under my eyes look terribly painful. As if he noticed my gaze, Miroslav gave a small shake of his head to tell me not to worry about it, and then he repeats the words, more importantly, Alliance, Master. There is no doubt that the blood of the Alliance, Master, will have a great effect on the human body. Depending on how you use it, I believe it can be a powerful trump card against the deadly poison that Luna told me about. However, please be careful not to give it to others. The blood of a master is too powerful. Too powerful? What do you mean? Think of it as a powerful drug. If you use it on a weak and sick person, it could be detrimental to your health. And on a deadly level. Is that so? That's true. That's right. And it could also activate the demon that's nesting inside the patient. It is said that the blood of the dragon cures all illnesses, but it does not necessarily mean that it will actually eliminate the disease for the sake of convenience. Please do not forget this. Okay. Miroslav warned me with a serious expression, and I nodded my head obediently. According to Miroslav, if you mix it with an antidote or a restorative, you could specialize its effects, but if you were to make such fine adjustments, you would never make it in time in a day or two. As for this batch, Miroslav bypassed the adjustment procedure and confirmed the safety of the product with his own body. What Miroslav has in his hands is the result of such a life-threatening effort. I accepted it gratefully and became a dragon again. Please take care of yourself, Master. I will be waiting for your safe return. Miroslav hanging his head deeply. I can't help but feel a sense of discomfort at the sight of Miroslav being so polite to me. I've been living under the same roof for nearly half a month now, so I'm not going to get embarrassed, but it will take a while for this sense of discomfort to completely disappear. With that in mind, I finally gave additional orders to Miroslav. You too. And no more human experimentation. Is that clear? Oh yes, I know the drill. Miroslav smiled happily. as if he could sense our inner thoughts. His heartless endings were also bouncing. I ordered Clausolas to surface to escape his gaze. Incidentally, I've notified the main authorities in Ishka about me heading to Murti as well as reporting the deadly poisoning. So when I saw the sight of Clausolas leaving to the south, the Dragon Knight has escaped from Ishka, I didn't have to worry about people thinking that I was going to be a problem. Some of the residents who didn't know much about it might misunderstand, but well, it wouldn't be a big deal. Some in the Ishka government were reluctant to let me leave Ishka at this time of year, but I convinced them that that was the case, and that I would be bringing helpers for the defense of the city, Lars, Alaria, and Priest Scylla, to help me. And so I left Ishka, and I was able to arrive in Murti much earlier than I had planned without any trouble. The time savings was the result of the hard work of Clausolas, probably for the meal of the sailor priest. It seems that he liked the food of the ancient cattleman. The state of the village from the sky is the same as the other day. It doesn't look like they were attacked by a demon, or had a dispute with another village over the profit sharing of the orcs I gave away, or anything like that. However, the small number of villagers on the street was worrisome. I can feel the same atmosphere as when I visited before. I set down my Clausolas in front of the village with a vague sense of unease. I realized I wasn't imagining it when I heard the familiar voices of children in the distance. The three little kids I had reunited with, Ain, Zwei, and Dora, were crying all over their faces, crumpled up and crying. At first, I was quick to wonder what had happened to the sailor priest, and my whole body was a total hair. What flashed through my mind was the cruel face of someone who had been poisoned by death. But, fortunately, I should say, sailor priest hadn't been poisoned by the deadly poison. The one who had been poisoned by the deadly poison was Ilya, the daughter of the sailor priest. There is a phantom beast called the aquatic horse, known as kelpies. These phantasmagorical beasts, as their name suggests, take the form of horses and haunt the waterside. It has a mane of grass, a fish tail, and numerous fins on its body and forelegs. It is said that the kelpie can run on the surface of a river as it does on the ground and swim in the water as it does with fish, and once it is submerged it can be active for hours without holding its breath. Furthermore, the kelpie had the ability to shape-shift and turn into an ordinary horse. The reason why they have such an ability is to trick humans into riding them on their backs. An aquatic horse's back is sticky, and once on its back, it cannot descend on its own. Once the horse is on its back, it is unable to descend on its own, and it will drown its prey by crawling deep into the water. Afterwards, the horse would take time to chew its entire body. In other words, the kelpie is a man-eating monster beast, man-eater. It is said that they do not eat liver. But even if this were true, it wouldn't be of any comfort to the people who were eaten. The kelpie is such a monster, but as it is called a phantom beast, it doesn't often show itself to humans. It's only once every 10 years that a rumor of a sighting of the kelpie goes viral. That's the extent of their appearance. The reason why a magical beast that is supposed to be that rare appeared in Melt at this time of the year must be due to the influence of Titty's anomaly. It was the children who first discovered the kelpies. That day, Ain and the others were picking up nuts in the forest on the outskirts of the village when they noticed a pony slowly walking up to them. Wild horses are timid and cautious and rarely come out of the woods. In fact, they would never approach a human being on their own. But even the oldest horse, Ain, was only 10 or so years old. It would be unfair to ask them to notice the unnaturalness of the situation. Ain and the others naturally wanted to take their horses home with them. The horses would make the farm work easier and they could sell them at a higher price. They didn't have such a plan in mind, but more simply, they thought that they would be praised by the sailor priest. Later, Ain and Zwei are forcibly carried to the river Kale by the kelpies, who reveal their true nature. Dora, alone and unharmed, ran back to the village in tears and told Ilaria and Lars, who had just visited the church, what had happened. To be exact, Dora was too weak to explain, but the two realized what was going on and decided that something was wrong with the two people who weren't there, Ain and Zwei, and rushed to the scene. It must be the intuition of those who have eaten for many years as adventurers. So Ilaria and the others rushed to the Kale River, following the kelpie's remaining footprints, and rescued Ain and the others, who were about to sink into the water, and killed the Kelpie as well. It would have been a happy ending, but after this day, Eilaria's health deteriorated rapidly. The antidote and Priestess Sayla's recovery magic could provide temporary relief, but her condition would soon return. The Kelpie has the power to curse, and it can also curse those who have avenged themselves. The priest learns of this and tries to break the curse, but it doesn't work either. In the meantime, some of the villagers began to complain of the same symptoms as Eilaria. All of them were bathed in the water of the Kale River for some reason or another. That's when I arrived at the village. 81 Episode 79, Worried. Sola. It's been a while. The priest Sola, whom I hadn't seen in almost a month, looked very pale, as deep fatigue and dark anxiety melted together. He looked at me and smiled quickly, but his appearance was nothing short of painful. I had guessed from the condition of the children, but my daughter, Eilariah, must be in a very bad way. Priest Saru explained with a somber look on her face. I'm sure you've heard of it. However, the symptoms soon returned, and that's not all. When the symptoms recur, the previously effective medicines and magic become less effective and eventually stop working at all. It's as if the disease is growing and evolving inside the patient's body. When I visited this village in the past, I left not only the antidote to the Union's antidote, but also the fruit of the Gyriacus. According to the priest Sira, even the fruit of Gyriacus is not effective against Eilaria right now. I'm sure that this is finally the Hydra's poison. That's what I thought. And when I tried to tell the priest about the events of the past few days, I hesitated. It takes courage to tell my mother, Sayla, that the poison that is invading her daughter, Eilariah, is incurable. Like a doctor telling a patient's family that a disease is incurable. The problem here is that I don't have the professional knowledge and qualifications of a doctor, and the important part of incurable is just a guess. In other words, I'm a quack doctor. When such a person says, there is a possibility that this poison is incurable, who in the world would believe him? He would be yelled at for saying don't talk nonsense. If I were in the position of a sailor priest, I would not be satisfied with just shouting at him, but it would hit him as hard as I could. So I thought about keeping my mouth shut about it and handing over the antidote that Miroslav's devotion had produced. But this was also a problem. According to Miroslav, my blood is the same as a powerful drug. It would be a problem to administer that medicinal drug mixed with the drug to Eilaria without any explanation. In the worst-case scenario, it could cause fatal damage to Eilaria's weakened body. However, if I explain that in detail, I have no choice but to mention the incurable nature of the poison. I'll have to reveal some of my own secrets as well. All of this would be a cloud-grabbing story for the sailor priest. It's hard to imagine myself being looked at with such disdain by a priest at this critical time as an idiot, but even in my imagination it's quite bearable. Miss Sola, is something wrong? Wow. What? Why did you think that? By the way, we haven't yet heard the purpose of this visit, since you looked so distressed. If you have something to discuss with me, please don't hesitate to let me know. After saying this, the priest put his hand to his matted cheek as if he was ashamed of his current state. Well, you may think that I am not good enough to ask for help now, but even with this, I used to be a priest warrior just like Eilaria. I have more strength than I look. And then the priest sailor made a strong hump. I almost fell to my knees on the spot. I had to do it to repent to the lovely priest who was so kind to me when my daughter was in trouble. The current me, who is reluctant to give out necessary information because I don't want to be yelled at or looked at with disdain, is surely lower than a goblin. What I have to do now is treat Eilaria. What's the need to hesitate when you know that? It's true that there is no basis for my speculation about Hydra or anything like that, but I don't speak falsehoods with malice. There's no way the priest in front of me wouldn't have guessed that much. Actually, I was determined to find out more about the events that led up to this day to the priest sailor. The priest sailor listened with a serious expression on his face from start to finish. Afterwards, I was invited into the hospital room to face Eilaria one-on-one. This was because Eilaria had heard my story through her mother, Sailor, and wanted to talk to me directly. The sailor priest was also absent from his seat. Eilaria only raised her upper body on her bunk. Her gaze was not on me, but out the window all I could see was the left half of Ilaria's face. Maintaining that position, Ilaria let out a curt first word. "So what do you mean by that?" I don't know what to say to that one. I shrugged my shoulders and responded to Ilya. In fact, I was inwardly relieved. Until the moment I entered the hospital room, my mind kept replaying the face I'd seen in the village and Ilaria's. But now that I'm up close and personal with the patient, my attitude and the sound of his voice are all the same. But now that I've been in close contact with her, I can see and hear the same Ilaria I knew. The first words she said to me were a relief to me, because she had done a great job of dispelling the illusion that had lodged in my mind. Ilaria, who had no way of knowing what was on my mind, continued to speak in a displeased manner. "I'm not going to be able to help you. I'm asking you why you would help me if I had a grudge against you. My death is not going to make you happy or sad. That's a terrible assessment." "Well, there's no denying it. And it's true that I have feelings for you. But if you die, the children and the priest's hall will be saddened. I don't want to see those people sad." Keeping her gaze fixed on the outside of the window, Ilya snickered as if to poke fun at our argument. The next time Ilaria opened her mouth, the subject had shifted to something else. "I've heard most of what Lars has to say about you. I understand that Milo has now joined your clan as well?" Yeah, that Milo, you know, even though he saved your life on Mount Skim, I still can't believe how honest he was about leaving Lars and joining you. He was the one who encouraged Lars to go to bat for you so much. The one who wanted to hurt you so badly, who spoiled Lars and pushed me away all those years ago." "What do you mean by that?" "I've thought about it several times since I left Ishka. I've thought many times since I left Ishka that Milo's actions have been very good for you, if only because of the results. Luna and Milo are out, and Lars has become very quiet. The Falcon blade is as good as gone. Everything was exactly as someone wanted it to be. Is it too much to think that way?" "Well, I don't know what to tell you." I inwardly brace myself while finally responding calmly. "It seems that Ilaria has noticed the connection between me and Miroslav. Naturally, she's probably sensed that she's included in my target. In fact, Ilaria has said the following: I suspect that even this poison is the work of someone else." Hearing that, I frowned. It's true that the situation is unavoidable even if they are suspicious. I tricked Lars into taking away Luna Maria and Miroslav, effectively disbanding the Sword of the Falcon. If the only remaining area in this situation was poisoned by a new kind of poison, and I conveniently appeared there and provided a new antidote, yes, it would be full of suspiciousness. Even if I were in Ilaria's shoes, I'd be suspicious of my involvement. But there is absolutely no truth to this. I denied it in a strong tone. "It's a frame-up. It's true that you said you didn't want the children and the high priest to be sad." I expected to be snickered at again, but contrary to my expectations, Ilya nodded easily. "I suppose, yes." I'm dazzled by Ilaria's frank admission of her wet clothes. Ilaria shrugged her shoulders tiredly at me. "I know. It's not an easy thing for my mother to make an unruly poison. Besides, letting the children attack the Kelpies to lure me in is far from uncertain. You would stand around more efficiently if you wanted to." "So," Ilaria repeated, "I know I wasn't involved in this one," she said. "I know, and yet I've mentioned my suspicions. It's just harassment. You're giving me a lot of trouble, and you're messing with me. It's just a nice way to return the favor." "I'm going to have no comment. I'm not expecting a response from you." Then Ilaria let out a small sigh. I had doubts about Ilaria's attitude. I had expected Ilaria to be more furious when she found out the truth and to denounce me fiercely. Even if the poison is making me sick now, there are many things I could have done before the poisoning took over. The only thing I could do was to tell Lars and the priest sailor about my conspiracy, even if I was still under the influence of the poison. "I have the strength to talk to me right now." When I asked that, Ilaria said bluntly, "What do you want me to do by telling you?" "What do you mean by counterattack?" "I can't. There is no proof. Even if you want to denounce them, you can't talk about it without proof. In the past, I could have cornered you with circumstantial evidence and the power of the Hayabusa sword, but I can't do that now. Above all, if we had cornered you so badly, you would have tried to kill us for real. I was afraid of that. The words of Ilaria reminded me of the predictions of Lunamaria I had heard before. I'm sure you've heard the same thing about Miroslav and I. Lunamaria, too, saw the connection between me and Miroslav and accepted the idea of falling into slavery. If I refused to do anything wrong, I would be left with no choice. Instead, she said so and willingly fell into my hands. The Lunamaria at that time and the Ilaria now may have the same feelings. Unlike Lunamaria, Iria is not aware of the Solita, so she probably doesn't have the same sense of urgency as Lunamaria, but Iria still knows me before. So that's why she can recognize my abnormality now more deeply than the rest of us. Maybe it was that awe that made her hesitate to fight back against me. Or so I thought. As I was thinking about this, Ilaria suddenly began to cough. At first, she only coughed lightly 2 or 3 times with a conch, but soon after, another coughing fit ensued, and it didn't seem to be stopping at all. I was about to step forward when I saw Ilaria snap painfully at my back, and I rushed to stop myself. I'm sure Ilaria doesn't want me to rub her back, either. I decide it's best to call the priest Sailor, and I turned to leave the room. But right behind me, I heard a loud coughing sound. When I look over there, I see that Ilaria's hands and mouth are covered in a red-black liquid. Not only that, but I saw Ilaria twisting her upper body around and collapsing on the bunk, and I ran over to see if I shouldn't do this. And then, perhaps noticing my approach, I saw Ilaria turn her frightened face to me. At that moment, I gasped. Up to this point, I had been facing out the window. Because of its position, the only thing I could see in my field of vision was the left half of Ilaria's face. When she turned her head to me, I saw her right side for the first time today. I didn't know how to describe it, but the words didn't come to mind at once. The right half of Ilaria's face was, well, severely blurred. The left half of the face is exactly the same as the Ilaria I knew. The left half of the face was the same as the Ilaria I knew, sharp and toned, with dignified, well-rounded good looks. Yet the right half of the face is a different person. The cheekbones are hanging down sloppily, and the eyes and eyebrows are bulging, disfiguring a face that should be beautiful. It was exactly the same as the symptoms of the sick people I had seen in that village. 82 8th episode Ilia 3. The moment she thought that she had been seen, Ilaria immediately covered half of her face with her right hand and turned her head down. Of course, the fact that she was seen does not disappear when she did so. The fact that he or she was seen does not disappear, of course, but the fact that he or she was seen does not disappear. When I thought about it, my body was burning with shame and humiliation. If he had just covered his face with a cloth from the beginning, or even better, a mask, he would not have had to experience these feelings. But Ilaria didn't dare to do that and faced Sora. It was a kind of toughness towards someone with whom she had a relationship that was never good. It doesn't matter if you see my ugly face, I'm not weak enough to hang on to the antidote you brought me. It was a silent statement of intent. But the moment the moment the opposite sex saw her face, Ilaria's strength melted and disappeared as easily as the ice she placed in the sun. What on earth is she doing? She mocked herself. At the bottom of this self-mockery was an insecurity that could not be eradicated. After years of working as an adventurer and priest-warrior, it was not unusual for Iria to suffer from conditions such as poisoning, paralysis, and curses. She has tasted them many times in her own body and has overcome them each time. And every time. However, even Ilaria was very worried about the poisoning this time. High fever, coughing, nausea, pain in the joints, those kinds of things were still good. What frightened Ilia was the numbness spreading gently in her hands, in her feet, and on her face. With the use of medicine and magic, the other symptoms could be dismissed. Even if it would come back soon, the symptoms could be temporarily erased. But this numbness was the only thing that would never go away. Slowly but surely, it invades my body. For now, she can still move her hands and feet. I can stand and walk, talk to my mother, Lars, and my children, but eventually I won't be able to do that. But sooner or later I won't be able to do those things, a certainty that hangs in the back of my mind and never leaves me. As if to affirm that certainty, The right half of her numbed face crumbled into an ugly mess. There was no pain associated with it. In fact, Ilaria hadn't noticed the transformation of her face until her mother, whose face had gone pale, had pointed it out to her. That fact frightened Ilaria even more. Pain is the body's alarm that signals the erosion of an abnormality. Without the alarm sounding, humans would not even be able to determine where the abnormality was. Even if a limb rots off, he cannot recognize it. What a horrible thing it is to realize this. The numbness eating away at her body was the arm of the god of death. When this numbness grabs you, you will surely die. That's what I thought, a little while ago. But after being poisoned for days, Ilaria's thoughts are slowly changing. Now, Ilaria is thinking this. It's not too late to die, she thinks. If the disease continues to progress, she will continue to watch herself crumble, unable to move or speak. A painless hell, where you are not allowed to go crazy, is about to begin. If that's the case, it's better to just, "Hey, Ilaria." A strong tone was called out in my ear, and Ilya came to herself with a huff. "If you look, Sora is staring at you with serious eyes." What? Apostrophe. "How long has this been going on?" "It's a good thing that you're not going to be able to get a good idea of what you're looking for." The first time I saw him, he was in a state of shock. 3 days. 3 days. After doing so, Sora was mumbling something in her mouth. As she looked up at the ceiling, to Ilaria's ears, it sounded as if she had to hurry. And then Sora's gaze is directed at Ilaria again. As soon as she felt the other's gaze on her face, Ilaria's body jumped on the bunk. Without seeming to notice such reaction, Sora speaks quickly. "Ilaria, you heard about the antidote I brought with me from the priestess, right?" Yes, I've heard of it. But isn't it the eyebrow-raising stuff about mixing dragon's blood? A bit more realistic for a made-up story." "I'm not kidding." "So drink." Gulp. "What?" Ilaria screams in protest as Sora pushes the medicine bottle she took out from somewhere to her mouth. She glared at Sora with a snap as she pushed the bottle away with her right hand. "What are you doing all of a sudden?" "Don't worry. Miroslav will make sure it's safe. So do I." "I have nothing but disbelief in the name of the person who did the safety checks. I mean, why are you more upset than I am?" 3 days ago, I was in a village on the Upper Kale River. I heard about a poisoning outbreak in the guild that the antidote hadn't worked. I saw a man there who looked just like you. The progression was much more advanced in that person, and he was no longer able to stand up on his own, let alone speak. What? I left the village soon after, so I don't know the details, but I heard that it didn't take 10 days from the time he collapsed until he couldn't move. If you don't do something soon, it will be too late. Looking at Sora's eyes, which were quietly said, he could understand that it wasn't a falsehood. It might happen sooner or later. Ilaria was aware of that. But the specific number of 10 days was given, and the frustration in the back of her chest increased without question. The next time she opened her mouth, Iria's voice was trembling unintentionally. Apostrophe was ... That person in pain? I didn't hear a single moan. Well, I guess it's true after all. Muttering in a stifled voice, Ilaria stared at the medicine bottle Sora offered her. If you take this and it doesn't work, tweak it to make it more potent. It works. But if it comes back soon enough, you can have it as often as you like. Fortunately, there are plenty of ingredients to go around. If you keep taking them, they'll stop working for you, okay? So was the antidote, and so was my mother's magic. What? Then we just need to adjust the effect to make it work again. If you want, you can drink the dragon's blood directly from it. Hearing that, Ilaria shrugged her shoulders as if in a daze. It's not the words and actions of the young man in front of her, but her own inability to stop being forceful even at a time like this. You say that so easily. It's a rare item on the level of God's steel, or Halcyon, that is a dragon's blood, right? Didn't a person who was level 1 just recently experience a rare event that raised him to Dragon Knight? Ilaria blew out a little at that line. Oh. Come to think of it, that's right. Indeed, compared to your scarcity, dragon's blood is rare, isn't it? Hey, Sora? What? I couldn't ask my mother or Lars to do this, but I can feel free to ask you to do it. If the poisoning doesn't go away and I end up like a lump of meat while I'm still alive, if that happens." Ilaria tried to get her thoughts out, which she had never been able to reveal to anyone before. But here she was, and she hesitated. She was afraid that if she spoke out, she would lose the strength to resist the poison, and that it might actually lead to its consequences. Sora crushed Ilaria's complicated mind without a second glance. "It's not a problem. If that happens, I will kill you with a single thought." Ilaria looks up as if she was bursting at the seams as her secret thoughts are read easily. "Really? Would you really do that?" "It's true." "Do you think I came to you out of pure goodness in the first place? If I succeed, I can ingratiate myself with you and make you like me. If I fail, I can kill you before I poison you and avenge my grudge. So either way, it's a win-win for me." Ilaria gazed at the light-heartedly smiling Sora with a different gaze than before. The fact that this frivolousness is an act, no matter how sickly he is obvious. It's because he, Sora, has a grudge against Ilaria that he, Sora, won't hesitate to kill her, so don't worry, he's showing us that. If there were another person here, I might have condemned Sora's attitude, but for Ilaria, who had been fearing this way and painless hell since her face began to crumble, Sora's attitude was more gratifying than any encouragement. "Even if you can't resist the poison, you won't experience only the worst of it, a painless hell." That assurance was exactly what Ilaria had been desperate for. 83 Episode 81, Not Enough Blood. "Miss Solar, I have a question for you." "I have a question for you." It was 3 days after Ilaria had been given a modified antidote to the antidote that Priest Zero had called out to me. At first, I didn't recognize the priest's voice. Because I had been distracted by something else entirely. The antidote I had given Ilaria 3 days earlier had worked immediately, eliminating all symptoms of the poison from her system. That was all well and good, but today the symptoms had returned. The implications of that fact are significant. Because I was thinking about it, I hadn't noticed the priest's voice. And then, wow. I couldn't even react when he grabbed both my cheeks with a muffled grip. As I blinked my eyes, the dark-haired priest was standing in front of me with a serious look on his face. Needless to say, the priest's ciliated hands were pinching my cheeks. Depending on how you look at it, it might have looked like me and Priest Solar were hugging each other. As the priest's hand left my cheek, I rubbed my cheek and asked him frankly. "You didn't answer my calls, so I just used my powers." "Oh, you called me. I'm sorry, I was just thinking about something." Apparently, I was so lost in thought that I was dressed to ignore the person in front of me. When I realized this, I rushed to apologize. Fortunately, the Priest Solar immediately accepted my apology and smiled at me. Incidentally, the priest is half a head shorter than me, so if we were to face each other up close, he would look up at me a little. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to find a way to make the most out of it, but I'm sure I'm going to be able to. "So, what can I do for you?" "I need to ask you a question, Miss Solar." When asked by me, the Priest Solar told me with a new expression on his face, but he quickly adds apologetically, "But if you're tired, Solar, you can come back later." It must have been difficult for you to travel to and from Ishka, right? As this priest had said, I had returned to Ishka only twice in the past 3 days, to check on the status of the stampede and to report to the Ishka government that the Hydra had spread to the lower reaches of the Kale River. It was to check on the situation at the stampede and to report to the Ishka administration that Hydra's poison had spread to the lower reaches of the Kale River. Knowing this, the priest must have been concerned for my health. I was grateful for that concern. But to be honest, the round trip between the Ishka and Merthyr was not a big burden. What was more worrisome was Ilya's symptoms. The improved version of the antidote using my blood temporarily repelled Hydra's poison, but after 3 days, it returned. It is effective, but it recurs. In this respect, it had the same result as the normal version, normal, antidote and recovery magic. However, the normal version did not take more than half a day for the symptoms to recur. So the improved version, which suppressed the recurrence of symptoms for 3 days, was effective. A simple calculation shows that there are 10 bottles a month. If we had that much antidote, we would be able to survive even if we were infected by Hydra's poison. This was good news. However, if he continued to take the same thing over and over again, the effects would eventually wear off, just like any other medicine or magic. The period of time in which you can suppress your symptoms will also be shortened. It's far from a complete cure in that sense, but at least it should no longer be manageable today and tomorrow. This morning I saw that the swelling and sores on Ilaria's face had subsided. For a young woman, this is as important as life itself. In a way, I was relieved to hear that, too, not so much for Ilaria, but rather for her mother, Priestess Syrah, and her little brothers and sisters. So far, it was a happy ending. However, even though the immediate crisis was over, a new problem arose from this result. A person affected by the Hydra's poison requires 10 vials of the antidote per month. In a year, that's 120 vials. Ilaria alone would have been no problem. But there are 5 people in the village who suffer from the same kind of symptoms as Ilaria. That means that they need 60 bottles a month, or 720 bottles a year. All those 720 bottles need to be mixed with my blood. And this is the minimum number. As I mentioned earlier, the 3 days that the new drug could suppress the symptoms could be reduced, but it would not be prolonged. As mentioned above, the number of days that the new drugs can suppress the symptoms may be reduced, but it will not be prolonged. As long as the poison is flowing through the rivers, there is no doubt that the number of people who will be affected by it will increase. Since the village of Murti, which is located downstream of the river, has suffered so much, there is no doubt that many more villages and towns upstream of Murti will be affected. If all the patients were to be saved, the number of antidotes would be 10,000 or 20,000 a month. How many vats of my blood would be needed to produce that many antidotes? That is, this is the new problem that has arisen. For all intents and purposes, there is not enough blood. You can't make a modified version of the antidote without my blood. How would we do it? I spent a lot of time worrying about it. But I didn't. I had no intention of turning myself into a mummy to help others. The only people I'd want to help in the village of Melt are Priest Scylla and the 3 little brats. As for Ilaria, it's a matter of saving the Priest Scylla and the little guys, so that's why I'm including him in the count, and the rest is just barely including Lars, in order to keep my promise to Miroslav. As for the other villagers, I'm sorry, but they're out of my responsibility. I'll be able to provide them with the improved version that we brought to Melt Village, but after that, they'll have to take care of themselves. But, of course, the villagers would not be convinced. They would naturally demand that we give them the same treatment that we gave to Ilaria. Why are you helping her alone? If they refused, they would be met with an outcry of condemnation. If they refused, they would be met with a roaring rebuke. There is no doubt that it would be a disaster. As for me personally, I don't care what is said or done to me, but the problem is when the blame is directed at someone other than me. Most likely, it was the sailor priest. She is expected to face fierce accusations just because of her position as a priest of the Dharma's god and mother of Ilaria. You're a priest of the Dharma god, and that's all that matters if only your own daughter can be saved. I can't bear to imagine the priest Syrah being blamed by the villagers for this. I know that it would be useless to appeal to the villagers that priest Sailor had nothing to do with my decision. Worst case scenario, the little guy will be persecuted as well. The quickest way to avoid this is to take them all to Ishka. I have a specific excuse in mind. A call to arms for the stampede. I'm a contributor to the village of Melt, and I'm sure there will be no one in the village who will openly oppose my cause. If I raise this cause, it would be easy for me to leave the village with the priest Syrah and Ilaria. This way, no persecution will come to the priest or the children. I would like to say that this would solve everything. But there is a problem with this. The problem is that there is no way that the priests of Syrah would agree to such an idea. If I show you the full plan, first of all, the priest will undoubtedly make a different decision than I did. Perhaps the priest will leave Ilaria in my care and return to the village alone. I am sure that he will not mind my speculation that the villagers will persecute him, but rather he will be willing to tell them the truth and meet their anger head-on. That's exactly what I'm going to do. How to prevent that from happening? This is the question I've been pondering. Considering the character of the sailor priest, he would not be able to know the truth and remain silent. If so, would I continue to hide the truth? But I must say, this is a difficult one. The truth will eventually leak out from somewhere. Better yet, I'd like to ingratiate myself with the debt of gratitude for helping Ilaria and force the priest sailor into my possession. That's exactly what I can do. If I make priest sailor priest into a slave like Luna Maria, even if the priest finds out the truth, I can force him to stay in Ishka. Well, in exchange, I'd have to carry priest Seela's resentment and disdain for the rest of my life. I don't want to think about it. My heart aches just thinking about it. Overruled. This was wrong. I shuddered as I closed the lid on my vicious thoughts. I was so busy thinking about this and that I didn't notice the priest sailor's call. I hid the fact that I had been thinking about it all this time and asked the priest Sirat. "I'm sorry you're worried about me, but I'll be fine." "So, what is it you want to ask, High Priest?" "Well then I'll ask you, but the other day Sola said that the new antidote was laced with dragon's blood." "Yes, I told you." "Based on the fact that Ilaria's symptoms return today, I'm guessing that we'll need a significant amount of antidote in the future. How much dragon blood is left?" I'm at a loss for words. I didn't expect to be thinking about something similar. Is that an exaggeration? In the current situation, it's natural for Priestess Sailor to be concerned about the remaining amount of antidote. Now, what should I say? As you can probably guess from the question, I have yet to tell Priest Sailor the truth that dragon's blood equals my blood. This is information that directly relates to my anima, and my heart outfit, so I couldn't just tell him the truth no matter how much I was dealing with the sailor priest. "So, if you want to trick the priest now, you can trick him." "Would you say that the dragon's blood is only enough to cure Ilaria?" "But the lie will come out. And then the priest sailor must be disappointed in me for lying to him." It was unbearable to imagine myself being looked at by the priest as a disappointment. "I'll just blurt it all out." This thought suddenly crossed my mind. In general, when I think too much, something bad happens. If I reveal the truth here, at least I won't have a future of being scorned as a liar. As for the issue of the lack of blood, maybe Priestess Sailor will have some strange ideas. Most importantly, rather than being a cold-blooded man who abandons others, it's better to be a hot-blooded man who tries his best to help everyone as much as possible, and that will win the Priest Sailor's favor. You might even be able to lull a Priest Sailor into joining the clan in a lulling manner under the guise of solving a problem. Yeah, that's right. Let's try to help as many people as possible without being evil or wise. If all we have to do is cut them down, we can do it later. As soon as I made up my mind to do so, I felt strangely light-hearted, although I wasn't really aware of it. The idea of abandoning everyone but Ilaria seemed to be putting a lot of pressure on my heart. I guess it's not because I'm a good person at heart, but because I'm petty. Thinking about this, I opened my mouth to reveal everything to Priestess Sailor. 84-82 episodes, a trio from the royal capital. A few days after the stampede occurred, the trio appeared on the defensive line protecting Ishka. They had come from the royal capital Horus, and each of them had a distinctive appearance. A large, cloud-like man wearing an Eastern-style armor, with translucent white hair and a cloud-like appearance. A woman with translucent white hair and ruby eyes, dressed in a Yagajuri kimono and a scarlet hack armor. This was something rarely seen in the Canary Kingdom. The other young man, like the woman, had white hair and red eyes. Probably a sister and brother. Unlike the other two, he was not dressed in an outfit that was recognizable as an Easterner at first glance, and he wore gray-brown robes with a terribly cold expression. All three wore swords on their waists and asked to participate in a defensive battle. I'm sure you'll be able to find out more about this. It's a good idea to have a good idea of what you're going to do with it. The power of the three of them was overwhelming. Whenever a crowd of demons rushed in, they stood in front of the demons like giant rocks blocking a torrent, cutting down the hits with every fiber of their being. Their appearance is truly that of a one-horse race. At first, the Ishka government had planned to buy as much time as possible for the first defensive wall, which was hastily built, and in the meantime, they planned to build the second defensive wall, which would be moved to the first when it fell. The plan was to buy as much time as possible and then move on to the third bulwark, during which time they were supposed to prepare the defensive system of the main city of Ishka. However, thanks to the efforts of these three men, even the first defensive wall, which should have been the first to be abandoned, was still intact. The second, third and fourth defensive walls had already been completed in the rear, and the defensive line was getting ready to be rock solid. The stampede, which at one point seemed to be on the verge of falling to Issaquah, might finally end without ever reaching the walls of Issaquah. There was even an opinion that was beginning to emerge. It was unanimous that the three men from King's Landing had done the greatest job so far. The Canary soldiers said, "They are as good as the best knights, even the best dragon knights." The adventurer said, "They are as good as the only 3 first-class adventurers in the country." The adventurers said they were unknown to those who admired them. One day, a white-haired young man, one of the 3, overheard the praise and murmured with a spiteful look on his face, "Comparable? Comparable? It would be a mistake to transcend." "Sheba, how long do you plan to continue hunting small fry in a place like this?" Discontent. Klimt, "I'm not happy. In the first place, we came to investigate a dead monk in this country, and it turned out that the person who cut the monk was a duke named Dora something. Then all we have to do now is slay him and return to the island. Why do you have to hunt small fry among the weak, scum, in this place?" The young man called Klimt kicked the ground in abhorrence. "I'm tired of being called a dragon knight or a first class alongside you. It's just disgusting that they think they are praising you for that. We didn't even put out our heart dressing." There are different standards of strength on an island and a continent. Common sense and values. Common sense and values are different on the islands and on the continent. I've already explained to you why we are fighting here. We, as subjects of the sword, must atone for Jijinbo's rudeness. Sheba, when Gazima said that, Klimt gave a small shrug. "It seems like it's too late now, though. When we fight here, the people who died because of the monk aren't going to come back to life." "But that's just it," Giz responded in a grave voice. "You will be able to find a lot more information on this subject, but you will also be able to find a lot more information on the subject." Of course, this was not directed at Klimt. Giz was furious when he found out what Jijinbo had done after investigating the disturbance in the Canary Kingdom earlier. Both in his personal feelings and as the Mitsurugi family's bishop, the assistant to his lord in military matters, what Jijinbo had done was hardly acceptable. The Atoryu is wielded for the purpose of protecting the country and saving the world. It is to protect the powerless. Jijinbo's actions were very contrary to this. For this reason, Giz did not plan to take any revenge against the Duke of Dragunot for defeating Jijinbo. In truth, he wanted to go to the Duke's residence to apologize for the wrongdoing of his fellow countrymen and to praise the courage of an outsider who had defeated the heart dresser. Klimt nodded his head in annoyance at Giz's words. "I have no intention of disobeying Shima's instructions. It's just that, even so, fighting all these small fish every day like this is going to wear out your arm." "Don't you think so too, sister?" Klimt pointed the water at the woman who had been quietly listening to him. The woman, who looked very similar to Klimt, responded with a small shake of her head. "Pride and arrogance are not the same thing, Klimt." "Pride and arrogance are not the same thing, Klimt," he said, "and you must not be proud at any time. And you should be more careful with your words. You can be strong, but that's no reason to look down on others." "That's all you do, Sister Kriya. The small fry are small fry and the weak, scum, are weak, scum, no matter what you say." Klimt, who couldn't get his sister's approval, coldly spat it out. However, the color on his face was not antipathy towards his sister, but the same color as a child sulking. That alone would give you an idea of the relationship between this sister and brother. Giz observed them in silence. The older sister is Kriya Birch, the younger brother is Klimt Birch. The Belch family is one of the most prominent families in Onigashima, and Giz's Sima family, for example, is not even close to a footnote in terms of family size. The Gokens have 4 chief vassals, known as Yonkai, who support the head of the family. The Gokens have 4 lords: Shito, Shiku, Shu, Shiko, and Giz's retainer, Shima, and to say that the House of Belch controls up to 2 of these is a good indication of its power. It was believed that the older brothers of Krya Klimt would eventually become the heart of the Gokans. This time, Giz was secretly given the task of determining their suitability to serve as future vassals of the house. As Giz was thinking about this task, his sister, Krya, spoke up. Sheba, I would like to ask you something. It's about the Duke of Dragnout in the royal capital. You mean Lord Dragnout? What? Does Sheba really think that that person took out the Saren's Bannerman? Giz's eyes narrowed faintly at Krya's words. I'm sure you'll be able to find out what's going on. It's a good thing that you're a good user. He is probably at the same level as us, around 50. With me and Klimt against him, he will not be able to escape the struggle. When his brother heard this, he tried to refute it by peeling his eyes away, but Krya held him back with a wry smile. It's not a good idea to use a newer version of yourself. You can always win if you use your heart attire. I've heard that Lord Jirenbo's level is over 70 and that he was using his heart attire. I find it somewhat hard to believe that Lord Duke was able to defeat Lord Sanyobo's opponent. Is that the only reason you suspect Lord Dragonout? Another reason would be the activities of the Duke after the end of the affair. I heard that he moved vigorously in and out of King's Landing in order to rebuild the city that was ravaged by the walkers. In other words, he was able to win a victory against Lord Jirenbo, who was far superior to him in level, without suffering any injuries. I am also suspicious of this point. I see. Giz nodded slowly. To tell the truth, Giz was also curious about that. He had been trying to find out what was going on when word of the stampede reached King's Landing, so he hadn't had time to look into it. Giz was about to explain to Krya that he intended to resume gathering information once the stampede was over. Excuse me, is Lord Giz Sima here? A voice called out from outside the tent given to the 3 of them. When Giz heard the voice, he raised only his right eyebrow dexterously. This was because the voice that had called out to them was that of a woman. Due to their success in the defensive battle, the 3 of them were given a glance or two by the soldiers and adventurers around them. There are a small number of women in the defense unit, and some of them have asked Giz and Klimt to join them for the night. For a moment, Giz was cautious, wondering if he was the one for that sort of thing. However, if you listen carefully, the voice of the call does not contain any flirtatious colors. There was no hint of coloration in the content of the conversation either. Giz invited 2 women who claimed to be messengers from the Adventurers Guild into the tent. The 2 women, who despite their youthfulness were thick-skinned, called themselves Liddell and Parfait, respectively. 85 Chapter 83 Contact. The time goes back a little. The defensive line that had been set up in the northern part of Ishka had been repeatedly attacked by demons, but had continued to put up a stubborn resistance. The defense line, which was mainly made up of Canary soldiers and adventurers, was very successful, and apart from a few flying types, the swarms of demons had not even been able to reach the gates of the city. In response to this situation, the Ishka administration and the Adventurers Guild sent a supply party full of rewards and supplies to the front lines. The 2 receptionists who received the guild master's unofficial orders to accompany this supply party to the front line. I was wondering what kind of big deal it would be since the master changes his complexion, but it seems to be easier than expected. Senior. On the way to the first defensive wall, Liddell raised an eyebrow at his junior colleague who made optimistic remarks as they sat side by side on the Goha dais. As the person in charge of the window, or the public face of the guild, Liddell can, if he wishes, gracefully sip his cup of tea and look forward to the front lines. However, since that kind of thing was not in his nature, he took the reins and played a role in the supply chain by himself. Parfait was sitting comfortably next to Liddell. Liddell opened his mouth to acknowledge the other man's optimism. You can't be too careful, Parfait. As the master says, the stampede has waves. Besides, as far as I have been able to find out, most of the demons that have been killed to date are of the species that live on the periphery. There are very few deep-sea monsters that have been found. Well, but there was a sword beast, Genron, Scylla, and the corpse of a manticore. Right? That's a deep-range demon, right? And yet, Until today, we haven't had a single defensive line breached. The second, third, and fourth defenses behind us are all ready to go, and I think this is as good as a win now. You know, in front of Parfait, who says it with a big chest, Liddell lets out a deep sigh. Indeed, what Parfait is saying has a point. That's something that Liddell admits, but the Adventurers Guild's staff says, we're as good as one. If you say something like that, it will cause the minds of those who hear it to let their guard down. There is no good result from going into a situation with carelessness. It's a good idea to have a good idea of what you're looking for when you're in the market. Even now, the two of them are the only ones sitting in the coach. The back of the cart is full of barrels of wine, and there are no humans on board. The only people who have heard Parfait's words now, apart from Liddell, are the sweating, hoof-beating pack horses. This makes it hard for Liddell to complain about it. You can't help but sigh at the junior colleague who knows everything and makes fun of his senior's earnestness. By the way, I've never seen a sword beast, Genron, before. Did you ever see your seniors? Twice. Both times more than 3 years ago. Parfait's Genron is a magical beast that is considered to be a type of dragon, just like the wyvern. They are also known for their ability to fly, whereas the wyvern is a sub-dragon that specializes in flight. The Genron is a sub-dragon that specializes in defense, with sharp, sword-like scales covering its back. It was a monster beast that was over 10 meters long in the largest case, and its body was literally the size of a small mountain. The scales of a sword beast, Zenlong, were a high-grade material that could be used to make high-grade armor, and if they were successfully killed, they would be able to acquire a fortune that they could play with for the rest of their lives. However, since they were a rare species in the deep region, encounters with them were rare, and no half-hearted weapons or magic could damage their scales. Furthermore, the sword beast's, Zenron, temperament is neither calm nor docile, and it will actively use the scales on its back to attack. They use their sturdy physique to charge forward with a destructive force that it would easily tear a human body to pieces. They are not too slow for their massive bodies. If you were to encounter it, you would have to fear for your life before you dream of getting rich. It was only a few days ago that two of these sword beasts, Zenlong, appeared at the same time. At that time, the first defensive wall was trapped to the brink of falling, and the one who saved it from that crisis. I wonder what kind of people are the three guys who are rumored to have defeated the sword beast, Genron? I heard that Gaz is a man who smashed the scales of a sword beast, Genron, by force, and I'm sure he's a muscular person, just like me. I'm looking forward to meeting him. You've been through a lot with Sora before, and now with Gaz, and now with Gaz. Oh, senpai, that sounds sarcastic to me. It can't be helped. The Sword of Hayabusa, which we have been relying on, is on the verge of being disbanded. If we don't get a replacement as soon as possible, it will affect our upcoming salary and eventually our summer bonus. We don't have a choice in the matter of means. I can't eat my dinner with pride, Parfait assured him emphatically, and Liddell kept his mouth shut as if he were under pressure. Born into a middle-class Ithaca family, Liddell has never gone hungry until today, but Parfait, from a remote rural village, has. But Parfait, from a remote farming community, has. He knows that he still sends money to his parents and younger siblings in his hometown. These are not things that Parfait told him, but things that were written in a letter from Parfait's parents to his boss, Liddell. When he thinks about it, Parfait is probably a lot more mature than he is. Reflecting on it, Liddell bowed to his junior. I'm sorry. That was indeed a nasty thing to say. I like that kind of honesty on your part, senpai. Of course I forgive you. I can't help but chuckle when he says it with a mischievous smile. And then, out of the corner of Liddell's eye, he saw a wooden tower that looked like a watchtower. They had arrived at the first bulwark. After meeting the trio of men, Gaz, Kra and Klimt, Liddell immediately told them the business entrusted to Elgato. It was a proposal to have the three of them come under the command of the guild. Of course, it was with an unbeatable condition. To put it simply, it was a scout for new recruits. However, the guild did not make this decision on its own. This was an action that had already been discussed with the Ishka government office. What do I mean by that? In the midst of the Stampede crisis, The three unidentified men appeared out of nowhere. All of them were a force to be reckoned with. Hearing this, the Ishka leadership was not so much pleased as disbelieving. They feared that the soldiers of Adastara, the neighboring country, might be trying to take advantage of the stampede and infiltrate the Canary Kingdom. It's a good idea to be cautious, even after all the commotion in the capital. He should have been wary. It's a good thing that the Adventurers Guild's invitation is like bait. You can tell exactly what the trio is up to by how they respond to the guild's offer. That's what the Ishka government and the Adventurers Guild thought. And Gazima had an accurate insight into such intentions on the Ishka side. As far as Gaz was concerned, this time the help was not with the bottom of his heart, but to atone for his peer Jirinbo's rudeness. However, it is not unreasonable to suspect that the Ishka's side was wrong. The first thing he should do is to apologize for what happened to Jirinbo, and then offer his help again. However, this was a matter of national policy for the Empire. As long as the Emperor still wants Crown Prince Azar and Princess Sakuya to marry, he can't reveal the facts through Gaz's personal judgment. If that's the case, the only thing left to do is to make amends by working hard for the Stampede's defense. Naturally, he wanted to say that it was free of charge, but if he said that he didn't need any compensation, Ishka's suspicions would not only be frozen, but would be hardened even further. Let's accept the unbeatable reward from the guild in a straightforward manner. We can distribute the reward we get to the victims of the king's capital and their families. After hearing Liddell's story, Gaz gathered his thoughts in his brain in less than 2 seconds and broke the ice by telling the braided receptionist that she was being treated with the kind of hospitality she had hoped for. Later, when the woman who called herself Parfait came over to congratulate me on my exploits in defeating the Bloodbad Generon, I was not disappointed. He could feel the Birch sisters' eyes piercing his back, but if he couldn't do this level of belly flop, the swordsman's magistrate would be bored. Gaz's behavior was natural, even in Liddell's eyes. On the other hand, the attitude of the two men behind him, especially his brother Klimt, caught Liddell's attention. His attitude, filled with frustration in his right eye and contempt in his left eye, was hardly friendly. If you're going to poke at it, Liddell decided, it's probably this one. It was true that there was nothing unnatural about Gaz's attitude, but there was no way to get rid of the fundamental unnaturalness of those who were capable of kicking Stampede's demons to the ground in the first place, traveling without serving any country or house. The guild has a tacit understanding of not stepping into the adventurer's past, but with the suspicion of being a secret agent of a neighboring country, it was the duty of the staff to seek out the information they could find. It's not just that Gazdono's defeat of the Sword Beast, Generon, was brilliant, but I heard that Guriadono and Klimt defeated Scylla and Manticore, respectively, single-handedly. This was also a truly impressive feat, and our guild master, Elgato, was greatly impressed. 5 or 10 Manticores, there's nothing to be proud of when you defeat them. The adventurers of Ishka are pretty low level. Klimt, you're being rude. It's just a fact, sister. The guild master is impressed? It's Manticore, it's Scylla, it's just a mook that's killed a mook. What are you talking about? Liddell looked at Klimt, who spat, and Liddell's eyes narrowed so faintly that he didn't even notice it. Then he continued to speak, keeping only a smug expression on his face. Those are harsh words. It's true that in Ishka, Manticore, Scylla, and of course the Sword Beast, Generon, are also considered to be highly dangerous demonic beasts. Besides, you are always required to form a party when defeating them. From the point of view of those who have successfully defeated these monsters alone, solo, I have to say that our level is low. You look like you know what you're doing. That's Sheba's plan. We'll help you, but don't make the mistake of telling us what to do. Tell that to Elgato and his friends. Yes, sir. When Liddell nodded without opposition, Klimt let out a huff and a snort and kept his mouth shut. Although his words and actions are violent, I can't sense his stubbornness and viscosity. He was satisfied when he said what he wanted to say, which seemed to be a common type of young adventurer who was confident in his own abilities. My sister, Cryer, gives me an apologetic look in her eyes as she conveys her gratitude. While responding with a smile in that direction, Little further speculates on the relationship and personality of the three of them. Klimt is too upright to act as a secret agent. Guz and Kriya have depth in their personalities, but their words and actions and personalities are positive, and they seem to be unrelated to the shadowy work of a secret agent. However, judging from the abilities of the three of them, even if they are not secret agents, there is no doubt that they are harboring some secrets. Should I give it one more push for the sake of reporting to Elgato? And as if reading Lidl's inner thoughts, Parfait opened his mouth. Senpai. If you're the one who took down a monster beast alone, solo, we've got you in our house. Like Sylar, or Griffin. Parfait lowered his voice. In fact, he spoke to them all with a calculation to make sure they could clearly hear him. Parfait continued to speak to Guz with an unsuspecting look on his face, even though he must have noticed that Klimt's cheeks twitched. The adventurers of Ishku aren't so discarded either. Maybe Guz-san and the others have seen it. But haven't you heard of the Indigo Dragon Knight Indigo Dragoon? No, I don't know. I have a feeling I've heard about the Dragon Knight, but I'm guessing that the one who defeated the demon beast is this Indigo Man? Even though you got help from the winged beast, Wyvern, you're still quite the user if you took out the Griffin. Guz was impressed with the response, but he wasn't really interested in it. People in this country make a lot of noise about being a dragon and a dragon knight, but a Wyvern was not a dragon species to begin with. And, to borrow Klimt's words, the winged beasts were small fry to the illusory one style. Inevitably, there is no need to fear the winged beasts, and there is no reason to be impressed by those who follow the winged beasts. It wasn't just Guz, but Klimt as well. No, even Kriya had the same idea. Noticing the lack of response from the three of them, Parfait realized that he had messed up in his choice of topic. He frowned inwardly, but figured it would be unnatural to end the conversation here. So he continued with a casual wind in his face. That Dragon Knight, whose name is Sora, is probably the most famous person in Ishka right now. Parfait was about to continue. What is it? But Guz interrupted him with a sharp sound. Wait. Wow. What is it? Did you just say Sora? What? Yes. That Dragon Knight's name is Sora-san, but Sora. The sky? How old are you? How old is this person? Well, maybe as much as Mr. Klimt and Mr. Kriya over there. A growl escaped Guz's mouth as Parfait responded. What color is your hair? Is it black? Yes. Do you know each other? I'm afraid so. I'm sorry, but I would like to hear a little more information about him, about how he became a Dragon Knight and how he killed Sylar and Griffin alone. Guz leans upward and asks Parfait a question. The eyes are set on Parfait's face with a piercing sharpness, and even the lever is not likely to move. 86 Episode 84, There is no malicious intent, but, before. The Adventurers Guild holds a lot of information about the adventurers who belong to it. What is their level? What materials do they use for their weapons and armor? Which system of magic, earth, water, fire, and wind do they practice, and to what realm can they use it? These are all vital information for adventurers, and for this reason, guild officials are required to have a high sense of ethics and responsibility in handling secrets. Naturally, Parfait was aware of this. Even though he was young, he had been working at the guild's reception desk for more than a year, which is a hard job. He knew the distinction between good and bad information to convey. Parfait spoke of information about Solar in response to Guz's question, but he didn't divulge a word about the information he heard from Solar during his time with the guild. The same is true of the events that occurred after Solar's expulsion from the guild. What he told her, then, was the saga of Solar. It was the story of her heroic deeds that Solar had shared with Guz and the others to promote her clan, the Sword of Blood and Smoke. It's not valuable as information because it's something that can be obtained on the same day if you go into Ishka and do some research on Solar. Parfait began to speak with that kind of preface, but for information that is less than a single copper coin, Guz bites into it with surprising force. It's a good thing that you're not going to be able to find a way to make your life easier. It's not as overt as Guz, but you can tell that the other two are interested in each other as well. Even Clear was deafened, and even Klimt, who was frowning and looking away, did not interrupt or leave his tent. Parfait thinks it is definite that there is some kind of connection between the three of them and Sola. If we find out what that connection is, we might find out the secret of the three of them's brazen strength. And that was supposed to coincide with the reason why Sora, who had long been at level 1, had grown so rapidly in a short period of time. Liddell, who was silently observing the situation, was having the same thought, and the two receptionists exchanged glances and gave each other a small nod. After the two guild emissaries left the tent, Guz wrinkled his brow and sank into his thoughts. Of course, it was Sora that he was thinking about. The information uttered by the duo who called themselves Parfait and Liddell was fragmentary, and it didn't give him any certainty that the adventurer named Sola was the Gouken Sora he once knew. Guz chuckled as he found himself unconsciously tapping the hilt of his sword with a thump. He said, "If this Sora is not a young man, no, not Sora Dono, that's fine. But if it was Sora Dono." Guz's concern for Sora's identity was not driven by nostalgia of any kind. No, or more accurately, nostalgia. There is, but that's only one small reason. As it turned out, Guz guessed that Sora had mastered the mind outfit. In order to make the connection between Sora's military service that Parfait and others talked about and Goukensu's ability that Guz knew, the element of mind attire is essential. Of course, this is just a guess. It is also possible that Sora, who was banished from the island, gained a good teacher during the 5 years, and after going through the toughest real-world battles, his abilities blossomed. But if you ask me whether a boy who was unable to handle the dragon soldier at the age of 13 could grow up to be able to defeat Scylla and the Griffin alone in 5 years or so, the answer is a negative one. It's still more convincing to think that Sora has somehow mastered the mind outfit, and if Sora had come to the depths of the illusory Eto style on his own, I'm sure Mikado-sama will agree to let you off the hook. As long as Laguna was around, it would be difficult to return to a legitimate son, but that doesn't mean it's impossible, depending on the Sky's mindset. When I thought of that, my heart naturally lifted. However, I have some concerns. It is not necessarily true that Sora, who was banished from the island, still has feelings for his hometown. What would happen if Sora did not return to Onigashima? Speaking of personal feelings, it's enough to know that Sora is doing well off the island. I'm sure his sister Cecil will be happy to hear that. But as a swordsman, Shiba, he couldn't leave a person who had mastered the inner workings of the illusionary Ito Ryu style off the island. Ito Ryu is a martial art that is not to be missed. Once a student joins a school, he or she is not allowed to leave the island as they see fit. They are required to swear that they will never use it or talk about it for the rest of their lives. This is not a superficial written or verbal oath. They would have their fists crushed and would never be able to hold a weapon again, and they would be silenced with a spell. The same procedure is to be applied to those who are banished for their crimes. If a person left the island without permission for fear of this, an assassin would immediately be released to take his or her life. This was the rule of the Ito Ryu school of thought. Sora, who was expelled from the island 5 years ago, was able to evade this measure because he had not yet officially joined the school. What would the swordsman do if it turned out that Sora had mastered the mind attire? The fact that Sora came to the depths of the art after leaving the school, it was Sora's own power that had nothing to do with the illusionary Ito school. Such an argument would not pass. It's been 300 years since the first sword sage created the illusionary Ito Ryu. The power of the heart outfit has been monopolized by the swordsman. If the secrets of the heart outfit were to leak out to the world, that alone would damage the influence of the swordsman. Therefore, all mind dressers had to be under the control of the House of the Sword. As the swordsman's librarian, Guz was in a position to force Sora to make a decision. If he agreed to return home, good. If he refuses, I will drag him back to the island, even if it means dragging him forcibly. Otherwise, I will crush my fists and make my body unable to use the illusionary one-dimensional style again. Totally. I'd rather pretend I never heard of Sora Dono's name. Guz blurted out in a whisper that didn't fit his massive body. If it had been just Guz alone who heard the receptionists, or maybe he would have done so. But there were Birch's sisters and brothers in that place. He couldn't pretend that he hadn't heard them now. If that was the case, rather than putting the matter off, he should quickly get it over with. If you confront a demon with a disturbed mind, you could be unexpectedly unaware. Gaz did not overestimate his own abilities. When Gaz told the other two of his thoughts, the first to react was Klimt. The white-haired young man said in a biting tone, "We're fighting to atone for the monks, Gyojinbo's, callousness, aren't we?" After deciding to do so, how could Sheba be the first to leave the battlefield? It's not too shabby, even if it's the morning after the war. I'm not going to be away for a day or two. But with the power of the javelin, the journey to and from Ishka will not take more than a moment. I'm sure you'll be able to get away for a day or two without being seen. Don't change the subject. I'm just saying, you need to take responsibility for your words and actions. Klimt raises his eyes and glares at Gaz. It was rude to his superior opponent, but to Klimt, it looks like Gaz is just now trying to act selfishly because of his personal feelings. There was no need to be polite to such an opponent. With that in mind, Klimt continued, eliminating the call for Sheba. I'm not sure what to do if the demons come to you during the hour you're away. The stampede can do without you, but don't put the blame on me and my sister for the responsibility you have to carry. If you want to see the Empty One so badly, you can go see him as much as you want after you've taken care of Stampede. Then I won't complain. Klimt chuckles. Neither Klimt nor Cryer is a private vassal of Gaz. It's a very good idea to have a good idea of what you're going to do if you're not going to be a part of it. It's true that if you think about it without taking it personally, you should focus on the stampede now. Gaz must have thought the same way if he was in Klimt's position. Gaz opened his mouth to take back his statement, but someone else opened his mouth earlier. It was Klimt's sister, Cryer. In that case, I'll take care of Sheba's share. What? Sis, what are you talking about? Klimt was taken aback by his sister's unexpected words. Even Gaz was surprised and looked at Cryer with his right eyebrow raised. Are you sure? Yes, sir. Klimt said it was a private act, but I don't think so. If that adventurer named Sora that the guilds talked about is really the Sora Dono we know, then he may have been involved in the death of Jirenbo Dono, which... Gaz growled at Cryer's words. Gaz thought that Sora might have mastered the mind attire, but he did not connect that to Jirenbo's death. He had subconsciously thought that Sora, the heir of the Gokans, would never have killed the Siren Kishi. However, 5 years have passed since he was banished from Onigashima. It is quite possible that Sora's personality has changed. It's a good thing that Gaz and the others are more satisfied with the fact that the heart dresser Jirenbo was killed by the same heart dresser, Sora, than by the amateur, Lord Dragunot. It's a good idea to have a conversation with the guildmaster, Elgato, at least once if you are going to be working under the command of the Adventurers Guild. This is necessary in order to avoid a relationship where the other side is giving us unilateral orders. However, if the three of us move at the same time to do so, it will create a hole in the line of defense. Therefore, I would like to ask Shima to go and talk to them as our representative. And there's nothing wrong with finding out about the sky when you do, Cryer said. Isn't that right, Klimt? Smiling, Klimt had visions of multiple angry marks on Cryer's temples as he smiled. Cryer seemed to feel that his brother's attitude towards his superior, Gaz, just now could not be overlooked. Klimt flinched inwardly, knowing that this sister was scary when she made him angry. In addition, it was none other than Klimt who declared to the earlier receptionists that they should tell Elgato not to tell them what to do. It was my sister's suggestion. In line with that statement, there was no other choice but to nod. Well, I have no complaints then. I'm sure there are other words you'd like me to say. Apostrophe dot 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 dot. I'm sorry, Shima. My words were out of line. I apologize to you as well. Please forgive my brother for his rudeness. Cryer, who bowed deeply to him, and Klimt, who followed his sister's lead, even though he was clearly sulking. It's a good thing that you can't get away from the fact 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 that you can't get away with 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 it. 87 Episode 85. There is no malicious intent, but, later. Look up, both of you. Klimt's words were not wrong, and I don't care. Cryer raised his head in relief at Gaz's words. Thank you, Shimmer. Oh, and this would be nice if I could, but if you can find out about Sora Dono, I'd appreciate it if you could tell me as well. Huh? Gaz let out a surprised voice. It's a good thing that you're able to get a good idea of what you're looking for. I'm sure you'll be able to find out more about this in the future. This was not only Gaz, but Klimt also seemed to agree, and his eyes widened in surprise. Why would your sister care about the empty one? In the first place, there's no need to call him a lord when he's disowned. It's true that Lord Sora was disowned, but then, isn't it true that we learned together with Lord Cuckden? Besides, Sora Dono never once teased us about our hair or eyes, or that we were adopted by Birch. The two white-haired, red-eyed, so-called albinos have been exposed to the curiosity of those around them since childhood. It can be said that being an upstart member of the Birch family, coupled with being an adopted child, being teased and bullied was an everyday occurrence. However, Mykon's legitimate son, Sora, did not hesitate to treat such a sister and brother with the utmost respect. My memory is a bit hazy now, but I think he once chased away a group of bad boys who were persistently bullying me. It was when he was only 5 or 6 years old, he remembers fondly. At the time, there was no socializing, due to the fear and reticence of the swordsman, and the fact that he had spent all his time studying and training in order to be recognized by the Birch family. That hadn't changed since they'd long since become peers. But even so, Cryer hadn't forgotten his gratitude to Sora. That gratitude was not for his status as a legitimate son, but for Sora as an individual. Therefore, even after Sora was disowned, there was no change in his feelings. It's not like you don't remember it either, is it? I don't know what you're talking about. Looking at his brother, who turned away purposefully, Cryer smiled at him before continuing his words. The only reason I wanted to know about Sora Dono was because I thought Ayaka might be concerned about it. Azurite. Klimt was confused by the name that came out of his sister's mouth. Ayaka. Azurite. To Klimt, he is a person in the same class as his sister and Sora. On top of that, he's also an opponent who has never won a single match before. It's a good thing that you're able to have a good time with your friends. Of course, I know that Ayaka and Sora were married for good. But after Sora's exile, Ayaka got engaged to Mykon Laguna, the new heir of the Mykon family, and the relationship with Sora must have been severed. Klimt didn't know the details since they had different squads, but at least he hadn't heard that Laguna and Ayaka were not on the same page. Isn't it none of your business? You could end up being spotted by that Laguna guy. Lord Laguna is probably not that small a person. But, yes, it's true, I may have to do something unnecessary for you. In response to his brother's words, Cryer wandered off as if he was lost. In fact, Cryer was lost. Among the so-called Golden Generation, there were 3 women. These 3 were on good terms with each other, and they had continued to associate with each other even after they broke up with the rest of the squad at Sirenate Banner. For that reason, Doria was more familiar with Ayaka and Laguna's relationship than his brother. As far as he knew, they were on good terms with each other. Not once has Ayaka spilled his frustrations to Laguna, nor has she ever spoken of her longing for the sky. More to the point, not once in the past 5 years had Cryer heard Sora's name come out of Ayaka's mouth. That's why I'm curious. In Cryer's eyes, her friend Ayaka Azurite is a dynamic, good-natured, unpretentious person, well-liked by her superiors, underlings, and peers alike. How is it possible that such an Ayaka could not care for an exiled, forgiven marriage at all. In Kria's memory, Ayaka had been more actively attached to Sora when he was on the island. This was because she was annoyed by voices that suggested their relationship was unbalanced. In other words, Ayaka liked Sora enough to resent the backbiting directed at her, and she definitely seemed to enjoy her time with Sora. For Kria, who secretly envied their relationship, Ayaka's attitude after Sora's expulsion was terribly unnatural. Until now, it was no use worrying about it. The character of the current head of the family makes it impossible for Sora to be disowned. There is no way to contact Sora after he leaves the island, and there is no guarantee that he is safe in the first place. That's why Kria didn't bring up Sora when she met with Ayaka. But now, it looks like he's going to find out about Sora's disappearance in an unexpected way. It was natural for Kria to think that it would be better to tell Ayaka about this, even more so if there was a possibility of being disowned. It's a good idea to have a good idea of what you're doing, but it's also a good idea to have a good idea of what you're doing. It was difficult for Kria to gauge what was best for him. While unconsciously combing her long white hair with her fingers, Kria slowly spun her words as if to confirm each word. Apostrophe dot 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 dot. Whether or not I tell Ayaka or not, there will be no problem for me to know about Sora Dono, Klimt and Shima. Sora Dono, who has a means of transportation called the Winged Beast, Wyvern, may leave for another country tomorrow to avoid the difficulties of the stampede. With that in mind, I think the sooner Shima goes to see him, the better. The next day, after such a discussion, the three of them were found in the carriage on their way to Ishka. This was the result of Lidl's suggestion to take the three of them together, after hearing that only Gaz was going to Ishka. It's not just the three of us. It's a good thing that you're not the only one. The only way to get rid of fatigue is to live in a tent, and under a situation where you don't know when the demons are going to rush in, even if you lay your body down. And if fatigue piles up, even the most seasoned warrior would be caught unawares. This is a measure to avoid that situation. It's not just a matter of time before you'll be able to get your hands on a new one. The fact is that the top brass has a desire to protect the main city of Ishka until today, and as a result, the troops who have never experienced any kind of combat, want to experience actual combat while they can still afford it. Hearing this, Kria agreed. Gaz jokingly blurted out, "You should have told me that yesterday." Even for Klimt, he was constantly complaining about fighting against weak demons. There was no reason for him to refuse when he was told he could take a break. As a result, the three of them decided to visit Ishka together. As they walked through the gates of the castle, Gaz pointed to a corner outside the castle and asked, "What is that building?" "Is that building the stables?" "From the looks of it, though, some of them are quite large." "Oh, those are the stables for the squire." "Right now, the squires are being moved to other places in preparation for the stampede." Solar's Indigo, Winged Beast, Wyvern, was also there until the other day. Parfait responded in a light voice. Parfait continued onward as a hint of interest flashed in Gaz's eyes. "Right now, with the permission of the political office, they are using the yard of their home as a stable. I heard that the dragons are very popular with the residents and that they are always crowded with spectators. During the stampede, the townspeople of Ishka must be hardy. That's how much faith I have in my adventurers and my guild." Parfait, who was thumping his chest, clapped his hands together as if he had noticed something. "That's right. Shall we stop by Sora's house before we head to the guild?" "Right now, Solar-san is on a reconnaissance mission in the south, but she comes back every few days to report to the political office. Perhaps we can meet her soon?" "As much as I'd love to ask you to do that, it's a scouting mission to the south now, isn't it? Are demons occurring in the south as well as the north? I'm sure the master would like to talk to you about that." "I'm sorry, but I can't tell you that for a moment." Solar is struggling to deal with a new poisoning outbreak in the Kale River Basin. It's supposed to. The Ishka government had not yet informed the population of this new outbreak of incurable Hydra poison. The truth about the incurability was not clear, and in the extraordinary circumstances of the stampede, the consequences of sowing more confusion would be irreversible. The upper echelons of the Ishka community were concerned about this. When Gaz heard Parfait's words, He looked dubious, but if the guildmaster had something to say, there was no need to force the receptionist to speak here. He nodded, lightly restraining Klimt, who was expressing his irritation. It's a good idea to have the guildmaster, Lord Elgato I believe, speak to him. I'm sorry to say, but before I head to the guild, I'd like you to stop by the Soradono's residence. Whether or not I'll see him soon, I'd like to make sure he's home or not. Otherwise, I won't be able to get into a conversation with Lord Elgato. Yes, sir, that's right. So nice to meet you, Senior. Liddell, who was holding the reins, shrugged his shoulders at Parfay's words and responded, yes, sir. It wasn't without objection that he would lead the three of them to Sora before Elgato. However, looking at the attitude of Gaz and the others, it is clear that they value Sora more than the guild. Even if Liddell insisted here, no, this is the guild first, it would only harm the three of them. It was more profitable to follow the juniors' intentions here. Liddell thought later. If they had prioritized going to the guild here, the outcome might have been much different. He thought. That's not all. If only Gaz hadn't suggested the three of you together or something like that when he heard that he was going to Ishka. If Gaz and the others wanted information about Sora, they could have given them all the information they knew, especially about the members of the Sword of Blood and Smoke, without regard to ethics. You should go a little further to find out more about the three of them and their backgrounds. The list of regrets is endless, but they are all unknowable until later. This time Liddell let the carriage head for Sora's mansion without noticing the warning voice his future self gave him. When Sora's house eventually comes into view, Parfay makes a disappointed noise. There were no spectators for the wyvern. Oh my goodness, Sora, it looks like you haven't come back. I guess so, but that doesn't mean he's not home. Liddell complied as he noticed Seal sweeping the front of the mansion. Slightly later, a distant, bright blonde elf came out of the gate. When Gaz saw the two of them, he opened his mouth with interest. Bobcat Beastman, and that elf is wearing the robes of a wise man, sage. Are those guys the followers of Soradono? Well, yes. I suppose you could call it a squire. They're quite individuals, aren't they? Don't you think so, Klimt? It's not just a squire, is it? They're all very old women. You can see they're just gathering them up for their color. 5 years ago, he was a miserable outcast from his homeland, and now he has a woman on his hands. Ha, Klimt sneered, you've come a long way, Sora. You've come a long way, Sora, he said. You've come a long way, sis. Tell us you're right. I'm sure that if you had a crush on that guy, this will wipe the slate clean. Klimt, you shouldn't be so judgmental. Well, you can check with the guys directly. Come on, Klimt, who was about to order Liddell to do something with the reins, unexpectedly interrupted him. When Liddell looked at him curiously, he saw that Klimt's red eyes were wide open to the limit. Klimt is not the only one. It's not only Klimt, but also Gaz and Krier. You will be able to get a good deal more information about the company. A bad premonition drove Liddell to follow the gaze of the three, and what he saw in his field of vision was the beastly seal and the elven Luna Maria. And one more. It was the figure of the sparrow who had just come out of the gate, the demon girl. 88-86th episode, Sister vs. Brothers Sword of Blood Smoke. Before. At that moment, the warning of the spirit, which resembled a scream, struck Luna Maria's earlobe. It was almost a miracle that she was able to react on the spur of the moment. Aiming at the white shadow that was approaching like a gust of wind, Luna Maria held out the Vajra stone dagger that she wore for protection. A moment after the dagger was about to cut through the white shadow, an unbelievable pressure is applied to Luna Maria's hand. From the bottom to the top, a strong impact that seems to lift the whole body up. The next moment, the dagger flies through the air with a clear sound of kink. Luna Maria lost her weapon in an instant, but she was able to determine the identity of the shadow in the little time she had earned. The elf's blue eyes caught the figure of a young man with grayish-white hair and blood-red eyes. In his hand was the Eastern sword, Katana, the same as his master, Sora. It was this weapon that had just flicked off the dagger of Luna Maria. The young man's red eyes stared at Luna Maria with a guileless stare. That alone is enough to expose him to a pressure that makes his throat dry up. In a faint voice, Luna Maria told the two men behind her, "You two, run. You two, run." The other side was not aiming at her, Lunamaria decided. If the other side's aim was Lunamaria, they wouldn't have been able to shrug off the first blow. If the aim was not Lunamaria, then the two remaining possibilities were Seal and Sparrow. And based on the young man's movements just now, Lunamaria guessed that the target was probably the Sparrow. The Sparrow is standing still with both eyes wide open, unaware of what is happening. It was Seal who took the hand of the Sparrow and tried to quickly run back into the mansion. The beast girl's ears and tail, which showed a quick reaction, are both bent and stretched out to the point where you would think that there is even a wire inside. It was clear that this was brought on by extreme tension, and Seal must have realized the ease of the attacker in this short time. Earth Spirit, Gnome, my friend. Twine this man's legs together. Losing her dagger and using her bare hands, Lunamaria exercised her spirit magic. Then, breaking through the cobblestone pavement in the alleyway, a tentacle-shaped object that looked like the roots of a plant tangled around the white-haired young man's legs. Unlike the earth, water, fire, wind magic dealt with by Miroslav and Sora, there is no fixed chant or effect for spirit magic. There is only a procedure in which the sorcerer wishes for the spirit and the spirit fulfills it. It's a good thing that you can change the effect of the spell according to the situation, so spirit magic is much more versatile than normal magic. However, there were disadvantages as well. As a matter of course, spirits are fickle, and the more detailed the effect is, the lower the success rate. Depending on the competence of the surgeon, the wishes could be ignored. In the worst case, they might even attack the surgeon, displeasing him. In other words, the effect was unstable. This was the reason why there were so few spirit users among adventurers who required certainty. In that respect, Lunamaria, an elf, has a high affinity for spirits, and the success rate of spirit magic is much higher than that of other spirit users. At this time, the Earth Spirit also teased the opponent's feet in response to Lunamaria's wishes. However, little wise, irritating words leaked out of the white assailant's mouth. Immediately afterwards, Lunamaria felt her opponent's magical power swell like an explosion. An explosion is not a metaphor. The assailant, Klimt, released his heightened jingles as a shockwave to the surroundings. A strong impact, as if struck by a giant hammer, was felt throughout Lunamaria's body as she was hit by a direct hit. When I noticed, the elf's thin body was flying in the air like a leaf on a tree. It is probably unique to the lightweight elves that they were able to quickly regain their position in the air and land on the ground from their feet. However, as she stood up, Lunamaria's face was covered in frustration. The earth spirit that had been teasing her attacker's feet was already nowhere to be seen. That would be no surprise. The torrent of magic power, Odo, surrounding the enemy's body was equal to a scorching fire. There was no way a subordinate spirit could keep such a flaming demon in bondage. If it was a higher level spirit, but calling a higher level spirit would require an appropriate amount of magical power and concentration. It's not just a matter of time before you'll be able to get a good deal more than you think. In the first place, there's no guarantee that a higher level spirit would be able to stop it. But, Lunamaria groans inwardly. I can tell just from the short offense and defense now. The difference in power between them has reached a desperate level. This is not an opponent that Lunamaria can face at all. The current Lunamaria is no better than a frog staring at a snake, and it was no surprise that she would cower and slump down. In the corner of her mind, she thinks that the only reason she didn't have to expose herself to such an abomination was because of her master, Sora. Earlier, when I met Sora, who had returned from the Lord of the Flies Nest, in the guild. Compared to that time when I confronted the dragon at close range, the heavy pressure that the assailant in front of me gives me is somewhat lighter. That gave Lunamaria's spirit some leeway, if only slightly. And seeing such Lunamaria, Klimt opens his mouth. I'll praise you for not sitting up now. Klimt bends his lips and looks at the elf, who is breathing heavily. I'll give you one piece of advice in spite of your enthusiasm. Go away now. I'm after the demons, not the elves. You seem to have a grudge against the demon man, but is that grudge a reason to slay a child not much older than you? It's a foolish question. The fact that such a question is asked is a sign that people on the continent are at peace with themselves. Oh well, if you're not going to listen to my advice, then you'll die here. With that, Klimt swung the sword he was holding high. The sword's blade reflected the sunlight and emitted a radiant glow. Lunamaria gently sits down. Looking at Klimt's attitude, which was unattached, it was obvious that further words were meaningless. And so, the two of them were about to collide again, right on the verge of doing so. Wait. Lidl's voice, upset, interrupted them. The braided receptionist was stunned by Klimt's sudden disorder, but the time created by Lunamaria's resistance brought her back to herself. Lidl, who had given Parfait the reins of the rampaging horse at Klimt's fighting spirit and hurriedly dismounted from the Gossordai, loudly stopped Klimt from confronting Lunamaria. It was also an appeal to Gaz and Krier, who were watching Klimt in silence. Private combat within the city is strictly forbidden. Please stir your weapons at once. I can't hear that. The response was immediate. The reason why Lidl's expression froze is because his voice came not from the front, Klimt, but from behind, Gaz. Lidl, who thought he had an approximate grasp of the three men's personalities and relationships from the exchanges up to this point, thought that Gaz and Krier were going to be able to stop them. However, when he listens to Gaz's words, he realizes that he was wrong. It's an iron law for us. We cannot obey the law of keeping your weapons in front of demons. Lord Gaz, the boy is under the protection of Miss Solar and the Union. This is something that the Ishka government has acknowledged. If you do any harm here, you will not get away with it. It is unavoidable. Compared to the harm caused by neglecting demons, it is a far easier price to pay to be a criminal. Looking at Gaz, who said it without a breeze to move, it was clear from the fire that it would be difficult to persuade him. On the contrary, if you continue to say more words of restraint, Lidl might be cut down. The current Gaz exudes that much wariness. Lidl doesn't know that this is a torrent of magic power, Odo, called the Jade. Even though he doesn't know it, he understands its power. The guild's receptionist, who is accustomed to the roughness of being exposed to the power of a giant, Cyclops, shrugs her body. Parfait, who was closer to Gaz than Lidl, is also blue-faced and shaking his shoulders. Like a drowning man clutching at straws, Lidl searches for Krier, hoping for a bit of hope. And it is here that he finally realizes that Krier is gone. I don't even need to think about where she's gone. Lidl's face, which was even paler than just blue, paled even more, and he looked up at the walls of Sora's mansion. Then, as if waiting for it, a scream that seemed to belong to Seal resounded from the other side of the wall. It was Krier, who had jumped over the fence and stepped onto the property, attacking Seal and Sparrow, who were trying to escape into the mansion, and Seal must have been wounded by defending the Sparrow. Lidl guessed that. It's a good thing that you're not the only one who can do this. And even more so, the Sparrow. I'm sure you'll be able to hear the screams of the demise soon, and Lidl closed his eyes tightly. 89 Episode 87, Sibling vs. Sword of Blood Smoke, Middle. When the first attack was blocked by the Beast Girl, Seal, Krier Birch couldn't believe his eyes. In her right eye, she was surprised that she didn't expect to be prevented. And in her left eye, the question of how she had prevented it from happening arose. Clea, who jumped over the fence with her whole body clad in jade, swung her sword horizontally, flashing out behind the two people who were trying to run into the mansion. A blow to behead the demon girl, Sparrow, with a single sword. Killing her painlessly was Krier's least mercy. This attack was by no means an all-out effort, but even so, there should have been no opportunity for those adventurers out there to break in. In fact, until the very last minute, Seal hadn't even noticed Krier's attack, or even the approach. That was because he threw himself in front of the sword blade, defending the Sparrow without warning, and so Krier's reaction was also delayed. Some beastmen have wild animal instincts, or perhaps Seal is one of them. I'm sure you'll be able to find out more about this as well. I'm sorry, I thought to myself, he hadn't meant to hurt anyone but the demon man. The slashed Seal stumbled back a couple of steps, but instead of falling down, he changed his position and confronted Krier. Seeing this, Krier had quickly chosen the option of retreating. I'm not going to be able to get my hands on any of them. Hi. Mr. Seal, you're hurt. The wound must have hurt. Seal's voice was low and faint. Still, He didn't stop defending the sparrow with his back. Before he knew it, he had a sharp dagger in his hand. The sparrow would have been able to escape if it had wanted to at this time, as Kria's attacking hand had stopped. But the sparrow couldn't move. Sparrow's heart is not strong enough to escape on its own without hesitation, leaving the seal in front of her eyes with blood pouring from her back. Kria faintly raises his eyebrows after listening to their exchange. The beastmani girl glaring at her and the demon girl who looks like she's about to cry. You can easily understand their inner thoughts. Seal's devotion to protect his friends, risking his life, and Sparrow's hesitation to run away from her friends are both precious to Kria's eyes. If I had been there as a third party, I would have gladly assisted them. I'm sure you'll be happy to know that I'm not going to be the only one. It's not just a matter of time before you'll be able to find a way to get a job. But the actuality of this is that you can't retreat here. A scene I once saw in my hometown comes to mind for Guria. It's not just a matter of time before you'll be able to get a good deal more than you think. There was no sign of life, let alone nature's blessings. And that was the scene inside the demon gate. The sealed power of the demon god affects the terrain and creatures outside the demon gate. It would be self-evident that its power would become more powerful inside the demon gate. What Guria saw was a world that had been distorted and destroyed by the demon god's demon energy. If the demon gods are freed, both the demon island and the continent will become a wilderness. The grass would wither, the water would decay, and insects and animals would be turned into demons by the demon's energy. The mad ecosystem will disrupt and destroy the order of the human world. In a world where countless demons roam about, humans and subhumans kill each other over the remaining food and safety of the land. This is called hell. This is called hell. The Siren warriors are fighting to keep this world from turning it into hell, and it is for this very reason that the blue-ringed warrior has turned his back on the demon race. The demon people are a clan with the demon gods as the same source of existence, anima. It's not just a matter of time before you get to know them. The fact that the head of the Gokens family tells him that he has once passed through the demon gate. That's not the only thing he was told. Ito Ryo, a style of sword fighting that exerts immense power by controlling the anima. The first sword sage who developed this technique learned it from the demon race. This is also a truth that can only be passed on to those who have passed through the demon gate. The horns, the source of the demon's power, are connected to the demon gods at the root level and continue to emit demonic energy. In other words, the demon god constantly interferes in the world through the horns of the demon men. The qualities and character of the individual are irrelevant. Even if there are demons who do not worship the demon god, it does not matter. The demons are a race of people who distort the world simply by being there. And that's not all. As an anima, the demigods need a rallying party in order to appear in the world. And the object of that rallying party is the demon humans united by their horns. There was no need to break the demon gate. As long as the demon race is alive, the demon gods can appear in this world. This is exactly what happened 300 years ago. This was the truth that had conclusively determined the conflict between man and demon man 300 years ago. The reason why the Ad Astra Empire and the Sword family kept this information a secret was to avoid causing unnecessary harm. If this fact were to spread, the people would change their blood and try to hunt down the surviving demons. And they will be returned. Anijin, who control the anima, sometimes show a power that surpasses even the users of the illusionary one-sword style. They are no match for a simple soldier or adventurer, and in the worst-case scenario, they could trigger the demon gods to appear in the world. To avoid such a situation, the Empire and the swordsmen took it upon themselves to clean up the demon race. They also crushed groups of demon hunts for horns that were not in their favor. Also, if other nations knew the secrets of the demon gods and anima, they might secretly try to capture the demons and use their power to their advantage. The reason why the Empire withheld information was also to nip this kind of conspiracy in the bud. However, simply withholding information could lead to the demons of other countries being set free. In that case, if the Empire's war effort moved, it would lead to a conflict between nations. One of the roles of the Gokens family was to prevent such conflicts. The Gokens would sometimes provide military power to other nations to exterminate demons, and the Emperor would not blame them for this. This was a way of creating a track record that would allow them to swiftly turn over to other countries when the demons were discovered. This is the reason behind the unique way of being a vassal. Of course, there was also the possibility of protecting one's own and one's country's interests by keeping a secret, and as a vassal of the swordsman, Crier Birch was in a position to act in the interest of his family's principles and interests. Retreat. If you interfere further, I will regard you as one of the devil's companions. I'm sure you'll be able to find a way to make it work. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to do anything about it. I'm not going to be able to get the best out of them. I'm sure you'll be able to find a way to make the most of your time in the city. It could be said that he didn't have time to think about such unnecessary things. Seal's keen hearing sensed that the hesitation had disappeared from his opponent's words. The next time he said he would show no mercy. His words were literal. There would be no more sweetness that could be expected from the sweetness that stifled the one sword that could have been a fatal blow. The seal stands up against the hairs of his entire body, and watches his opponent's movements. The sword blade wavered faintly in his field of vision. I'm sure you'll be able to find a great deal more to say about this. I'm sure you'll be able to find out what's going on in the world. The scarlet hack armor fluttered as it bounced, and a mid-level kick like a spear pierced the seal's pigeon tail. A lump of exhaled air was spat out of his mouth with a kaha. The beastman's body flew through the air like a ball and then slammed to the ground. Even so, the momentum didn't stop, and the body rotated on the ground 2 or 3 times. Even after the rotation stopped, the seal did not stand up. Even if he struggled to get up, his body wouldn't listen to him. The pain of not even being able to breathe made Seal squirm on the ground, unable to hold back. The sparrow was going to run to the seal, but his movement was blocked by the dull glow of the blade. I'm sure you'll be able to find a great deal of information on this. The flames that arose in the small hand that was thrust out immediately swelled to the size of a child's head. A simple magic transformation that does not require chanting. One of the magic training that Miroslav taught me. The sparrow was about to slam it into Crier at close range. If Uria had been hit by it, she would have taken no small amount of damage, and the aftermath of the explosion would have engulfed the surgeon, the sparrow, and must have inflicted heavy wounds. The sparrow's magic, which had lost its composure, contained that much power. However, it should be said, of course, that Crier had completely seen through this. Quickly, he turned around to the side with a speed that could only be considered to have disappeared from the sparrow's eyes. After all, demons are fearsome. Can they control so much magic at this young age? Crier puts strength into his hand that holds the hilt while thinking about this. The attack that was going to behead him with a single sword, however, was again thwarted. Flap your wings, O unseen bird of Praslaya. Suddenly, a wind magic was released from the mansion. The speed of the chanting, the precision of the chanting, it was an advanced jutsu that couldn't be compared to the sparrow's magic that had bored the demon man's magic. You still have friends? Tweeting, Crier quickly dodged the magic. If it was a normal human being, the timing was definitely right for a direct hit, but it wasn't difficult for Uria, who has increased her whole body's ability with her jing jing jing, to avoid the magic now. Quickly kicking the ground and flying away from the spot. That was what the opponent was aiming for, and it was only when the next magic was unleashed that he realized that. The red-haired sorcerer who came out of the mansion saw that Crier was away from the sparrow and unleashed a barrage of magic. A crucifixion of magic by discarding chanting. However, the power of each one is that of a well-chanted magic. I'm not sure if it's a good idea, but it's not. If this was a normal battle, it would be possible to stick with it until the other side's magic power or magic stone is exhausted, but if you do that in the current situation, the demons will escape. In fact, the demons, sparrows, who received the sorcerer's orders are disappearing into the mansion with the help of the beastmen, seals, on their shoulders. Crier also surmised that this continuous exercise of roaring magic would also have the intention of alerting the neighbors to the strange change. If time passes, unrelated residents and guards will come rushing in. As for that side, there was no problem since Gaz was waiting outside the gate, but it was not desirable for the commotion to grow. It's a good idea to use the power of magic to forcibly control the magicians with the power of Jing Jing Jing, and to control the sorcerer at once. That's what Cry thinks and carries out. It's a good idea to have a good idea of what you're looking for. I'm sure you're not the only one who's been through this. I knew it would come to that, discharging magic power, a single word of magic chanting. The next moment, all of Cry's vision turned white. 88th episode, Sibling vs. Sword of Blood Smoke. Later, it was a white flame. The white flame from Miroslav's body instantly swelled up and enveloped Cryer. I'm sure you'll be able to find out more about this in the future. This is a great way to get a good look at your own personal history. A high-level mind armor user will subconsciously wear this protective wall, which is why it's not as strong as a shield. Even so, if the enemy is an off-island sorcerer, it can still play 5th level magic. The fact that the protective wall, shield, easily melted down told me that the white flame created by Miroslav was at the 6th circle or even higher level. Cook. I'm sure you'll be able to find out more about this in the next few days. However, the burning heat that enveloped his body did not diminish even an inch. I'm not going to be able to get away from the effect range of the white flame with a single step back. Realizing that, Cry took another step or two back, and when the number counted 5, he was finally able to get out from under the influence of magic. Are you insane, dear? As he spoke to Miroslav, Cryer's condition was terrible. It's a good thing that you've got a good idea of what you're looking for. Their defensive enchanted clothing smoked and smoldered, reeking of burnt clothing. It was obvious that Miroslav's magic had defeated Cryer's defenses, but it was also obvious that the damage inflicted was insignificant. And deliberately unleashing your magic, how is that different from suicide? What Miroslav did was a technique to release the magical power stored within his body to the outside world. This in itself is not unusual. This is exactly what Klimt did the other day when he obliterated the earth spirit of Luna Maria. However, Klimt properly adjusted the power in order to avoid hurting himself. He didn't want to interfere with the subsequent battle. He only released a minimal amount of magic power, Jin, for the purpose of shaking off the bondage of the earth spirit. In turn, that of Miroslav did not take into account any adjustments. He didn't care if he was injured by the recoil. It doesn't matter if you're unable to fight after activating it. Even the magic stone is used to deliberately cause magic power to run amok. It's not discharge but overload. It's synonymous with suicide in the terminology of Cryer. Miroslav's outfit, which he had responded to at intermission, was far worse than that of Cryer's. The clothes he was wearing were burned off without a trace, and the burns that had eaten through his skin had turned white through the red color. The clothes he was wearing had burned off without a trace, and the burns that had eaten through his skin had changed from red to white. The burn marks, which had eaten through the skin, had turned white. The reddish hair was also charred black, and there was almost no trace of the red-haired sorcerer, Miroslav, before it was activated. This is the last resort to cause not only his own magic power, but also that of the magic stone to run amok. This is Miroslav's final trump card, as he doesn't even care about his own life. It's a very good idea to be able to have a good idea of what you're looking for. It's true that they bought themselves a small amount of time, but it wasn't enough for Seal and Sparrow to escape. The enemy would soon behead Miroslav, and he would enter the mansion with his feet and behead them both. Despite the fact that the Lord entrusted me with his absence, this was a painful experience. I haven't even been given the task of improving the antidote yet. I'm sorry, Master. He apologizes to the Lord, who is not here, for dying without atonement or devotion. It was when Cryer was about to open his mouth to say something in front of such Miroslav. Sis. Klimt rushes into the mansion. Even his voice pales. He must have had a bad feeling about the explosion of magical power that was different from his sister's. And when Klimt saw the scene, he understood the situation in an instant. You hurt my sister. Klimt was furious as he looked at the tattered Miroslav. And he turned that anger directly into action. Mind-armored excitation. If left alone, Miroslav must die, we know that. My sister's injuries are minor burns, and if left untreated, they will heal in a few days. We know that. But even if I don't have to put my hands down, even if it is insignificant or abrasive, anyone who hurts my sister will be killed by their own hand. Human or demon, demon god. That is Klimt Birch's oath. It is a very important thing to have in mind when making a decision on whether or not to use it. Burn it down, Urikara. At that moment, a heaven-shattering flame rose up from the streets of Ishka. Don't do it, Klimt. At the stage when his brother manifested his mind dressing, Cryer was shouting for restraint. However, that voice doesn't reach the ears of Klimt, who was enraged at being hurt by his sister. Seeing that, Cryer straightened up and extended his right hand. Klimt's mind gear is a divine sword of fire. Once swung down, it can burn not only the sorcerer, Miroslav, but also the beastman, Seal, and demons, Sparrow, who have escaped into the mansion. That's not all. They can also incinerate Sora's mansion, as well as the houses that line the walls and their inhabitants, and eventually even tear down the walls of Ishka. No matter how much they wanted to avenge the demon, they couldn't cause that much damage. Mind-armored excitation. A heart outfit manifests in Cryer's hands. If Klimt's heart piece is a crimson longsword, then Cryer's is a jade longsword. Clutching a sword of a clear hue reminiscent of a green pillar stone, emerald, Cryer is about to utter a statement for drawing the sword. But there was one who moved faster than such a Cryer. Gashi, it's a good thing that you've got a good idea of what you're doing. Interrupted, Klimt stared at his superior with bloodshot eyes. A small-minded person would have fainted from this gleam in his eye alone. But Gaz caught Klimt's fury without moving a single eyebrow. Let go, Sheba. Calm down, Klimt. I'm calm. Look at my sister. What? Hearing Gaz's words, Klimt looked at his sister as if in a panic. And then he found his sister there, who was holding her mind dressing at the ready, and his lips were twisted. He immediately guessed why his sister had manifested the mind dressing. I'm sorry, Shima. I've calmed down this time. Hearing Klimt's slightly lowered voice, Gaz let go of the wrist he was holding. It's a good thing that you're able to get the most out of this article. The reason why he didn't say so aloud is because he understood that the restraint he had just received was courtesy of Gaz. No matter how much it was for the purpose of avenging the demon, if he had turned the tables on his sister by being hurt and then wielded his heart outfit and slaughtered the people of another country, neither the Gokans, the main family, nor the Birch family, his family's family, would be silent. Klimt, who had returned to Onigashima, would undoubtedly have been heavily punished. It is highly likely that Cryer, who failed to stop his brother's rampage, will also be punished. Gaz was able to stop Klimt on his own so that he wouldn't be punished for his outburst. Cryer, sensing the same thing as his brother, quickly stepped forward. He bowed his head to Gaz. Sheba, I want to thank you. There is no need to thank us for that. Now, get ready, both of you, for your hearts. Yes, immediately. I'm not sure if it's a good idea to put away your heart pack or not, he said, blinking his eyes in a stupid voice. Now, Gaz said, put away the heart pack. Not put away but put away. Klimt, too, was surprised to see a questioning look on his face. I'm not sure if I misunderstood the order, but Cryer was puzzled by it and confirmed it. Sheba, did you say to prepare your mind gear? Such as? Gaz's eyes did not look at Cryer in response. He is not looking at Klimt either. But that doesn't mean he's looking at the fallen sorcerer. The rigid warrior was still looking at the southern sky, and coming. Such words were uttered. Then, as if those words were triggered, the roar of the winged beasts roared in the sky of Ishka. Hearing this, Belch's sister and brother looked at the southern sky as if they had been played. The three of them could see the figure of a winged beast, Wyvern, approaching from the south at a furious pace. Its scales were a bright indigo color. 91 Chapter 89, Sora vs. Sister, Former. An indigo-colored, winged beast, Wyvern, passed over Ishka with a large flap of its wings. At that moment, The sun faded in Kurya's vision. The speed of the winged beast's flight was so fast that the sunlight was blocked for a moment. In that moment, Kurya recognized a figure jumping down from the back of the pterodactyl. The winged beast was flying further up the Hyashka's walls, higher than the watchtower spire. There was no way it could jump down from such a place and be safe. The exception to this is those who have practiced the illusory one-doctorial style of walking, using the power of the jade. If it was Kurya, he would be able to land without any difficulty. The same is true for Klimtunguz. And the figure that fell from the sky was also one who stood in the same camp as Kurya and the others. Dan, the sound of the landing was very light, even though it had jumped down from far above. It showed that the person in front of him had a high level of skill in using Jujin. The young man who landed right in the middle of Kurya and the other three and the fallen sorcerer, Miroslav, was the owner of black hair and black eyes. A face in memory. The face that possessed strength and sharpness looked different from 5 years ago, when he always walked with his head down. But the face was still there. Sora Dono. The voice wasn't loud, but it wasn't so small that it melted into the air either. The sky, however, did not respond to Kurya's voice, which must have reached it. It's a good idea to take a look at the three of them with a single glance at them, then turn on your heel and walk up to the fallen sorcerer, Miroslav. Masu. Quiet. Sora stopped Miroslav from saying something in a trembling voice, and then he rolled up his sleeve and put his teeth to his arm. He took a bite out of it in one breath. Sora spat out a small chunk of flesh in his mouth and sipped at the blood that flowed from the wound. Then he picked up Miroslav and pressed his bloody lips to the other man's. After a short pause, Miroslav's throat moves up and down, choking and choking. Eventually, when Sora parted his lips, their mouths were stained red with red blood. Alliance, Master, the enemy's aim is the sparrow, but now, along with the seal, inside. Miroslav announced in a clearer voice than before. Sora nods his head and wipes his own mouth with the sleeve of his clothes and the handkerchief he took out of his pocket to wipe Miroslav's mouth. Then, with a slight softening of his eyes, he said to Miroslav, "You have done well to protect us both. You have protected us both well, thank you. Thank you for your kind words." Miroslav's voice trembles. Was it for the pain or for the pleasure? And then Miroslav immediately squeezed his eyes shut. He suppresses his overflowing emotions. Then he mentions the uninvited guests. "Attention, please." They are. Sora lightly controlled Miroslav, who was about to utter the words, "strong," and dismissed his opponent's concerns with a calm voice sound. "I'll be fine." More importantly, I've brought Ilaria and her mother with me. I'll get you some recovery magic soon. Just hold on a little longer. "Yes, sir. Please, good luck." Nodding, Sora laid the upper garment he had been wearing for wind protection on the ground and laid his Miroslav on top of it. Then, wavering, he stood up. The clear sound of the black sword at his waist being drawn and released struck the earfolds of those present. "Please wait, my dear boy. I wish to speak with you first." Talk. In the midst of the swirling hostility and wariness, it was Guz who opened his mouth. In response, Sora curved his lips in mockery. "What do you expect me to say to a man who came up to your house with his feet on the ground in someone's absence and hurt your friends?" "You are right to be angry. However, this is all in the service of avenging the demon, that I have no choice. You were forced to take out your heart clothes in order to take out a demon girl who didn't know how to fight? While 3 blue-ringed bannermen have their heads in a row?" Sora looked over at Guz and Birch's sisters and brother, and snickered mockingly. Klimt tried to advance with a stern look on his face, but his movements were held back by Kurya. Speaking of Guz, a deep crease formed between his eyebrows as he heard the empty words. It wasn't because he was stirred to anger by the other man's words and actions, as Klimt was. There was a part of Sora's words that couldn't be overlooked, and it was an expression of deep confusion at that. Truly, you were defending the demoness of your own volition? Liddell had told him earlier that the demon man was under the protection of the sky. But Guz didn't believe it. Or he thought that even though it was true that he had taken shelter, Sora didn't know that the other party was a demon man. There were plenty of ways to change his appearance, be it magic or items. But listening to what he just said, Sora could only assume that the demon man knew that he was a demon man and hid him. It was no small shock to Guz. Sora, who had not been able to go beyond the trial rite, did not know the inside of the demon gate and did not know the truth of 300 years ago. In that sense, it would be inevitable that his perception of the demon man would be lax. But even if it was, young man, have you forgotten the instructions to the Hokushin that have been set for you as a swordsman? I know, but I'm not going to follow you. Young. Why should a disowned person not follow the family's instructions? It's not a good idea to call me young now. To begin with, it's disobeying the master's order. It's not a matter of principle. It's. Guz chokes on his words at Sora's point. Sora said sarcastically to Guz, I'm no longer a man of the sword and you're not my best friend. I'm no longer the man of the sword, and you're not my best man, he said. You can call me by my name, Guzima. Just as you did 5 years ago when you were exiled from the island. Young. I am the one who killed the monk of the 9th rank of the 4th flag. I am a great sinner who has defied your precious Koyakazama. If you understand that, what do you need to say? Follow the weak, scum, over there and get out of your mind. Needless to say, it was Klimt who the sky glanced at, saying that, but it was Klimt. Klimt, who had been called weak, scum, by the former Fall Guy, twisted his lips and spat out. Don't insinuate that you're the one who couldn't even get beyond the test, right, Sora? I guess you couldn't get your sister away from you beyond the test, Klimt. You were stopped by one of your own when you were upset about hurting your sister, weren't you? The sky did not see the scene from the previous day, but the explosion of white magic power and the pillar of fire that rose high in the sky could be seen from the back of the winged beast. He knew both the heart dressing and the character of the Belge sisters. Standing here on that basis, it was easy to guess what had happened. It's not just a matter of time before you'll be able to get your hands on a new one. Chit. Klimt clicked his tongue and stared at the sky with a sharp gaze, and only turned his voice to Guz. Shima. This guy confessed to killing the monk himself. You don't mind if I cut him up now, do you? Although he has been disowned, he is still a person who has inherited the blood of the Soke. In order to cut him down, we need to seek the judgment of your mansion. Seize him. It's a bother, but that's okay. I'll be done with this scum in seconds. When he said that, Klimt advanced toward the sky while holding the flame sword. Kria's voice flew at his back. It's a good idea to be careful. If it was Sora Dono who killed Jiranbo Dono, then he has definitely mastered the mind outfit. Don't worry, sis, Sora, that's why I'm going to take care of you. I'm sure you'll be able to relax. I'll take it easy on you and give you some time. Now, feel free to get out of your mind suit. If you can't say it, if you can get out, says Klimt, exuding mockery. It's not that Klimt doubts his sister's words that the sky has mastered the mind outfit. It's not just that he's a good friend of mine. I knew that the amount of juju I could feel from the sky was a drastic difference from 5 years ago. It's not just a matter of time before you get to the point where you can get to the point where you'll be able to get to the end of your life. However, that didn't mean that he didn't acknowledge the need to be cautious, because Klimt believes that Sora is bluffing. Even if Sora had mastered the mind attire, it was only for the past few years or even months. Klimt and Kria have been using the mind attire for more than 5 years, and Guz has been using it for nearly 20 years. The experience is different. You can't expect to win in a one-on-one fight. You can't win in a one-on-one match, much less a 1-on-3 match. It's not just a matter of time before you're ready to go. That's why Sora doesn't dare to show his mind suit. If you hide your mind suit, the bottom of your power will not be discovered. It's not just a matter of time before you'll be able to get your hands on them. It's not just a matter of time before you get to the point where you're able to take on the 3 mind armor users. That's how powerful the mind armor of this guy is. It was a transparent bluff. That's why Klimt mocked. If you can pull out your heart suit, pull it out. There was no way I could pull it off. I'm sure that Sora will keep his relaxed attitude and keep repeating his words in a jumble. Klimt thought so. It's not a good look at the sky. He thought. 5 years ago, the sky was indeed a weak man. He was struggling in vain, trying in vain. But still, he had never felt so unseemly before. With a bitter look on his face, Klimt took a swing of his Gurukara. Klimt pondered as he watched the flames of his heart suit draw a crimson arc in the air. There is no need to go through any more of these empty ramblings. It's a former peer, and any more abominations are not worth seeing. I'm going to end it by burning off your dominant arm with a single sword. If you slash at him with a Gurukara, the flames will cover the wound and he will bleed only slightly. I'll be able to obey Giz's order not to kill him. That's when Klimt gathered his thoughts. The sky moves in front of Klimt's eyes. He stabbed the black sword he had been holding in his hand into the ground and extended his right hand straight ahead. And then, psychic excitation. What? The words that came out of Sora's mouth caused Klimt to exclaim in surprise. He didn't expect that he would really bring out his heart outfit here. He thought unexpectedly. And the next moment, a groan escaped Klimt's mouth as the pressure crushed his entire body. Klimt wasn't the only one. It's not only Kriya, but also Giz, who is making the same kind of noise. A black sword and a vermilion blade. The new black sword that manifested in the hands of the sky was intimidating enough to make the three Siren, Bannerman groan. Their astonishment was immediately dodged by vigilance. Klimt quickly took an illusionary one-sword stance. He realized that his thoughts a few moments ago had been terribly off the mark. It's a good idea to have a good time with them. It's not necessary to take it easy. I'm not going to be the only one who has to deal with it. You don't have to deal with it alone. You don't have to deal with it alone. All three of you come at once. It was a response to Klimt's earlier words. I'm sure you'll be able to find a way to make the most of your time with us. I don't think so. You should be grateful that I'm here to take care of you. I'm going to crush your arrogance. Okay. Sora, who gave a small nod, changed his expression here. He lifted the edge of his lips and said in a terribly cold voice, "Then I'll die from you. Devour you, Soul Eater. The moment you pull out your mind suit, a flash of light explodes. Night descends for a moment in the garden of a mansion filled with summer sunshine. Because of the power of the Soul Eaters, the darkness of night cannot be dispelled by the flames of the heart suit. Gurukara. Klimt, deprived of his vision, is left with an unavoidable gap. It is the only way to get rid of it. I'm not going to be able to say that I'm going to be able to do anything about it. I'm sure you'll be able to find a way to make it work. I'm not going to be able to say that I'm not going to be able to do anything about it. I'm sure you'll be able to find a way to make it work. I'm sure you'll be able to find a way to make it work. When Klimt saw this, he was astonished. He was just about to be caught off guard and was in a disadvantageous position. Even in a clash between the two heart dressers, if they were defeated, there would be no way to recover. It only took a moment for the balance to be shattered. Kill, Cha. What's going on? Sora's sword, swung with all his strength, flicked Klimt's sword and cut it down from shoulder to waist in one fell swoop. I'm not going to be able to say that I'm not going to be able to do anything about it. He concentrated his power on his left leg and rotated his body around that point. The stone pavement at his feet creaked as if to scream, and a smell of burning could be heard in the air. Immediately, this time, he focused his power on his right leg. Aiming at Klimt's chest, which was defenseless in front of him, he slammed his fullest right leg in the manner of a spinning kick. Without a pause, Klimt's body flies through the air. He couldn't even scream, splattering blood all over the place. Klimt was slammed into the cobblestone pavement as it was, and he rolled with great vigor, bouncing 2 or 3 times like a ball. When he eventually stopped moving, Klimt's body was behind the gate, outside the empty mansion. 92 Chapter 90, Sora vs. Sister, Part 2. Immediately after dismissing Klimt out of the gate, the sky groaned with a clink. It wasn't that he was in pain, rather the opposite. The amount of Klimt's soul flowing in through the heart guard was so enormous that his voice leaked out in a flash. After a short pause, a sensation of washing the body from the inside out ran through his entire body. The level had risen from 9 to 10. Since Klimt still had breath, his level did not go up by 3 or 4 levels like when he struck down Jai Jinbo, but it was still a significant amount of soul stealing. No doubt, from the feel of the slash, there was no doubt that he had neutralized Klimt. Sora judged that. Klimt. Kriya's scream, which even paled to his voice, echoed. As expected, he didn't mimic turning his back to the sky and running up to his brother, but in terms of an opening, there's not much difference when you take your gaze off the sky. It wasn't Sora who missed that gap. Thrusting his heart suit into the ground in front of him, he crossed his arms in front of his body and pointed his right palm at Gears and his left palm at Krya. And then, embrace my enemy in the embrace of death. Princess of Flame. He unleashed his own strongest magic with the greatest magical power, 3 from his right hand and 3 from his left. Flaming tentacles that looked like logs rushed at Gears and Krya. Their speed and power could not be compared to the ones that had been fired at the basilisk before. Their reactions to witnessing the magic in the sky were contrasting. Krya jumped away in astonishment, while Gears only raised his eyebrows slightly, not moving an inch from his spot to wait for the magic. After a beat, a deafening roar echoed through the streets of Ishka. Gears stood on a stick and took a direct hit from all 3 of them. The impact caused the cobblestones to crack and shatter, and a baleful cloud of dust to rise. On the other hand, Krya, who flew backwards, quickly regained his position and looked at the approaching arm of fire with no inner surprise. Then, he held the jade longsword in his hand in his right eye. Immediately afterwards, a dignified and clear voice shook the air around it. Get out, Kusanabiki. At that moment, Krya's sword cloaks the wind. It's a violent wind pressure that seems to blow you away just by standing. It easily crushed and blew away the arm of fire that was closing in on Krya. I'm not going to be the only one who has been in a position to do this. I'm not going to be the only one who can do that. If Klimt's heart is a sword of fire, then Krya's is a sword of wind. If he wanted to, he could create a tornado while he was there and half destroy Ishka. Sora knew that. And there was one more thing that Sora knew. Sora Dono. Please be prepared. Krya doesn't even blink, but stares up at the sky with his blood-red twin eyes wide open. You can't feel the anger of your brother's murder in his no-mask-like appearance. But if you look at the roaring roar of his heart, it's clear that he is furious inside. She misses her brother as much as, or even more than, he misses his sister. If Sora had killed Klimt, Sora's house would have been blown up without a trace by now. Underneath his gentle personality, there is more agitation than his brother. That was a woman named Krya Birch, and therefore easy to take advantage of. After pulling out the mind gear propped up on the ground, Sora said mockingly, "It's my line. I don't want any recriminations. You slay demons for a reason. Then die a martyr to the cause. And your brother who lies unceremoniously behind you. I understand. No more questions, no more answers. The rest will be settled by the sword. That's what I want." As soon as he said it, the black sword in the sky raised its magic power as if it were roaring. It was like a small dragon, swirling in a spiral, and a numbing pressure could be felt just by facing it. How could it be like this? Krya murmurs inwardly. He never meant to underestimate the sky. However, knowing the sky he once knew, Krya couldn't help but think of the young man in front of him as the boy from 5 years ago. It reminds him of Mike and Sora, who was defeated and stunned by the trial ceremony. 2 skies that do not overlap. The sense of discomfort that arises from that is still clinging to Krya's limbs as a small thread. Could it be that Sora exchanged words with Gears to give him this confusion? Did he make it clear in front of the 3 of them that he was definitely Goku Sora? That's when Clear had that question. It's not just a matter of time before you're ready to go. I'm sure you'll be able to find out more about this in the future. I'm sure you'll be able to find a way to make it work. The distance between the 2 sides was so great that the blade could not be reached by simply swinging it down. Perhaps Sora is trying to use the dashing, the flying slash, to do so. Although the dashing itself is rudimentary jade technique, one cannot be too careful. When Klimt was cut, Sora had indeed counteracted the power of his brother's mind dressing. It was dangerous to catch Sora's powerful technique head-on. Of course, it's not a good idea to cut off the heart suits from each other. First of all, they used the wind of Kusanabiki to repel Sora's attack. I'm sure you'll be able to find out more about the capabilities of the other party. I'm not sure if I'm right. The gaze of the sky. It is not Korea that Sora, who is about to unleash a slash, is looking at, but behind her. Get Klimt. Hearing this, Sora's mouth opened in the shape of a crescent moon. The place where Krya was currently standing was on the straight line connecting Sora and Klimt. Before long, No. The sky moved to become such a position. The magical head is a foothold for that. I'm not going to be able to get it right. I'm not sure I'm going to be the only one who can do that. The only way to protect Klimt is to counteract the air attack from the front. Realizing that, Cryer bit his lip. He was trapped. Coincidence? It couldn't be. But if it wasn't a coincidence, where was the plot coming from? How long have you been dancing in the palm of your partner's hand? If the fact that Klimt is even alive is a stepping stone to slaying Cryer, a shiver ran down Cryer's spine as a chill ran up his spine. Immediately after, a voice as sharp as a needle pierced Cryer's ears. Try to stop it, Golden Generation. With those words, an invisible slash was released. 93 Chapter 91 vs Sora. Before, the corner of his eye was lost to the carrier's carrier. The first thing that came to mind was the sound of alarm bells ringing in the back of his mind. The carrier's instincts, sensing the power of the sky, urged it to flee quickly. Cryer twisted that instinct's cry with the force of his will. If he fled here, the sky's attack would hit his brother in the rear. He had to stop it himself at all costs. In the worst-case scenario, I will not hesitate to take a stand and become my brother's shield. That's all I was prepared to do. Even though he knew it was as Sora had intended, he could not take any other option. A figure like a small mountain appeared in front of that Cryer. His skilled gait could be mistaken for teleportation. I'm sure you've been hit by the fire magic in the sky just now, but there's not a single burn on your body or your clothes. Move and defend. The brilliance of his superior power techniques is unsurpassed even among the students of the Itoryu school. He is the third highest ranked fighter in the Master's Elite Unit, the first banner of the Blue Forest. Level 81, Gazima stood in front of the sky. Heart armored excitation. A low, heavy voice emanates from Gaz's mouth. It's a simple sword that manifests itself in response. It does not display any of its distinctive abilities like the flames of Kuryukara or the wind of Kusunobuki, nor does it radiate an unfathomably intimidating presence like the Soul Eaters. It's just an ordinary sword with a few beads wrapped around the flange. That was Gazima's heart outfit. However, that does not negate the strength of the heart outfit itself. As if to prove that, Gaz drew his heart suit on the spot. Bind, Jazumaru. Gaz's drawn sword and Sora's slash were simultaneous. The Sora's High 8 is a rigid sword that combines the power of power from the power of Jujin and mind dressing. The power of this sword was far different from that of other wielders' swords. It is no coincidence that he once broke through the magic of the 8th circle and cut down Jirenbo in the royal capital of Horus. It's a good thing that you've got a good idea of what you're doing, because you know that's why you are prepared to defend against the attack. No matter how much Gaz is hit, if it's a direct hit, they won't get away with it. That was supposed to be the case. However, the flash, which was supposed to be powerful, dissipates without ever reaching Gaz's body. Just like the light snowfall in spring, the dash that the sky released melted into the air without a sound. After confirming this, Gaz speaks to Cryer behind him in an indifferent voice. I'll take care of it here. I'll take care of Klimt for you. Yes, sir, I understand, Sheba. For a moment, Cryer was about to say something, but quickly swallowed it and lowered his head. He glanced at Sora, then turned on his heel and ran out of the gate. Thus, Gaz and Sora faced each other head-on. That was a great strike, young man, that's for sure. Sora Dono. Brilliant, you say, after you dismissed it so easily. It sounds like a mockery of sarcasm. Gaz. No, Master Sema. At Sora's venomousness as he deliberately mimicked the end of his words, Gaz's lips were drawn together as if he was unsure of what to say in return. Sora gazed at the figure without caution. Sora was well aware of his former Fuyaku's mind attire. Just as he said he had cancelled out Gaz's mind-dressing Kazumaru's ability to crush the enemy's mind-dressing ability, or in other words, nullify it. The earlier act was due to the fact that Suzumaru's power suppressed the Soul Eater. Soul Eater. Of course, that of Suzumaru is not an all-powerful power that can counteract anything, and it doesn't work against higher-level opponents. However, as one of the four lords of the Gokuns, Guz's ability is comparable to that of the other 8 banner captains. There are only a few people who can wield the heart attire against Guz as they wish. Sora is no exception. The difference in power between the two became obvious when the power was vanquished by Suzumaru. How can they be happy about being called brilliant under such circumstances? I'm sure you'll be able to find a way to make it work. I didn't mean to tempt you, he said. It was a sword full of authority and power. It is not inferior to the Siren Haki's superior position, and I am impressed that you have managed to get so far in just 5 years. Having said that, Guz raises his eyebrows faintly here. I cannot help but ask you. You have so much power, Lord Sora, so why did you use sophistry? If it were you, you would have fought the Birch sisters and brothers head-on and won, but you took a hostage by surprise. What about it? Sora kicked off Guz's complaint. I don't know how it was from the outside, but for Sora, the battle up to this point was like walking on thin ice. His opponents were his former Fuyaku and the 2 Golden Generation. Considering the difference in strength between them, a 1-on-3 match would not be enough to win. Therefore, they had to take the fight to 1-on-1 at all costs. At the same time, he had to block his opponent's movements so that the other 2 would not move for the Sparrow while they were fighting 1-on-1. The best solution for this was the earlier battle. No regrets, no pain of conscience either. The one thing Sora had feared was that Guz would come at him from the beginning. It was Guz, and he would see through Sora's strength once he pulled out his mind gear. He would also come up with the possibility that Birch's sister and brother would be defeated. It was not unlikely that Guz would make a move from the first move. However, Sora knew the former Fuyaku's character. When he saw the inferiority of the Birch sisters, he decided to sit on the sidelines for a while, thinking that knowing defeat is also the way to become a strong man. The result was exactly as he had predicted. There was no need to listen to Guz now, no matter what he had to say. He had no need to listen to Guz now, no matter what he thought. Recalling the conversation up to this point, it was clear that his words hadn't reached Sora at all. When he was on Onigashima, he had never felt such a gap between himself and the sky. This is where Guz feels uncomfortable. There is anger at being hurt by the Demon Man and other companions he is protecting, but the sense of discomfort with the sky that can be felt in the series of words and actions is not a temporary emotion. It is deeper, distorted in the essential part of being a human being. Guz felt that way. What the sky once had and the sky now does not have. What you can feel from the sky you once had and can't feel from the sky you now have. What is it? Guz slowly opened his mouth. Sora Dono. You have indeed become stronger. There is no way to compare it to 5 years ago. But at the same time, you have lost something important that you once had. Let's ask a question for a trial. What's that? The will to defend our country and protect our people. In other words, the pride of the protectorate and the salvation of the world, that it is. The sword without pride will only fall into the pit of emptiness. Neither Goken-sama nor Shizuya-sama wish for you to wander in the darkness of delusion. Please, shut up. A voice colder than winter well water interrupted Guz's words. His eyes, dark as night, stared at Guz as if they were penetrating. It's been 5 years since I was exiled from the island. 5 years after I was exiled from the island, I've been crawling on the ground to get here. It's certainly not what I once wanted. Your mother may be disappointed in you, but I don't need you to tell me that. You gave up on me 5 years ago. Sora Dono. As the leader of the swordsman's family and the master of the Ito style of sword fighting, I am charged with punishing those who do not follow the swordsman's wishes. If it is said that they will not listen to your words, then it is unavoidable. From now on, I will use my sword, not words, to break the delusion of Lord Sora. I wish. Go ahead and do it if you can, Guz-sama. The sky cries out. A black flame rises from the mind suit in response to the wielder's anger. 94 Chapter 92, versus Sora, middle. The two heart outfits clashed with a resounding clash. The flying sparks still shone fiercely in the sunlight, illuminating the faces of the two swordsmen. Facing each other at close range, the former master and apprentice slashed at each other head-on with wariness in their eyes. Oh, Sora and Guz, their roars echoed through the mansion. the sound of continuous sword fights hitting their earbuds painfully. Right, left, front, right, front, and left, and then right, front, and front. Sometimes they slashed with force, sometimes with skill to take advantage of an opening. The two guards are in constant conflict with each other or with each other in midair as if they were squabbling, and they never cease to create sparks. The only thing they attack is the sky. The power of the Soul Eater is blocked by Gaz's mind suit's Suzumaru. However, Sora's own power is not sealed. The Soul Eater's power is now sealed by the Soul Eater's power, but it is not blocked by Sora. In contrast, Gaz was on the defensive, observing his opponent's movements. From Gaz's point of view, Sora's jade techniques were extremely wasteful and his sword techniques were also noticeably inexperienced. I'm sure you'll be pleased to know that I'm not the only one. I'm sure the average soldier or adventurer is no match for the current sky. Even Gaz cannot be caught off guard. The current sky is a dangerous adversary where the slightest gap, the slightest hesitation can lead to death. It's not that there wasn't a moment of flinching, even though he's withstood all the attacks so far. So what's wrong with the natural smile on your lips? Gaz asks himself. The answer to his own question came back quickly. It's fun. Competing with the grown-up sky for a sword, something he had once dreamed of and failed to achieve, is now a reality. When I thought about it, I couldn't hold back my joy. At the same time, while they were fighting, he could see that Sora was growing up. That fact also made Gaz happy. Sora, who had not been able to go beyond the trial ritual, was unable to formally learn the illusionary Eto Ryu style. Of course, he had done some basic training, but there was a limit to what he could convey in training. As long as both the power and sword techniques were in his own style, it was only natural that there were many gaps and rough edges. To such a person, Gozu's presence is not only a huge barrier, but also a hard-to-reach role model. Even when they are killing each other, there are many things that can be stolen: body movement, footwork, and the flow of power. The more they crossed blades, the more they sharpened Sora's skills. It's a good thing that the two of them were practicing, because Sora was striking unilaterally and Gaz was on the defensive, and from the outside it might have looked like the two of them were practicing. It's not that Sora himself has any such intentions, of course. ________________________ Sora couldn't resist attacking Gaz's unshakable defense as if it were a wall of towering greatness, and Sora retreated with his tongue in his mouth. At this time, Gaz could have gone after them if he wanted to. The reason he didn't do so was because he was hesitant to end the fight like this. While confronting the sky at a distance, Gaz muttered inwardly that he was sorry. It was too good to let this young man become a body that would never be able to hold a sword again, he thought. Although such feelings have existed in the past, Gaz himself had to admit that they originated from personal feelings. But now, the feelings of regret for Sora emanated as a public figure, the Gokenshi's Shikama. He was convinced of this after actually crossing swords with him. The lid that once blocked Sora's growth has been completely removed. Its inexperience could not be wiped away yet, but Gaz could make up for that as much as he could. Considering his age of 18, he will continue to grow in the future. In addition, it's the ability of Sora's mind attire. Right now, he's sealed it off with the power of Suzumaru, but the power that conquered the Belly Sisters must be good for the demons of the Demon Gate. Perhaps it could help them defeat the demon gods. Losing this talent would be a loss for the Swords family. It would also be a great loss. He must be brought back to Demon Island at all costs. But no matter how many words Gaz piles on top of each other, Sora will not listen to him. That has already been proven. Therefore, although we have decided to speak with our swords, will Sora listen to us even if we continue to win? No, Gaz thought. The sky had gained power and lost its pride. That power was the mind gear. Even if the victory is won with the mind dressing sealed, the sky will not admit defeat. As long as you think like that, you can't break the delusion of the sky. In order to break this delusion, you need to crush the whole outfit. Only by defeating the mind-dressed sky from the front and proving that there is an upside to the sky will he be able to get rid of the arrogance in his mind. That's what Gaz thought. To be aware of, control, and embody the anima. This is called mind dressing. This is what I told Kukden in the past. What? At Gaz's abrupt words, Sora looked doubtful. It's a good idea to be able to have a good time with your friends. It's a good thing that you're not the only one, he said. The heart attire is only a doorway. Don't get complacent. And the mind is the gateway. Goodbye. I believe that Lord Kudona must have been in tune with the anima when he mastered the mind outfit. There are different people who have different kinds of anima, but in general, their power is immense. Its power is far beyond the realm of what a human being can achieve. It is the mind suit that makes that immense power available to human hands. It's not a good idea to have a newborn baby. That's why I said the outfit is the entrance. Those who have attained the status of dressing up will have a new responsibility from that moment on. The responsibility of overcoming the impossibility inherent in the outfit and drawing out the power of the anima to its limits. Guz says the Shinsuo is like a wooden sword given to a child who cannot handle a serious weapon. With the blade, the mind dresser learns how to raise himself up and draw the power of the anima. When he is able to draw all the power of his anima, he surpasses the limits of humanity and obtains the power to bury even the seeds of illusion. This is what it means to control the power that is beyond the reach of a human body. Guz spun his words as if he were writing a poem. Guz spelled out the words as if he were reciting a poem. Will it be a faint, formless thing? Shin, infinite, formless, therefore infinite. The Ito Ryu school of thought calls this a realm of illusion beyond humanity. The void. Sora Dono. Your name is filled with Shizuya's wish. That is certain, that it is. However, I have been told by Guz that it also contains the wish of your house. My child who was born into this world may stand in the same place as his father. It is with this wish in mind that the pavilion was named after the Lord of the Skies. As I told you earlier, that is what I have done, and I will do everything in my power to see that you are free of your arrogance. As I told you earlier, this is what I am about to do, and I will do my utmost to dispel your hubris and see it for what it is. As I said before, you are now ready to see the essence of the Ito One technique, which is the realm of the void. Guz raised the prayer beads he was holding high in the sky. Then he said, Kuso excitation. The moment Guz's voice echoed, the string of beads wrapped around the flange sounded and flew off, and the countless beads that were bound up in the bundle scattered into the air. At the same time, Sora felt as if an invisible hand was grabbing his heart. The pressure of this illusion was so great that the space around it was creaking. In front of my eyes in the sky, the Shikakumaru was changing. The nondescript shape of the sword changed its shape like an amoeba, and repeated its eerie contraction. It's a good thing that you're able to get the best out of the game. At this time, a fantasy killer is about to descend on the city of Ishka. Same time, in the depths of the Titus forest, it was quietly slumbering. Like a thunderstorm, like a tornado, like an earthquake, or like a volcanic eruption. It is a phenomenon that is triggered when the conditions of the world are right. An illusory disaster born of flesh and blood. It has been appearing in the world little by little for several months now. The stake that prevented it from appearing in the world has been pulled out and there is no sign of it being driven in again. Therefore, the present world of it will not stop. It is almost ready to fully realize the present world. Until then, I had planned to stay in the dark a little longer. But today, it noticed a bad sign. He knew that there was a being nearby that could kill itself. It is like a natural phenomenon in the sense that it is triggered when the conditions of the world are right. However, it was born of flesh and blood, and had a function that does not exist in natural phenomena. Self-preservation. It could not tolerate a being that could destroy itself. It raised its head. Slowly, as if leaning back its sickle neck, it lifted all 8 heads. 95 Chapter 93, versus Sora, Part 2. Not only the sword, or rather, the blade, but the sword, the sword's sword, and the sword's hilt, all burst into countless bubbles. The iron-colored bubbles did not scatter on the ground, but each one moved as if it had a mind of its own and adhered to Guz's body. It took very little time for the bubbles to cover every inch of Guz's body, from head to toe. Originally, Guz's height was cloud-bound, and the robustness of his limbs reminded him of a bear. The bubbles that enveloped its massive physique were quickly increasing in volume, expanding Guz's body by 1 or 2 sizes. The bubble, which had finished its expansion, then began to contract. It doesn't just get smaller. The bubble begins to take shape with a clear intention. It was a whole body wrapped in the Eastern armor. It is not just in armor. There should be no gap between the joints of the armor. Even the most elaborate armor would need a certain amount of space for the neck, limbs and other joints to move. If the sleeves were attached to the crowbar, it would be difficult to bend the arms, and if the shin guards were attached to the leggings, it would be difficult to walk. However, Guz's armor had no such gaps. Every part of the armor was so tightly connected to each other that there was no gap between the needles, but it still had no obstacle to movement. The current Guz, with his entire body wrapped in shining black armor and his face covered by a bull's head-shaped helmet, can protect himself from all kinds of attacks. Of course, it's not only for protection. The huge blue dragon sword that Guz holds in his right hand is armed with the 7 stars inlaid on it. Its appearance was not a warrior in armor, but rather a cow king who had descended to this world. Sora Dono. Guz's voice emanated from the cow face. With that alone, an overwhelming fighting spirit blew in, and Sora had to bite down on his back teeth to withstand the pressure. Now Guz's eyes, nose, mouth, and even ears were covered by the helmet. Still, it didn't seem to have any effect on his 5 senses, and Sora could certainly sense Guz's gaze. This is my form that has come to the sky. This is my image that came to the sky, and this is my anima, Kuzhumaru, also known as the Great Sage of the Heighten. He was one of the 7 heavens that pitted the heavens against each other, that he was. Afterwards, he was defeated, converted to the heavenly realm, and after casting a noose for himself, he challenged the Lord of Hosts, defeated him, and came to serve the swordsmiths. As he said that, Guz pointed the blue dragon sword he was holding upside down and stabbed it into the ground. It's a good thing that you're not going to have to worry about the fact that you're not going to be able to use your own weapon. There was no need to use the weapon, Guz seemed to be saying, and this guess hit the nail on the head. I'll get you out of this one. I hope you don't think I'm slacking off. If the purpose of this is to correct Sora Dono, then I have chosen the best way to achieve my goal. You're on your own. The other thing is that Sora Dono's mind suit is already in a state of unrestricted power, that it is. Feel free to use it. What? The power of the binding chain that Suzumaru possesses was originally intended to contain his own overpowering power. It is no more than a mere afterthought to suppress the mindset of others. To draw out all the power, you must break the chains, and if you break the chains, you will not be able to suppress the minds of others. That is the way it is, that it is. Hearing this, Sora raised his eyebrows and thought about the meaning of the words. Guz's mind-dressing ability was self-binding, and his ability to counteract the mind-dressing abilities of others was a byproduct of that. It was difficult to understand the meaning of using the power of the anima to bind the anima, but it made sense to me if I thought of it as being like the berserkers of the world. Even if it would weaken him, he would otherwise be unable to control his power. The episode of disobeying the heavens also gives us a sense of evil spirits. If that was the case, Sora guessed that it wouldn't be long before Guz was able to wield his full strength. That's what a mad warrior, berserker, is like in all times and places. And as if he had read such an empty thought, the bull-headed helmet bobbed up and down. I see you've noticed. It's just that the time to deploy this kind of equipment is limited. That it is. Fighting for time is one way to do it. Most definitely, continued Guz, such as it is. If only it could be done, that is. As if to say the story is over, Guz sits down and takes a stance. In response, Sora faced Guz with his Soul Eater, at the ready. The current Guz, who had been transformed into a bull-headed armor by the sky, was now over 2 meters tall, and his arms and legs were as thick as logs, making him a literal giant. When that giant body disappeared from view, Sora immediately tried to retreat, but by that time, Guz's fist trapped in black armor was already embedded in his abdomen. Without a moment's thought, Sora's body was blown backwards and slammed into the stone pavement as it was. Gyukyu. Sora forcibly swallows down the screams and gastric juices that are about to overflow, and immediately tries to stand up. However, to his left, Guz is beside him. Anticipating a kick coming, Sora reflexively shields his side with his left elbow. Guz kicked up his opponent's body with his elbow as it was. This is a good thing. It's a good idea to have a good idea of what you're looking for when you're ready to buy. That leg strength was not that of a human. Next, Guz kicked up the cobblestones and jumped up. In an instant, he reached the sky in the air and, with his hands together, created an improvised weapon. Newer. He raised it high and slammed it into the empty body without hesitation. I didn't even have time to scream. In the blink of an eye, the stone pavement exploded underneath Sora, who was knocked to the ground, and a strong vibration shook the ground. I'm not going to be able to get up. But I'm going to cower there. My face twisted in anguish. Guz landed on the ground without a sound and silently looked down at Sora's suffering form. Even though Sora was suffering, he still hadn't let go of his mind suit. While admiring it inwardly as brilliant, Guz opened his mouth to speak. If you don't think you can fight anymore, let go of your heart gear. With that, I consider this a surrender. The figure of the man who said it with ease was full of unshakable confidence. He would not say it in words, but his attitude spoke eloquently. Even with the power of his heart dressing, and even if there were a limit to the amount of time he could spend fighting, there was no way Mike and Sora could defeat Guzima. When he and Sora faced each other, the strongest was always himself and the weakest was Sora, as if this was the truth of the world. Guz believed he was standing above the sky, and that confidence was based on accurate facts. If he was made to crawl on the ground in an instant, he had to admit, no matter how competitive he was. Sora admitted it, too. Gulp. Red stomach juices spilled out of his mouth. Coughing violently, he managed to struggle to stand up. As he did so, he stared up at Guz and met his eyes with Guz, who was looking down at the sky. Far from being hostile, his eyes were filled with pity. It was terribly annoying. The days at Onigashima came back to Sora's mind. The days when you were judged for every single thing that you were weak. It's okay to be maliciously abused. It's okay to be maliciously criticized, but it gives you the food for thought that one day you will have to turn the tables on them. But how can one wipe away the misery in one's heart when one is maligned with good intentions? The first person to take pity on him was the man in front of him. The first to turn his attention to this man, the Fuyaka in front of him. Unable to even rebel, the fetters are imprinted on his mind and body, making him feel like a weakling. It's a good thing that you're able to get a good deal more than you think. The fact that this was terribly annoying. Then what should I do? There was no way to win by fighting. I'm not sure that Guz is even half as good as he is, or even a tenth of his strength. This is a difficult opponent for him. If Guz were to try to take out the sparrow now, there was no way to stop him. He cannot fight, nor can he protect. What can a person like that do? It's obvious. You can eat it. You can do that to the Meikanku. No, number. That's the only thing Meikanku could do. Wasn't that the only valuable truth I've learned in the past 5 years? Apostrophe dot 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 yes, that's right. Sora don't know. Well, there was no way I was going to fight you three, or protect the sparrows and everyone else, and it was never going to work. All I had to do was think about eating. Guz looks dubiously at Sora, or rather at the mind outfit Sora is holding. The user, Sora, is out of breath. It's not just a matter of time before you'll be able to find the right one. It's not just a matter of time before you'll be able to get a good deal more than you think. It's not just a good idea to be able to have a good time. It's not the kind of magic that comes from within a person, and it's not the same as the magic that the world produces. It is a denser, more primordial power, a power on the level of the divine or elemental ether. It makes a roaring sound and covers the mind gear. That's not all. The torrent of power flows into the sky as well. In the next moment, Guz quickly jumped from the spot. Immediately after, a single flash of light caressed the space where Guz had been standing. As he fell, Sora wielded his mind suit. It was a sharp flash that could hardly be thought of as a slash unleashed by the person who had just been taunting him. And in Guz's vision, the sky slowly rose up. Already there is no anguish on its face. After wiping away the stomach juices sticking to his mouth with his sleeve, Sora opened his mouth in amusement as he looked at Guz. Guz, I'm going to eat you. Nee. The sky hung at the edge of his lips. A chill ran through Guz's entire body as he witnessed that expression, even though he had excited his empty armor and gained ironclad protection. He trembled with fear at the eyes of Sora looking at him. Quickly, he reached for the blue dragon sword he had stabbed into the ground. His instincts told him that it was dangerous to be unarmed against Sora right now. The sky leaps to Guz with a burst of momentum. You can't feel the slightest effect of the injury. On the contrary, it's as fast as the Guz of the previous day. The healing of the wound is undoubtedly due to the power of the heart suit. Then, is this movement also due to the help of the heart suit? Or was it because he had mastered an advanced gait in a short period of time after watching Guz's movements just a few minutes ago? Either way, it was dangerous to equate the current sky with the sky from the previous day. He had intended to draw the opponent's surrender, but Guz decided that was a poor plan here. No matter how many times you conquer the sky, it is useless if your mind gear recovers each time you do so. There may be a limit to the number of times or conditions for that recovery technique, but we don't have the time to find out. This should be settled in a breath. Even as we do so, the sky is closing in on us. The Soul Eater, in its hand is furious as if to relieve the resentment of the previous day, giving Sora's not-so-large frame the power of a giant elephant. It's a good idea to have a good time with your friends. Illusionary Atoraiyo Chuden Senyo. It's a slash of light that combines the power technique and sword technique. With this inner technique, unleashed with a blank blade, he knocked the mind gear off the empty hand. That was Guz's aim. In contrast, the slash fired by Sora does not have the strangeness of the illusory Atoraiyo. It's just a strike that brings down the heart suit to the limit of its power. The two blades collided. The next moment, Guz's blue dragon sword, which was tinged with light, shone extraordinarily brightly. It was cut off soundly. "Nah!" A voice of astonishment spilled out from behind the bull's face helmet. It was a sword that was unleashed with confidence. It was a slash that had been unleashed with all the strength he had put into it. It was cut off in a literal sense by Sora, causing Guz to let go for half a second. In the meantime, Sora's slash did not stop. With the same momentum as he struck and slashed the blue dragon sword, he attacked the armor protecting Guz. And Sora's longest sword brilliantly broke through the stronghold of Sora's armor. The Soul Eater, smashed through the armor on his left shoulder, shattering his collarbone in one fell swoop and reaching his chest. After a beat, blood poured out of Guz's shoulder as if it had cut a dam. 96 Episode 94, Double Raw. At that moment, the amount of souls that flowed into me was the largest ever. I ate Senyo, the blue dragon sword and armor, and then I ate Guz's soul with a deep wound to my shoulder and mouth. The reason why my body trembled is because my level increased rapidly. I could feel the newfound power coming up, and my smile naturally deepened. With Klimt, I dared to avoid a fatal wound, but there was no need for that trick against Guz. I'll cut off his heart in one breath and eat all of Guz's soul. That's when I thought about it. Both wrists are grabbed with a crushing grip. It was the work of Guz, who had let go of the blue dragon sword. The two forces, the one trying to swing the sword and the other trying to push it back, were in conflict. This power struggle did not last long. The bones in my hands creak and my tongue spills out. I'm not only pushing back the sword, but also trying to grip my wrist. Even with a deep wound, he still has more strength in his muscles than I do. I judged that my wrist would be broken if this was the case, but I wasn't about to retreat. There is no such thing as a beast that can easily dislodge its fangs while biting into an opponent's neck. I don't care if it shatters an arm or two. If it ate Guz's soul, it would be more than enough to lose two of its arms. Above all, it would not be able to restore the hands and feet that were eaten. When I was grabbed by the wrist and my body collided with Guz, the sword blade buried in my shoulder mouth shook and a voice of pain spilled out of Guz's mouth. That's right, there's no need to force yourself to win a power contest. Just a little shaking of the body is enough to cause intense pain for Guz. If you repeat this, the restraints on your wrists will loosen. If you loosen them, you can push the blade further into the body. Even if your wrist is shattered before that, You can recover as much as you want. I can eat Guz. Gouken Sora can beat Guz Sima. When I was about to shake my sword further in that rapture, suddenly, without any warning, it happened. The sky, the earth, the people, and the city trembled violently. My body and mind creaked violently at the power and hatred contained in the shouting. And before I could even think about what that was, the next one came. Yuk! Woohoo! A cry of anguish escaped me and Guz's mouths at the same time. My heart is pulsing violently. I can't stop sweating. What the hell is going on? The roar of a beast. But there's no way that a mere voice of a mere beast could have stirred his mind to this extent. The screams and exclamations that erupted from various parts of Ishka's body indicated the magnitude of the matter. This is already the realm of large-scale magic when I thought that far more came next. What the FCK? I couldn't help but back away from Guz. There was nothing to fight about in this situation. Guz seemed to agree with me on this, and the restraints that had tied my hands together were quickly untied. I contorted my face in confusion. Even if I tried to do something about it, I didn't know what the roar was or where it was coming from. There was nothing I could do about it. And that was when Master, a familiar voice hit his earfolds. The voice was strained, but it still didn't tremble. I turned around in the direction the voice had come from and found Lunamaria there, and I let out a breath of relief. I had been wondering about Lunamaria's whereabouts ever since I returned to Ishka. Miroslav had only mentioned Seal and Sparrow, and he didn't know what had happened to Lunamaria. It would be fine if she was simply away from home, but Klimt's mind dressing could turn each person to ashes if he wanted to. I couldn't shake the fear that maybe. I'm glad to see that my fears were unfounded. I honestly thought so. However, I'm unlikely to be able to honestly accept the existence of the guild's receptionist, Liddell, who is lending a shoulder to Lunamaria. Really, I don't know what's going on. Regardless of my suspicions, Lunamaria spoke up quickly. It's a dragon, Master. This roar is a dragon. The dragon this? Yes. One howl and you pierce your ears, pierce your skull and injure your soul. The dragon's roar. I have heard of it from the elders of the forest. Lunamaria's voice was serious. Right after I heard the roar just now, I have no argument to deny the elven wise man's story, and moreover, I am now the one who is scrambling to deal with the poison of the Hydra, a multi-headed dragon. The Hydra's poison has been flowing into the Kale River because the Hydra is back. It makes sense, really. The problem is that the roar of the Hydra, which would be in the deepest part of Titus, would have this much effect on the distant Ishka. In the meantime, the fourth roarings out. No longer did anyone have any choice but to endure it without words. Then the dragon's roar struck Ishka 4 more times. This eightfold roar, octet low, caused one of the 2 inhabitants of Ishka to have their consciousness prized out of them. Some of the babies, the elderly and the sick lost their lives as it was. Some of them were barely conscious, but some were frightened, some were absent-minded, some were screaming and running around like mad. More than half of them had lost their minds. Most of the livestock, as well as the humans, were either dead or running amok, adding to the chaos. In just one day, or just a few minutes after the octet roar, octet low, Ishka lost the function of the city. Furthermore, the Stampede defense line, which was closer to the forest of Titus than Ishka, had suffered far more serious damage than within the city. It was clear to everyone that Ishka's fate was no longer a light in the wind. 97 Episode 95 Reasons to Fight. Even after the 8-degree roar was over, the reverberations that had been burned into his ears didn't easily disappear. From beyond the reverberations, one could feel the confusion in Ishka city. The confused human minds would regain their composure with time, but problems would continue to pile up afterwards. The emergence of the illusory species, the collapse of the defensive lines and the activation of the Stampede, the contamination of the Kale River and the corruption of Titus due to the deadly poison. It was clear that from now on, the city of Ishka would be hit by difficulties that were impossible to describe. With that understanding, I pointed the tip of my heart suit at Guz. I heard someone gasping for breath, but I didn't even look back that way. The fact that the 3 men of Onigashima are my enemies, whether Hydra appears or not, doesn't change the fact that they are my enemies. In fact, I had to kill them here in order to get serious about fighting Hydra in the future. If the Sparrows were to attack me while I was fighting Hydra, there was nothing I could do about it. I'm sure you'll be able to find a way to make the most of your time in the city. However, the voice from the cow's face did not contain the will to fight that was present until the other day. Wait, Sora-Dono. You have fought the dragon at the Demon's Gate. That I have, but this is definitely the dragon's roar. If we were to cross swords here, we would only be doing our illusions a disservice. What about it? To me, it's just 3 more enemies and 1 more. Defeating each one would be the basis of our tactics. Or are you saying that we should join hands and fight now? When asked mockingly, Guz nodded widely. How true. It is the reason for the existence of the illusionary species, that it is. The existence of illusionary species is a threat to the Sora-Dono who live in this land. If our interests are aligned, then I hope you will use good judgment. What's your problem? Don't be an idiot. I kicked off Guz's words as I spat them out. It's true that if you simply look at the strength side of things, Guz and his team are hard to get. If we join forces, we might even be able to overpower Hydra and Stampede in 2. But that's on the premise that they are trustworthy. The possibility of the 3 of them betraying me in the middle of a fight is undeniable. That's not all. Let's say we worked together to defeat Hydra and conquer the Stampede. What happens then? We'll be at odds with each other again over the Sparrows. A rematch with Guz and his friends, who have recovered not only their physical injuries, but also their souls that were eaten by Soul Eaters. Since Klimt and the others have probably changed their perceptions of me, they wouldn't be able to get through to me in a surprise attack like this one. I'm not so vain as to think that I can win against 3 people in such a situation. If you want to use discernment, it's my prudence to settle this matter here. You want to bear the illusory seeds and start over, but is that going to happen? No, sir. After we have defeated the illusionary species, we will return to the island to report. It is true that the presence of the demon is a cause for concern, that it is, but now that I know that Sora-Dono has mastered the art of mind dressing, I am not worried about leaving him in charge. I faintly scowled when I heard that. The sound of Guz's voice was serious. It is true that the demons are a race that once fought against humanity, but they have long since lost their power as a species. When it came to the Sparrow, she was really a normal girl, or maybe not normal in that sense, since her magical talent was astonishing even to Miroslav, but at least she wasn't in danger of being seized without her mind gear. And yet, Guz seemed to regard the Sparrow as a danger from the bottom of his heart. I've always thought that the reason why Guz and his friends are hostile to the demons is because they are dogmatically following the teachings of the plating and sealing god, but by the looks of it, there may be some secrets about the demons that I don't know. I would have liked to confirm that if I could, but it would probably be in vain. If it's a secret that can be revealed here, Guz has revealed it long ago. He's going to give them away and use them to try to convince me. He didn't do so because he was forbidden to speak out on his own. You can't think of anyone other than the head of the family who can force the senior vassals of the Gokans to be silent. I'm sure you'll be able to find a way to make it work, whatever you say with your mouth. Oh, wait. Just as I was about to slam more words into Guz, a voice interrupts me, sounding terribly out of place. If I frowned and looked at the direction the voice came from, the receptionist, Riddle, who was lending her shoulder to Luna Maria, was looking at me with a blue face. Apostrophe dot 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 from the guild. Please. Now is not the time for humans to fight with each other. Please, please put your sword away. You can find Parfait sitting flat on the ground, as if he had been sitting down, beyond Lydell, who speaks as if to reprimand him. The question of why the guild's people are here, that question has been cleared up by Liddell's subsequent words. It was here that I finally learned how Guz and the others had come to attack my house. I also learned that Guz and the others had held off the stampede. As soon as I heard that, an idea flashed through my mind. It was neither clever nor grandiose, it was, to put it bluntly, just an idea. But it was superior to all other ideas in terms of its ability to quickly remedy the situation. At least that's what it seemed to me. I look again at Guz and open my mouth. As for Lideng, he didn't even acknowledge the need to be in sight. Guz, I don't believe a word you say. Even if you meant what you said, you could easily flip out at the word of your master. If you were ordered to avenge the sparrow, you would run back to Ishka in a flash. But, well, you have a point when you say that this is not the time for humans to fight each other. So, if you really want to help us defeat the illusory species, show us with your actions, not your words. Well, what do you want me to do? Now okay, right now. The three of you get back to the defense line and stop the stampede. The line of defense is closer to Titus than to the city of Ishka. That's why the influence of the dragon's roar must be significant. If we don't do anything at this point, we will be devoured by the demons without a second thought. Normally, Ishka's garrison should have sent reinforcements, but I don't think the current garrison has the time to do so. That's where Guz and his team come in. There were 3 one-horse, blue-ringed banners, Kishi. 2 of them were injured, but with their desire to protect the country, a few injuries should not be a problem. While Guz and the others are stalling for time, I'm going to get my men out of Ishka. The village of Melt would be in danger if the poisonous contamination of the Kale River spread. It would be better to go further afield here and take refuge in the Holy Kingdom to the south. This was the dimension that I could head to defeat Hydra in peace. As soon as the appearance of the Hydra was confirmed, I was determined to take down this ravenous dragon. I don't care about Ishka's confusion or the collapse of the defense line. All I can do is to eat it. That's what I learned from the battle with Guz just now. Besides, putting aside my personal feelings, looking at it objectively, defeating Hydra should be my top priority right now. It's a good thing that we're able to do that, because even if we contain the chaos in the city and stop the collapse of the defensive line, if Hydra roars again, the same thing will happen again. We don't have time to prepare for this. We must strike the culprit as quickly as possible. There was no other way to resolve this situation. In addition, I also have my own personal desires. My current level is 12, from 9 to 10 after slaying Klimt, and from 10 to 12 after slaying Guz. As I thought when I slayed Gyrinbo in the royal capital, the total amount of soul and density of the Siren Bannerman is far superior to that of a king-level demon. And one could expect the illusory species to be even more devouring than such a Siren Banshai. How could they be ignored? In addition, the thought of getting the title of Dragon Destroyer, Dragon Slayer, would motivate me to do it, no matter what. It's not just a matter of time before you get to the point where you're ready to die for Ishka. Such a tragic decision is not something you want to make into a drug. 98 Episode 96, Reverse Winding Earth. Standing on top of the lofty walls of Ishka, I looked down and saw 3 figures spat out of the gates, running straight north. They were the 3 men of Onigashima, as they were known. Klimt and Guz's injuries were blocked by the magic of the sailor priest who rushed in after the roar. They've also taken a strength, stamina, recovery pill, potions, so they won't be able to fight for the time being. Klimt, who had recovered from his injuries, clearly looked unhappy with the role they had been assigned, but he didn't try to complain openly. Maybe he thought it was because it was an order from Sheba, Guz, or maybe his sister's persuasion had worked. Don't tell me it had anything to do with the fact that he was secretly blushing when he saw the sailor priest. Anyway, the trio would be a shield for the stampede as I had intended. As for the outside of Ishka, it was going well. On the other hand, the inside of the Ishka was not going as well as I would have liked. None of the clan members were following my instructions to run. Luna Maria is going around tending to the wounded from the chaos in the city. If there were rioters or fire robbers, she would take them down. Master, in order for the Sword of Blood and Smoke to become a trusted clan, it is in times of peril like this that it must work. The elven sage, was right. There is no room for dispute. But I created the clan in the first place as an allowance for the Adventurers Guild. I have no intention of improving the status of the clan at the present time, when Ishka itself, let alone the guild, is about to disappear. And this should have been unnecessary to say to Luna Maria. After all, she is a founding member of the clan. She knows better than anyone else that I don't have any commitment or feeling for the Sword of Blood and Smoke. Nevertheless, What lies in my heart that I dared to mention the name of the clan and decided to stay in Ishka. I'm still trying to figure out the meaning of the wry smile that Lunamaria spilled when I asked her about it. I'm not sure if it's a good idea, but I'm sure it's not. It's a very good idea to be able to have a good time with them. It is my duty to protect my ally, master, from being absent. The first time I was defeated and the second time I escaped. I will not expose myself to such disrespect. Beside Miroslav, who was saying it forcefully, the beastly seal was also nodding loudly in approval. Even though it wasn't as deep as Miroslav's, Seal's wounds, which had been slashed by Krya for protecting the sparrow, were also deep. Even though the wound itself had been sealed up by the sailor priest, the blood that had flowed out would not return soon. They should be resting for a while. But Seal followed Miroslav's lead and took a strength recovery pill and worked to whip his body into shape. He knew that he couldn't sleep easy while Miroslav, who was more seriously injured than he was moving around without a care in the world. The wounded are in such a state across the board. I don't need to tell you what the sparrow, protected by them, did. The fear of being attacked by the three men from Onigashima has not yet worn off. But she is doing her best to help Miroslav and Seal. The reason why these two are the ones to help is probably as a precaution in case the condition of the two seriously injured people suddenly changes. Yes, he's still a gentle boy. I was concerned that the reason for the attack was my own, so I told him he didn't need to worry about it, but I'm sorry to say that I didn't know how much effect my words had on him. If I had a little more time, I could talk to you in detail, but right now, I'd rather not have that time. It was the responsibility of the priestess Sura and her daughter, too, to bring them here at the worst possible time. It's my duty to send them to a place where there is no danger, but I didn't have enough time to do this either. Well, this mother and daughter aren't going to leave Ishka before that either. By the way, my face is now covered with a white cloth from my nose down. The mask that covers my nose and mouth is a measure to protect me from the demon's poison. But it was also made by Priest Sula. Of course, just wrapping a mere cloth around it won't have much effect. The cloth was a holy cloth, a cloth made from threads of holy water, and it contained the blessing of the Dharma God. I don't know how effective it will be against the incurable poison that even the earth is guilty of. But it's better than trying to fight it without anything at all. Such a sailor priest's vestments were missing a large portion of the sleeves. The cloth covering my mouth is the same cloth that originally made up the priestly vestments of the sailor. The priest, who understood the situation, quickly cut it out and sewed it up for me as a mask. I'm sure the vestments of the sailor priest were quite valuable, since Ilaria, who was watching the whole thing, looked up to the heavens in silence. Totally, all the more reason to not lose. The original plan was to be able to fight a bit more lightly like this. I've been thinking about this as I looked again at the north direction. There was something that hadn't existed until just a few minutes ago. Far to the north, a huge vermilion tower rises from the forest of Tatars towards the heavens. Depending on how you look at it, it may look like a giant tree, or it may look like a tornado. It's only a fist's worth of thickness to look at it this way, but considering the distance between Ishka and the depths, that thing's actual size could easily swallow the city of Ishka. That much area of soil, trees, and water curled backwards into the sky. Naturally, the animals and magical beasts that live there must also be mixed in. The vermilion color is due to the color of the soil in the depths, but I also suspected that it was because of the blood of many other creatures. A disaster born of fleshes and blood. A disaster born of fleshes and blood. It's clear that the anomaly is caused by an illusory species. It would not be easy to defeat them, let alone approach them. Even if you surround it with an army of 1,000,000 people, it will be blown into the sky from the edge of approach and wiped out. Are they deliberately deploying a protective barrier, or is the earth screaming at the presence of the illusory species? Either way, it was incomparable to the demonic beasts it had fought in the past. It's worthy of the strongest species of illusionary species, the dragon species that stands at the pinnacle of its power. You're not going to be able to get a good deal more than you'd like. I'm sure you'll be able to find a way to make your life easier. Quickly let me eat that thing, he said. The next moment, I jumped down from the top of the city wall. My body, which had been lifted into the air, began to fall after a moment's pause. I was straddled on the back of an indigo-winged beast that emerged from beneath the castle walls without hitting the ground, without missing a beat. And then, as it was, it soared up into the sky with great force. "Let's go, Claw-Solus." At that command, Crow-Solus said, "Phew." He responded cheerfully. Essentially, the winged beast, Wyvern, is a member of the dragon family. I expected them to resist fighting the dragon, or to show fear without going that far. However, Claw-Solus showed no pretense of either. Resolutely obeying his orders, he pushed forward towards the Vermilion tornado in a single direction. He chuckles in the saddle of the winged beast, Wyvern. It's called Crow-Solus, and clan members, and apparently I've been misjudging a lot of things. I can't argue with this, even if they say my eyes are naughty. From now on, I'll try to cultivate my eyes to look around a bit more. While I was thinking about this, Claw-Solus was getting closer and closer to his destination. On the way, I saw several flying monsters, but they all either avoided Claw-Solus or were blown away by the wards woven by Claw-Solus' magic. By the time they reached the depths of the Titus forest, those magical beasts in the sky disappeared. Instead, the reddish-purple colored dust became more prominent. The magic of the illusory species had caused the earth to curl backwards and the debris that had risen from the ground to rain down on the surroundings. The vision that had cleared up just a moment ago was instantly covered in sand and gravel. There may be poison in the sand and gravel. Perhaps it's the effect of the wind wards, but so far there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with Crow-Solus. Does it work? Then do it, puppy. He lightly patted Claw-Solus' back as he happily complied. The moment I jumped into the tornado, I felt a kink behind my ears. The sound of the roaring wind. From below to above, dirt and trees are flying up. I could see that Crow-Solus was doing his best to keep his body from being swallowed by the current. Visibility is now close to zero. But in terms of distance, our destination should be right around the corner. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to find out what I'm supposed to be seeing if this backwards wind disappears. The moment I thought that, my vision suddenly cleared up as if someone had read my thoughts. The inside of the tornado was not as wild as the outside. And, as expected, it is the reason of the world, which is named after an illusion. A divine monster with 8 heads, 8 tails, and a bloody torso. His eyes, red with hatred, are filled with hostility towards the living. The flowing blood is like a corpse's poison, burning even the heavens and earth. The manifestation of impurity, the incarnation of the 9 thoughts, the king of poison that denies immortality. Its name is Hydra, for example. 99 Chapter 97, Cohomology. The first time I saw a Hydra, the word dragon zombie popped into my mind. The scales covering its entire body were blackened as if it had been rotting, and the blood oozing from every part of its body was bubbling and frothing with body heat and foul poison. The smell of decay stings my nose through the mask of the holy cloth, even though I should still be a long way away. Crow-Solus purred bitterly. It must have noticed our intrusion, because one of its 8 necks raised its head as if it were leaning on its sickle neck. Both eyes, red as a scarlet lantern, stared at you with hostility. I thought he was going to breathe out a breath, but there was no sign of it. Does it mean that they are still waiting to see what happens, or do they think they don't need to breathe? Whatever the case, we will only continue to observe. The Hydra's neck is long enough to easily climb over the walls of Ishka. It is reminiscent of a 1,000-year-old tree. It had 8 heads, which made its body look like a mountain. I looked down at my feet, wondering how it was supporting such a large amount of its own weight. Whether it's an animal or a monster beast, it's obvious that the bigger the body is, the more strain is placed on the legs that support it. Aiming for the legs against giant beasts is a common practice. However, this move was not going to work against Hydra. This is because the lower part of the body, where Hydra's feet are supposed to be, was buried entirely in the ground. No, the ground is a misnomer. The ground corroded by the Hydra's poisonous air has turned into a bottomless swamp, and the Hydra is moving forward as if it were swimming in the swamp. Even as we watch this, the corrosion of the earth due to the poison is advancing. The speed of the erosion was insignificant from the air, but once you actually stood on the ground, you realized that it was as fast as an adult running. This erosion speed was, in other words, the speed of the Hydra's invasion. If it was bad, he thought the Hydra would fly through the air, so in that sense, it helped. But being moved across the ground was also a nuisance. The huge poisonous swamp left behind after the Hydra passed by, or should I say, this was no longer a swamp, but a sea of poison. That poisonous sea was swallowing up the surrounding trees and continuing to expand bit by bit, bit by bit. That's how horrible the toxin of the Hydra is, but from the side, it looks as if the poisonous sea itself has a mind of its own. At this rate, by the time Hydra reaches Ishka, the entire area of Tartarus will have been swallowed by the poisonous sea. If that happens, even if Hydra is defeated, Ishka will no longer be a place for people to live. It's not just Ishka. If the poison spreads through the Kale River, the Canary Kingdom itself will be on the brink of extinction. That was not a very pleasant vision of the future. Alright, Claw Solars, that's enough. Phew. Go back to Ishka. Don't even think about covering for me, okay? I can't afford to help you, and I don't have the confidence to not get involved. Reply: PFFT. Good. After such an exchange, I jumped down from Claw Solars back to the ground. Normally, this would not be a height that would allow you to save yourself, but with the use of Jing Jing Jing, anything is possible. It's even more so because I already experienced the same thing once before fighting Gaz and others. I've been thinking about this when the eyes of Hydra, who was looking at me, glittered. The wide-open mouth sets its sights on the falling me. In the next moment, a dark red breath was released from Hydra's mouth. From the color and shape, I could only guess that it was an extremely poisonous liquid. The water released at high pressure has a high killing power of its own. The existence of water magic that can shatter rocks and cut through metal is proof of this. The poisonous fluid released by the Hydra is the same, and if you were to take a direct hit from the bellowing poisonous fluid, the water pressure would first shatter your body before the poison. The breath of the Hydra filled my field of vision. It was as if the red walls were closing in on us, and we couldn't even run for cover. This is even more so if you are in the air. That's why I decided to intercept it without running away. I could have sliced through it with my heart gear, but there's something I'd rather try than that. The knowledge of mind armor I learned in the battle with Gaz. My old Fufuyaku said that the mind outfit is an entrance, a wooden sword that draws out more power from the same source of existence, anima, a priming tool. It was unexpected for me. I've always thought that to be strong is to improve my level of strength. That's why I've defeated demons with my mind outfit and eaten souls from Lunamaria and Miroslav. I probably never thought of drawing more power out of the mind dressing than I have now. Because, for me, the Soul Eater was the most powerful weapon ever. Once you have the most powerful weapon, all you have to do is work hard to raise your level. That would lead to my strength. That idea would not be a mistake. But I've learned that there's a realm that I can't reach with that alone. And once I realized that, hints were everywhere. The biggest hint was the day when I learned to wear the mind outfit. The reason why I, who had my arms eaten in the Lord of the Flies nest, my legs and my face eaten, was able to live in 5 bodies with satisfaction. It is only because of the power of the Soul Eater, which is the same source of existence, anima. Restoration magic is an act of God comparable to resurrection magic. It is a miracle in the divine realm that only the Pope of the Holy Kingdom can handle. The same phenomenon was easily caused by the Soul Eater. The Soul Eater is an anima, a being of the same source that hides such power. I was grateful for that fact, but I didn't want to take that power for myself. I thought it was just a one-time miracle, a one-time blessing for me after I awoke in my mind suit. But that's not the case. The power has been inside me since that day until today. It hasn't refused me. It was just that I wasn't trying to hold on to it. In fact, as soon as I reached for it in my agonizing battle with Gaz, it was so easy to grab it. You let me grab it. This time, you grabbed it not out of desperation, but with intent. I already understood how to do that. It's not the realm of the void that Gaz talks about. I'm not able to reach such a lofty realm as I am at level 12. I'm going to have to look at the ground underneath my feet, not far up in the sky. The point of origin. The beginning of everything I've reached at level 1. This is the beginning of everything I've reached at level 1. Attunement. Aligning the body and mind with the same source being, Anima, in order to draw the power of the same source being, Anima. Subit walk out, to subdue the body to that sensation. If I made a mistake, the same source being, Anima, could have taken my body as it was, but I didn't feel that concern. Strangely enough, that was the only time I felt the will of the Soul Eater, but that's why I remember it so clearly. I had given up on living, but I remember the voice that scolded me, the voice that barked at me to eat everything in heaven and earth, the sardonic smile that appeared against an oak tree in the unknown land of rubble. We, Walera, are like each other. The heart is furious. The body burns. It's like a roar of wind. I'm going to fill my mouth with the power that's flowing out of my body. All I have to do is spit my power out of my mouth. All I had to do was spit out the power from my mouth. A rudimentary power technique. But the image I have now is that of a dragon's breath. A clash between dragon and dragon. It's a good thing that the beginning of this is a clash of breaths. With that thought in mind, I opened my mouth wide. He slammed his jade gun, breath, at the approaching Hydra's breath. 100 Episode 98, Opening of the War. A roar shakes the atmosphere. My eardrums scream and the impact hits my skin as an invisible whip. The sound, which sounded like a huge bell being rung in front of me, or a lightning bolt striking so close to me, was the sound of Hydra's poisonous fluid and my jade cannon colliding. It was the jingoistic cannon that took the upper hand. I'm sure you'll be pleased to know that this is the first time I've ever seen it. Not only that, it also struck Hydra's head as it ran straight through the air and let out a breath of air. At that moment, the dragon's face, which was glowing with red eyes, fluttered and splashed backwards with great force. It was as if he had been hit by an unseen giant's right fist thrust, and the long neck of the Hydra was bent wide like a willow branch. After a beat, a roar of an illusory species that could not be described as either anguish or astonishment roared out. Hearing that roar, I descend to the ground with a sound. Then, without a moment's pause, I brandished the Soul Eater, the heart outfit that gushes out its power as if it is roaring. As if he finally sensed something in the air, another Hydra head, besides the head that released the breath, is pointed towards you. So now 2 out of the 8 heads are pointed at me. The other 6 heads are still pointing in the same direction as before. It was obvious that they were being licked, but I didn't mind that. All I had to do was punch him and make him turn around to face me. I was aiming at the head that was wobbling from a direct hit from the power cannon. I cut off that thing's neck and turn its 8 heads into 7 heads. Fortunately, the new neck that was trying to turn towards me still hadn't completed the action. A slow movement that could be described as leaning. It seems that the Hydra, due to its immense size, has no connection to agile movements. I'm not going to be able to get a good idea of what I'm talking about. Illusionary Iterayo, High 8. In the blink of an eye, the invisible blade of power shrinks the distance between him and Hydra to 0 and strikes at the scaled neck. The next moment, I raised an eyebrow. The reason for this is because the attack I fired was almost without any resistance and slammed into Hydra's neck. I'm sure you'll be able to find a way to make the most out of your time. That's not all. The thick neck of the Hydra, reminiscent of the trunk of a 1,000-year-old tree, was easily cut in 2 up and down. Like an overripe fruit falling from a branch, the Hydra's head fell down. With a rattling sound, the Hydra's head fell to the ground, where it became a sea of poison. And then it was swallowed up by the sea. It didn't take long for it to disappear completely from my sight. It's exactly what I was aiming for, but the lack of a response naturally makes me cautious. I can feel the influx of souls, so the possibility of illusions and the mimicry is slim. However, the amount is about the equivalent of a basilisk. It's not a small amount, but it's not much when you've got 1/8 of all the illusions in your body. It's not going to be an easy opponent to fire 7 more sashes at High 8 and cut off all the heads and be happy and satisfied. The proof of this is that the headless Hydra hasn't shown any reaction-like reaction. It was just a single blow to the head, and yet he doesn't seem to feel any pain or threat. As I was thinking about this, The section of the neck that had just been cut in two halves unexpectedly swelled up. It was not a spurt of blood. If I had to put it that way, it was a gush of gravy. The gravy that poured out continued to expand, making an eerie sound as if it had a mind of its own. Straight to the heavens, long and thick. Then, after rising to some extent, it began to transform into a familiar lump of flesh, pulsating intensely and repeatedly. ''TCH. Sensing what was going to happen next, I fired my next attack at the regenerating neck. However, that attack is blocked by the other head that finally turns to face us. The head of the Hydra that was presented to me in front of Hi-8 makes a sound and pops off. Blood and brain plasma splattered from the torn-off skull of the Hydra. And in the meantime, the regeneration of the first head was complete, and the second neck began the same regenerative behavior as the first one. In other words, this must be a characteristic of the Hydra. It can cut easily, but it regenerates easily, and whenever it is attacked, it will scatter a deadly poison that will rot its own scales and drive its enemies into a corner. It's a nasty way of defending yourself against a poisonous enemy that knows what it's doing. It's much more effective than defending yourself with poorly scaled, hard scales. I was attacked from a distance, so I wasn't affected by the poison, but if I had actually attached myself to Hydra and swung my sword, I'm sure I wouldn't have survived the spattering of flesh and blood. Now, what to do? Every time I slash, my soul comes in, so it wouldn't be without damage. There's also the option of continuing to release Hi-8 endlessly. If he was in his current state of synchronization, he wouldn't run out of jade even if he continued to fight for an entire day. However, that would be too far-fetched. Moreover, if Hydra was recovering more damage than we were dealing, it was calculated that we wouldn't be able to finish even if we continued to fight for 100 days. Let alone one day. More importantly, the 6 heads that have yet to turn towards us negate the effectiveness of this fighting style. If this option is a threat to Hydra, then all 8 heads should be able to bear their fangs. As it stands, my danger level is 2 heads. That was Hydra's assessment. If that's the case, I'll just turn around and force him to come to me. It wasn't that he originally thought that he could defeat the illusory species with only Hi-8. Since ancient times, there have been 3 ways to purify impurity. They were either poured into the water, buried in the ground, or burned in the fire. Given the Hydra's characteristic of being highly poisonous, it is best to avoid water and earth. If that is the case, then the rest is fire alone. I'll use an illusory sword. The flame, Homora. The flame Tathagata that once buried the Snake King, Basilisk, is wielded again here. The reason I hadn't used this technique until today was partly because Hi-8 was easier to use, but more simply because it was difficult to use. Simply put, it's too powerful. If you use it in the city, it will certainly provoke fires. It was the same in the forest, Tatas, and mountains. Shim. It is a sword technique that can only be used under such circumstances, even if the target of the attack and the surroundings are burned down. And, fortunately or unfortunately, that was exactly the situation now. I can wield the flaming sword, which is even more powerful than it was in the basilisk, without hesitation. I kicked the ground and approached Hydra. The flame doesn't have as much range as Saki. Hi-8. I needed to get as close to the Hydra as possible to deliver an effective strike. But that meant I would have to step into the ground, which had been decomposed and turned into sewage by the raging poison. Unfortunately, I don't have the special skills to run over a swamp. It's a good idea to be able to use your own personal computer for this purpose. It's not just the matters related to mind gear that I learned during my battle with Gers. There was also a lot to learn about how to handle the jade. One of them is walking. I used to only strengthen my leg strength, but Gers was more concerned with controlling the bottom of my feet than leg strength. It's a bit like putting a stone pavement made of jade underneath your feet. Even if you strengthen your leg strength, you won't be able to gain sufficient speed if the floor or ground you step on is not firm. Gers, or rather, the students of the illusionary Eto Ryu school came through this condition by creating their own footholds. It's a good idea to be able to have a good time with them. In my case, my strength is enormous, but my skills are not as good as they could be. Even so, I was able to at least run over a poisonous swamp and hold on. I'm sure you'll be able to find a way to make your life easier. Or it could have been that he had just regenerated, but in any case, an opportunity is an opportunity. I raised my heart suit high and swung it down, Illusion Ito Ryu Hamura. At that moment, the torrent of flames that spouted out, fueled by my jade, reminded me of a large river with a broken embankment. The flame that had literally turned into a torrent and consumed two of the Hydra's necks attacked the torso as it was. The blood that covered the Hydra's body surface evaporated in an instant, followed by a roar that spread throughout the area. The scales of the hit area were blown off by the impact, and the skin melted away by the raging fire. The flesh of the illusory species that was exposed was blanched by the high heat, and the poisonous air turned into steam. After observing the scene for a few moments, I moved my mouth into a smile. I knew the wounds inflicted by the fire wouldn't regenerate. When he was cut by Hi-8 earlier, there was hardly any time between the time he was injured and the time he began to regenerate. On the other hand, the wounds caused by the flame show no signs of starting to regenerate. The same is true of the two heads that were swallowed by the torrent. The half-burned head crumbled helplessly and landed in the raging sea of poison. There was no sign of getting up, nor was there any sign of regeneration. The next thing I knew, Hydra had stopped advancing. The 6 heads, which had not been looking at me before, all looked back at me, and 2 of them moved, fluttering their fangs. I tried to retreat, wary of the bite, but Hydra wasn't aiming at me, but at my own neck, which had been burned off and was no longer moving. Biting, slicing and biting at the base of the neck. The head that had been detached from the body sank into the poisonous sea. Should I call it a kindred spirit attack, or should I call it a self-inflicted wound? I raised an eyebrow at Hydra's unexpected behavior, but the reason for this inexplicable action soon became apparent. From the roots of the bitten-off neck, the juices of this matter flowed out and immediately began to regenerate. The wounds inflicted by the flames would not regenerate. However, if the flame wound is eaten away with the whole thing, that's not the case. Ha 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 ha. Yeah. It's not fun if it doesn't. I couldn't help but laugh out loud as I looked at Hydra, who had returned to her 8 heads in the blink of an eye. If I wounded it with fire, it didn't regenerate. I was able to defeat it as it was. How could such a thing be an illusionary species? Such a thing can't be a dragon. That would be very disappointing. I'm not going to enjoy the struggle. But that doesn't mean I'm hoping for an easy victory. This is a battle against an illusory species. I was expecting a thorough struggle that would allow me to move up a notch or 2. I want to win that struggle and then eat the Hydra. In that sense, Hydra's actions right now were really good. With that in mind, he faced Hydra again. You may think that the war situation is back to square one now that Hydra has returned to its 8 heads, but this is not the case. Now the Hydra has stopped moving forward and all 8 heads are now pointed at me. The Hydra has completely recognized me as its enemy. I'm not back to square one. Now, at last, the battle between me and Hydra has begun. My face as I prepared to unleash the next flame was so happy that even I could clearly see it.